Thank you for listening to Double Cross, a mystery thriller. Click the subscribe button now so you don't miss a single clue. Chapter 1. The pawn shop smelled like old cigars and desperation, a thin layer of dust coating everything like powdered regret. Leo nudged the tarnished silver locket across the counter with a fingernail that had seen better days, probably sometime during the Carter administration. Genuine 19th century Russian, he said, his voice smooth as cheap whiskey. Belonged to a countess. Fleeing the Bolsheviks, you know. Murray squinted through glasses thick as bottle bottoms, the fluorescent lights overhead glinting off his bald head. He picked up the locket, his thumb rubbing the fleur-de-lis pattern that Danny had meticulously, if crudely, etched into it the night before, using a nail file and a borrowed Dremel tool. A countess, huh? Funny it says made in Taiwan right here on the clasp. Danny, leaning against a glass case filled with dusty electric guitars and forlorn saxophones, felt his stomach clench. He told Leo the clasp was a problem. Always check the damn clasp, Leo. Leo didn't miss a beat. Ah, he said, waving a dismissive hand. That. A replacement. The original ruby clasp was requisitioned by the revolutionaries. Tragic story. Murray dropped the locket onto the worn green felt of the counter. It landed with a tinny click that echoed the emptiness in Danny's pockets. The story I'm hearing, Murray said, his voice flat, is that you two jokers were trying to sell me this same piece of crap last month, only then it belonged to Marie Antoinette. Leo's practiced smile tightened. Inflation affects memory, Murray. You know how it is. I know you owe Sal Malucci 3 large by Friday, Murray countered, leaning forward, the cigar smell intensifying. And Sal gets twitchy when people are late. Especially people trying to pass off dime store junk as Zara's treasure. Danny pushed off the glass case. Time to go. The air in the shop suddenly felt thick, heavy. He could almost hear Sal's gravelly voice, asking inconvenient questions about kneecaps. Look, Murray, maybe we got the provenance mixed up, Danny said, trying for casual. He wasn't as smooth as Leo, never had been. Leo had the silver tongue. Danny had the fast hands and the tendency to sweat when things went south. Right now, things were heading due south at about 90 miles an hour. Provenance, Murray snorted. The only provenance this thing has is the $5 bin at the Woolworths that closed down 10 years ago. He picked up the locket again, then tossed it under the counter. Get out of here. And tell Sal I expect my cut when he collects. There's nothing to collect, Leo said, his charm finally deserting him, leaving behind the raw edge of panic. It was an honest mistake. Your face is an honest mistake, Murray grumbled. He reached under the counter. Danny didn't wait to see what he was reaching for. It could be a phone. It could be the sawed-off .410 Murray kept for discouraging late-night shoppers with crowbars. Either way, it wasn't going to be pleasant. Leo. Now, Danny hissed, grabbing Leo's arm. They bolted. Out the door, jingling the little bell, into the grimy Boston afternoon sunlight that seemed too bright, too revealing. They didn't look back, half jogging, half walking down the cracked sidewalk, past tired brick buildings and overflowing dumpsters. Well, Leo said, breathing a little heavy, trying to straighten his cheap tie. That could have gone better. You think? Danny shot back. Marie Antoinette. Then a Russian countess. What's next? Queen Elizabeth's dog collar. Needed a story, Danny. Gotta have the story. You gotta have a plausible story, Leo. And maybe check if the damn thing says, made in Taiwan, before you spin the yarn. Danny ducked into an alleyway that smelled of stale beer and urine, pulling Leo with him. They leaned against the cold brick, catching their breath. Sirens wailed in the distance, probably unrelated but still making Danny's skin prickle. Their lives, Danny thought, looking at Leo's frayed cuffs and the worn spot on his own jacket elbow. Sad, cramped, and going nowhere fast. They shared a dingy 2-room apartment above a noisy bar in Southie, furnished with cast-offs and hope that had long since curdled. Rent was late. Sal Malucci was waiting. And their brilliant pawnshop score had netted them exactly $0 and one angry pawnbroker who likely had Sal on speed dial. Leo pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, offered one to Danny. Danny shook his head. Leo lit his, inhaling deeply, the smoke momentarily masking the alley stench. Okay, Leo conceded, smoke trickling from his nostrils. So the locket was a bust. Murray's got a big mouth, but Sal won't break legs over $3,000. Maybe fingers. But probably not till Monday. Comforting, Danny said dryly. We need a real score, Leo. Something bigger. I'm tired of nickel and dime crap. Tired of this apartment. Tired of wondering if Sal's guys are waiting around the next corner. Big scores mean big risks, Leo said, flicking ash onto the greasy pavement. Big risks mean big trouble. We're small time, Danny. Always have been. Maybe that's the problem. Danny pushed off the wall again, restless. He paced the narrow alley. We aim low, we stay low. What happened to that job Vinny was talking about? The warehouse thing? Vinny got picked up 2 nights ago. Cops found him halfway out a window with a box of stolen laptops. Not exactly a master criminal. Danny kicked at a loose brick. Great. So what's left? Rolling drunks. Boosting hubcaps. He stopped, looked hard at Leo. There's gotta be something else. Leo took another drag, his eyes squinting against the smoke. He looked tired. Older than his 35 years. The city chewed people up, Danny thought, especially people like them, living on the margins, always one step ahead of trouble or maybe one step behind it. Mostly behind. Maybe, Leo said slowly, maybe I heard something. A whisper. Danny leaned in. Yeah. Something crazy. Big league. Way out of our league, probably. Tell me. Leo hesitated, glancing up and down the alley as if the greasy walls had ears. Heard about a woman. Maxine, they call her. Slick. Knows people. Looking for a crew for something ambitious. Ambitious how? Leo dropped his cigarette, grinding it under his heel. Gardner Museum, he whispered, the name hanging in the foul air like something forbidden. Danny stared at him. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Site of the legendary unsolved 1990 heist. 13 priceless works of art vanished. Empty frames still hanging on the walls like ghosts. A score that was pure underworld legend. You're kidding me. Like I said. Crazy. Leo wouldn't meet his eye. Probably just talk. Bar talk. But Danny felt a flicker, something cold and hot at the same time, deep in his gut. The pawnshop, Murray, Sal Malucci, the cramped apartment, it all felt suddenly, suffocatingly small. The gardener. It was impossible. Insane. The kind of job that made legends or made corpses. Or both. Find out more, Danny said, his voice quiet but hard. Find out about this Maxine. Find out everything. Leo finally looked at him, a flicker of the old charm, the con man's hopeful gleam returning to his eyes. Yeah. Yeah, Danny said. Stealing Marie Antoinette's locket from Taiwan wasn't getting them anywhere. Maybe it was time to think bigger. Maybe it was time to stop being small time. Even if it killed them. He shoved his hands in his pockets, feeling the worn lining, the emptiness. Outside the alley, the city roared, indifferent. But for the first time in a long time, Danny felt a different kind of buzz, sharper than fear, more potent than desperation. It felt like a chance. A stupid, suicidal, impossible chance. And right now, that felt a hell of a lot better than nothing. Chapter 2. The bar was called the Shillelagh, but the only thing Irish about it was the layer of grime that seemed permanently lacquered onto the dark wood, and the shamrock etched into the cloudy mirror behind the rows of bottles. It smelled of stale beer, fried onions, and the low-level despair of men nursing midday whiskeys. Danny and Leo huddled in a back booth, the cracked red vinyl sticky against their skin even through their thin jackets. The Gardner Museum idea hung between them, inspoken but electric, a dangerous spark in the damp gloom. Leo nursed a beer, chasing it with small sips from a shot glass of bar whiskey that probably doubled as paint thinner on weekends. Danny just had the whiskey. He needed the direct route. "So Maxine," Danny said, swirling the amber liquid, watching the way it clung to the cheap glass. "You find out anything? Besides her name and a rumor that could get us fitted for cement shoes." Leo leaned back, trying for nonchalant, but his eyes kept darting towards the door. Old habits. Or maybe just nerves about Sal Malucci's theoretical Monday deadline. Made some calls. Asked around, quiet-like. "You know Mikey the Rat?" Danny nodded. Mikey earned his nickname by knowing everything that scurried through the city's underbelly, and squealing about half of it if the price was right or the pressure was high enough. What did Mikey say? Said Maxine's the real deal. Ghost-like. Sets up deals, takes her cut, vanishes. Doesn't work with just anybody. Prefers professionals. Leo grimaced. Guess that counts us out. Maybe not, Danny said, leaning forward. Maybe she needs grunts. People willing to take the heat. People who look like they need the money, Leo added glumly, taking another swig of beer. Which we definitely do. He sighed. Mikey said she connects through intermediaries. Hard to get to directly. But he heard she's putting something together. Something big. Didn't know what, but the word art kept popping up. Gardner, Danny murmured again. It felt like swallowing glass just saying it. 13 masterpieces. Rembrandt, Vermeer, Manet, Degas. Gone in 81 minutes back in 1990. The biggest property theft in history, still unsolved. Empty frames hanging like mocking accusations. Trying that again. It wasn't just ambitious, it was certifiably insane. Look, Danny, Leo said, lowering his voice, maybe we should just focus on Sal. We could try that thing with the fake lottery tickets again. Or maybe boost some tires. Something manageable. Manageable gets us another week in that flea pit apartment, eating ramen and dodging Sal's goons, Danny countered, irritation sharpening his tone. Manageable is killing us slowly, Leo. I'm done with manageable. Just then, a shadow fell over their booth. Both men tensed, looking up. Standing there was Jackie Fingers Finnegan. 60-something, maybe 70, it was hard to tell. Life had carved Jackie's face into a roadmap of bad decisions and close calls. Thin gray hair slicked back, watery blue eyes that had seen too much, and hands that, despite the nickname, were surprisingly steady as he held a glass of something dark. He'd been a mid-level hustler back in the day. Scams, card sharping, a bit of safe work, never quite hitting the big time, but somehow surviving decades when so many others ended up in jail cells or unmarked graves. Danny and Leo knew him, admired him in a way, not for his success but for his longevity. He was a relic, a cautionary tale, a survivor. Mind if I join you boys? Jackie asked, his voice a low rasp like sandpaper on wood. He didn't wait for an answer, sliding onto the bench opposite them, placing his drink carefully on the scarred table. Jackie, Leo said, recovering first. Long time no see. Buy you a refill? Jackie waved a dismissive hand, the skin thin and papery over his knuckles. Nursing this one. Heard you two had a little misunderstanding down at Murray's place. Danny winced. News traveled fast in their world, especially bad news. Murray talks too much, he muttered. Murray's a fence, Jackie said. Talking's part of the job description. Besides, trying to pass off Taiwanese tin as Romanov jewels. Bit beneath you, isn't it, Leo? Leo flushed slightly. Slow month, Jackie. They're all slow months when you're aiming for the gutter, Jackie said. He took a slow sip of his drink. His eyes, watery but sharp, flicked between them. You look jumpy, Danny. More than usual. Thinking about something stupid? Danny didn't answer, just stared into his whiskey. Heard whispers, Jackie continued, his voice dropping even lower. About the gardener job. The old one, I mean. People still talk. Ghosts in the machine. He paused. And I hear new whispers. Someone thinking of rattling those ghosts. Leo shot Danny a warning look. Shut up. But Jackie wasn't looking for confirmation. He seemed to be talking almost to himself, staring at the condensation ring his glass was making. Did a job once. Years ago. Bank transfer scam. Me, Philly Joe, and a kid named Richie. Sweet setup. Millions for the taking. Danny leaned in slightly. He hadn't heard this story. It worked, Jackie said. Like clockwork. Money landed in an offshore account. We were golden. He took another sip. Then Richie got greedy. Thought he could cut Philly Joe and me out. Take it all. He had the access codes, see? Figured he was smarter than everyone else. What happened? Leo asked, drawn in despite himself. Jackie looked up, his eyes locking onto Leo's, then Danny's. The watery blue seemed to clear, focusing with a chilling intensity. Philly Joe found out. Richie vanished. Like poof. Gone. Car found near the docks, wiped clean. Money stayed offshore, untouchable. Nobody got rich. Except the lawyers settling Richie's non-existent estate. He let the silence hang for a beat, the low hum of the bar seeming to fade. Then he leaned forward, elbows on the sticky table, his gaze pinning them both. Let an old man tell you something you already know but keep forgetting, Jackie rasped, his voice barely audible above the bar noise, but carrying the weight of years of mistakes, of survival. There's only two things gonna make you a legend in this business, boys. Only two paths. He paused, letting them wait for it. Greed, he said, tapping a bony finger near Danny's glass. Greed'll get you rich. If you're smart, if you're lucky, if you don't trip over your own feet. He shifted his gaze to Leo. And betrayal, he continued, his voice dropping further, becoming almost a whisper. Betrayal'll get you buried. Quick or slow makes no difference. It finds you. Always. He leaned back, the intensity fading from his eyes, leaving them watery and distant again. He picked up his drink. Gardener, he scoffed softly. Ghosts. Better left undisturbed. He drained his glass in one swallow, grimaced slightly, and pushed himself up from the booth. Stay out of trouble, boys. Or don't. Just remember what I said. He gave them a nod, turned, and walked slowly towards the door, a thin, stooped figure navigating the gloom. He disappeared into the harsh afternoon light outside, leaving Danny and Leo alone again in the booth. The air felt different now. Colder. Jackie's words echoed in the space he'd left behind. Greed'll get you rich. Betrayal'll get you buried. Leo nervously shredded a cocktail napkin. See. Even Jackie Fingers thinks it's suicide. Ghosts. Buried. You heard him. Danny stared at the spot where Jackie had been sitting. He heard him, all right. But he heard something else too. Greed'll get you rich. They weren't rich. They were broke. They were desperate. Sal Malucci was waiting. $3,000 felt like $3 million. And Maxine, the ghost broker, was dangling the score of a lifetime. A chance to be something other than sad sacks, hustling fake lockets. Betrayal. Sure, it was baked into the game. But wasn't staying small time, staying broke, staying scared, wasn't that its own kind of slow burial? He said greed could get you rich, Leo, Danny said quietly, finally looking up. His eyes were hard. He also said Richie got greedy and stupid. Tried a double cross. He pushed his empty whiskey glass away. Maybe the trick is to be greedy, but not stupid. And definitely don't be the one getting betrayed. Leo looked at him, seeing the shift, the hardening resolve. He sighed, a long, weary sound. Danny, this ain't us. Maybe it should be, Danny said. Find Maxine, Leo. Set up a meet. The spark was back. Dangerous, maybe lethal. But it was there. And in the grimy darkness of the shillelagh, under the weight of Jackie Finnegan's warning, it felt like the only light they had. Chapter 3. The Copley Plaza Hotel bar wasn't their usual territory. Danny felt like he had Southie Grifter stamped on his forehead in invisible ink. The air smelled faintly of expensive perfume and old money, a universe away from the shillelagh's stale beer and regret. Dark wood, low lighting, hushed conversations. It made Danny's cheap suit feel even cheaper, his tie feel tighter. He kept smoothing it down, a nervous habit he couldn't shake. Leo, beside him at the small, secluded table Maxine's intermediary had instructed them to take, was trying too hard. He'd slicked his hair back, wore his least-stained shirt, and kept checking his reflection in the polished brass railing nearby. He looked less like a seasoned con, and more like a kid dressed up for his first court appearance. Relax, Danny muttered, keeping his voice low. Try to look like we belong here. Belong here? Leo whispered back, gesturing subtly with his water glass. They couldn't afford bar prices here, not even close. Danny, the doorman looked at us like we were something he scraped off his shoe. The only reason we got past the lobby was because I mentioned Maxine's name. Just act normal. Normal for us is getting hassled by Murray or dodging Sal Malucci. Normal for them, Leo nodded towards a group of blue-haired women dripping diamonds near the fireplace, is probably deciding which European country to summer in. They fell silent, nursing their waters, watching the door. Maxine was 15 minutes late. Danny figured it was intentional. A power move. Letting the small fish sweat. It was working. His palms felt damp. The Gardner Museum. Even thinking it in a place like this felt loud, dangerous. Then she arrived. She didn't sweep in, she materialized. One moment the doorway was empty, the next she was there, pausing just inside, scanning the room with cool, appraising eyes. Danny knew instantly it was her. Maxine. She wasn't flashy, but everything about her screamed control, money, and a certain hard-edged style. Mid-40s maybe, though it was hard to tell. Sharp black pantsuit tailored perfectly. Crisp white blouse. Minimal jewelry, just a thin gold watch and simple earrings that probably cost more than Danny and Leo made in a good year, which they hadn't had lately. Her dark hair was cut in a severe chin-length bob that framed a face with high cheekbones and intelligent dark eyes that seemed to miss nothing. She carried a slim leather briefcase. Her gaze swept past their table, dismissed them, then snapped back, a flicker of recognition, or maybe just calculation in her eyes. She moved towards them, her heels clicking softly on the polished floor. No wasted motion. Purposeful. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Parisi? She asked, her voice smooth, low-pitched with no discernible accent. She didn't offer a hand. Leo practically jumped up. Maxine. Leo Parisi. This is Danny Doyle. Please sit. He almost tripped, pulling out her chair. Danny just nodded, forcing himself to meet her gaze. Her eyes were like dark chips of glass. Cold. Assessing. He felt like a bug under a microscope. Maxine sat, placing her briefcase beside her chair. She didn't order a drink, just surveyed them both for a long moment, letting the silence stretch. Danny could hear the expensive watch ticking on her wrist. I hear you two are looking for opportunities, she said finally, her voice carefully neutral. We're professionals, Leo blurted out, a little too quickly. Experienced. Discreet. Maxine raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Is that so? My information suggests your recent professional endeavors involved a rather unconvincing piece of costume jewelry and a hasty exit from a pawn shop in Dorchester. Danny felt his face flush. Leo looked like he'd swallowed his tongue. So much for discreet intermediaries. This woman had done her homework. Or maybe Mikey the rat wasn't the only rodent singing for his supper. Look, Danny said, finding his voice. It came out rougher than he intended. We hit a rough patch. Happens. Doesn't mean we aren't capable. Maxine smiled, a small tight curve of her lips that didn't reach her eyes. Capability isn't my primary concern, Mr. Doyle. Reliability is. Loyalty is. Desperation can be useful. Up to a point. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping. I have a potential project. High risk, extremely high reward. It requires precision, nerve, and absolute silence. It's not for amateurs. It's not for cowboys. And it's certainly not for anyone who thinks made in Taiwan is a plausible hallmark for 19th century Russian nobility. Leo winced visibly. What kind of project? Danny asked, ignoring Leo's discomfort. He wasn't going to let her rattle him completely. Jackie Finnegan's words echoed, "Greed'll get you rich." This felt like the path Jackie was talking about. Maxine didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Are you familiar with the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum?" The name dropped into the hushed atmosphere of the bar like a bomb. Danny felt his heart kick against his ribs. Leo choked on his water. Who isn't? Danny managed, keeping his voice steady. The 90 heist. Biggest art theft ever. Still unsolved. Precisely, Maxine said. 13 works. Valued, then at 200 million. Now. 500 million, perhaps more. Irreplaceable. She paused, letting the weight of the words sink in. Imagine recovering such items. Recovering. Leo squeaked. You mean stealing them again? Maxine gave him a look that could freeze alcohol. Don't be deliberately obtuse, Mr. Parisi. It's unbecoming. I'm talking about the original heist. The original, unrecovered 13 pieces. Danny frowned. But they're gone. Vanished. Feds, Interpol, everyone's looked for 30 years. Perhaps not everyone, Maxine said cryptically. And perhaps they haven't vanished quite so completely as the world believes. She opened her briefcase, took out a slim tablet, and slid it across the table. On the screen was a grainy, black and white photograph. It looked like a storeroom, cluttered. But in the center, leaning against a crate, was a painting. Dark, shadowed, but unmistakable. The thick impasto, the dramatic light. Rembrandt, Danny breathed. The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. One of the Gardner masterpieces. The Gardner masterpiece. Rembrandt's only seascape. A recent photograph, Maxine said calmly. Taken within the last month. She swiped the screen. Another painting appeared. Vermeer's The Concert. Then a Degas sketch. Manet's Chez Tortoni. Piece after piece. 13 images in total. Grainy, poorly lit, but undeniably them. The lost Gardner treasures. Danny felt dizzy. Leo was pale, gripping the edge of the table. Where? Leo stammered. How? The where is irrelevant for now, Maxine cut him off smoothly. The how is simple. They weren't dispersed. They weren't destroyed. They were held. Kept together. By someone patient. Someone careful. She switched off the tablet, the images vanishing like ghosts. And now, circumstances have changed. There's an opportunity. A window. An opportunity for what? Danny asked, his throat dry. For acquisition, Maxine said. A delicate operation. To retrieve the entire collection. You want us? Leo sounded incredulous. Two guys who couldn't sell a fake locket. To steal back $500 million worth of the most famous stolen art on the planet. I want a specific skill set, Maxine corrected coolly. People who can blend in, follow instructions, handle pressure. People with nothing to lose and everything to gain. People who understand the value of discretion because their freedom depends on it. Her eyes flickered towards Danny again. Mr. Doyle, I understand you have some facility with bypassing security systems? And Mr. Parisi, despite your recent lapse in judgment, you have a reputation for talking your way into, and occasionally out of, difficult situations. It was bullshit, mostly. Danny could handle basic alarms, maybe Jimmy a lock. Leo could talk, sure, but usually into more trouble than out of it. Maxine had to know that. She wasn't hiring them for their non-existent Ocean's 11 skills. She was hiring them because they were cheap, available, and desperate. Expendable. It's impossible, Danny said flatly. Wherever those paintings are, they'll be guarded like Fort Knox. Ah, Maxine said, a genuine calculating glint finally appearing in her eyes. That's where the most crucial element comes in. She leaned forward again, lowering her voice conspiratorially, pulling them into her orbit despite themselves. We wouldn't be going in blind. We wouldn't be going in loud. She paused, letting the anticipation build. We have an inside man. The words hung there, heavy with implication. An inside man. After 30 years. It changed everything. It shifted the impossible towards the merely terrifyingly dangerous. Danny looked at Leo. Leo looked back, his eyes wide, a mixture of fear and the undeniable pull of the score shimmering in them. This wasn't a pawn shop hustle. This wasn't boosting tires or running lottery scams. This was the big league. The kind of job that made you rich or got you buried. Jackie Finnegan's words again. Maxine watched them both, her expression unreadable, waiting for their answer. The faint scent of her perfume seemed to mix with the phantom smell of oil paint and old canvas from the photos on the tablet. The gardener. $500 million. An inside man. It was crazy. It was suicide. It was everything Danny had just told Leo he wanted. A way out of the nickel and dime. A shot at something else. He took a slow breath, the expensive air of the Copley Plaza bar feeling thin in his lungs. Tell us more, Danny said. Chapter 4. Tell us more, Danny said again, the words tasting like recklessness and opportunity on his tongue. The low murmur of the Copley Plaza bar seemed to fade into a dull hum, the clink of ice in expensive glasses suddenly distant. All that mattered was the woman opposite them, Maxine, her cool gaze holding his, the ghost of a smile playing on her lips. Maxine leaned back slightly, retrieving her briefcase and placing it on her lap. She snapped it open with quiet precision, extracting a single manila envelope. Not thick but dense. She slid it across the polished table towards Danny. More, she echoed, her voice soft but carrying authority. More involves commitment, Mr. Doyle. More involves understanding the stakes. This isn't boosting televisions from a loading dock. This is the recovery of national treasures. She made it sound like a public service, not grand larceny. Danny ignored the envelope for a moment, keeping his eyes on her. An inside man, he prompted. You said you had someone inside. Indeed. Maxine nodded. Someone perfectly placed. Someone who knows the routines, the patrols, the blind spots in the security system that aren't on any blueprint. Someone who can ensure you encounter minimal resistance. Leo shifted nervously beside Danny. Minimal resistance? We're talking about the gardener. They must have upgraded everything after the first time. Lasers, pressure plates, heat sensors. They did, Maxine acknowledged smoothly. Impressive upgrades. State of the art, 20 years ago. Technology evolves, Mr. Parisi. And security, ultimately, relies on the people operating it. People get complacent. People get greedy. This inside man, Danny pressed. Who is he? What's his angle? Maxine tapped the envelope. Details are on a need-to-know basis. For now, let's call him our friend. His motivation is simple, money. A substantial share of the final proceeds. He has access, he has nerve, and he has reached out. He knows the collection's current location, which I assure you is not within the museum itself, and he knows the precise window during which it will be vulnerable. Vulnerable? How? Danny asked. Let's just say there's a brief, upcoming period of transition, Maxine said vaguely. A moment when security protocols will be temporarily adjusted. A small window, easily missed unless you know exactly when and where to look. Our friend knows. And he will ensure certain doors are unlocked, certain cameras are looking the other way. Danny picked up the envelope. It felt heavier than it looked. He didn't open it yet. And us? What's our role in this acquisition? Your role is execution, Maxine stated plainly. You will be provided with entry credentials, equipment, and a precise timeline. You will enter the designated location during the window our friend provides. You will bypass any unforeseen complications. You will retrieve the 13 designated items, intact, undamaged. You will deliver them to a secure handover point. Then you disappear until payment is arranged. Handover point? Leo asked, his voice tight. Payment? Who's buying this stuff? And how much are we talking? Maxine steepled her fingers, her gaze unwavering. The buyers are irrelevant to you. They are private collectors, wealthy individuals who appreciate fine art and discretion. They have been cultivated. They are verified. As for the payment, she paused, letting the moment hang. The total valuation, as I said, approaches $500 million. On the specialized market we're dealing with, the complete collection commands a figure of approximately $100 million. Danny's breath hitched. Leo made a small choking sound. $100 million. It was an astronomical sum, unreal. More money than they could imagine, let alone spend. Your share, Maxine continued, her voice dropping almost to a whisper, making them lean in closer, contingent on successful delivery of all 13 pieces undamaged, will be $10 million. $10 million. Danny felt the number explode behind his eyes. $10 million. $5 million each. Enough to get out of Southie, out of Boston, out of the country. Enough to live like kings, or at least dukes, somewhere sunny and far away from guys like Sal Malucci and pawnbrokers like Murray. Enough to erase the stench of desperation that clung to them like cheap cologne. Leo looked stunned, his mouth slightly open. He seemed unable to process the figure. 10 million, Danny repeated slowly, testing the weight of it. Split 2 ways. Correct, Maxine confirmed. 5 million each. Transferred securely, untraceably, upon verification of the merchandise. And your cut? Danny asked, suspicion mixing with the intoxicating allure of the money. And our friend's cut? Maxine smiled that tight, humorless smile again. My arrangements and those of our friend are separate. Rest assured, everyone involved has ample incentive to ensure a smooth operation. Your concern is your 10 million. Danny looked down at the envelope, then back at Maxine. It still felt too easy, too neat. An inside man materializing after 30 years. $100 million black market deal. 10 million for 2 down-on-their-luck grifters. Why us? He asked again. There have to be better crews. More experienced. Perhaps, Maxine conceded. But experienced crews come with baggage. Egos. Established networks that can be traced. Sometimes professionals are too professional. They ask too many questions. They leave footprints. She leaned forward again, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. You two are ghosts. No serious priors, no major connections. If you follow instructions precisely and keep your mouths shut, you can vanish afterwards. You have the right profile. And, she added, her eyes locking onto Danny's, you have the right motivation. Desperation can be a powerful tool, Mr. Doyle. It sharpens the senses. Danny thought of their dingy apartment, the overdue rent, Sal Malucci's looming deadline. He thought of Jackie Finnegan's words, "Greed'll get you rich." This wasn't just rich, this was escape velocity rich. This was a ticket to a whole new life. He looked at Leo. Leo was shaking his head almost imperceptibly, his eyes wide with fear. "Danny, this is crazy," Leo whispered, barely audible. "Gardner. 10 million. Inside man? It sounds like a setup." "Everything's a setup, Leo," Danny whispered back fiercely. "Being broke is a setup. Owing Sal is a setup. This life," he gestured vaguely around the opulent bar, contrasting it with their reality, "is a setup. At least this one has a payout." "Or a prison cell," Leo countered. "Or worse. Remember what Jackie said about betrayal?" "I remember what he said about greed," Danny retorted. He turned back to Maxine, pushing the envelope slightly towards her. "What's in here?" "Your advance," Maxine said simply. $20,000. 10 each. Seed money. For expenses, new clothes perhaps, she glanced pointedly at Danny's frayed cuff. "And to demonstrate my confidence in your abilities. Also, inside, you'll find a disposable cell phone. Pre-programmed with one number. Mine. And instructions for your next steps, should you choose to accept this proposal." $20,000. Just for saying yes. More cash than Danny had seen in one place in his life. It felt heavy, real, sitting there on the table between them. A down payment on that $10 million dream. Or nightmare. Maxine watched them, patient, controlled. She wasn't pressuring them, not overtly. She didn't need to. The money, the sheer audacity of the plan, the promise of escape, they were pressure enough. Danny looked at the envelope again. He could feel the crispness of the bills inside just by looking at it. 20 grand now. 10 million later. Life-changing wasn't the word for it. It was life-defining. This was the fork in the road. Stay on the path of petty crime and slow decline, or take the high-stakes gamble, the one shot at changing everything. He thought of the pawn shop, the humiliation. He thought of the cramped apartment, the constant fear. He thought of Jackie Finnegan nursing his drink, a ghost of past failures and survivals. Greed'll get you rich. He looked at Leo, saw the fear warring with the same desperate hope reflected in his own gut. Leo wouldn't do it alone. But if Danny was in, screw manageable. Screw staying low. Danny reached out and pulled the envelope towards him. He tapped it decisively. "We're in," he said. Chapter 5. The 20 grand felt obscene, sitting on the scarred linoleum tabletop of their kitchen. Danny had fanned the bills out, crisp hundreds, smelling faintly of the bank and Maxine's expensive leather briefcase. It was more money than the apartment was worth, probably more than everything in it combined, including them. The single overhead bulb cast a harsh yellow light, making the bills look sickly but undeniably real. Leo stared at the money like it was a coiled snake. He hadn't said a word since they left the Copley, navigating the tea back towards Southie in a thick, anxious silence. Now, back in their dingy reality, the enormity of what they'd agreed to seemed to crash down on him. $10 million, Danny said, leaning back in a wobbly kitchen chair, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. The adrenaline rush from the meeting was starting to wear off, leaving behind a jittery residue. Can you even picture it, Leo? 5 million each. Leo finally looked up, his eyes haunted. I can picture maybe 5 years to life, Danny. Maybe 10. Maybe we just disappear like that guy Richie Jackie told us about. He gestured vaguely at the stacks of cash. This is bait. 20 grand, to make us forget this whole thing smells worse than the alley behind the Shalala. It smells like opportunity, Danny countered, tapping the crisp bills. It smells like getting the hell out of this dump. Paying off Sal without losing any fingers, Never having to hustle fake lockets again. It smells like a setup. Leo insisted, his voice rising. He stood up, pacing the small, cramped kitchen. 3 steps took him from the grimy stove to the peeling paint by the window. Think about it. This Maxine chick, she comes out of nowhere. Knows all about us, the pawn shop screw-up, everything. Dangles the gardener heist, the gardener Danny, like it's knocking over a liquor store. An inside man pops up after 30 years. $100 million black market deal? And she picks us. She said why, Danny argued, though Leo's point scraped at his own buried doubts. We're ghosts. Expendable. Exactly. Expendable. Leo threw his hands up. If this goes sideways, and how could it not go sideways, who do you think takes the fall? The slick broker lady with the offshore accounts? The mysterious, our friend? Or the 2 Southie mooks, who were dumb enough to say yes? He jabbed a finger towards the money. This 20 grand isn't an advance, it's severance pay. We're the patsies, Danny. Danny pushed himself up from the table, facing Leo. So what's the alternative, huh? Go back to Murray's? Hope Sal only breaks a pinky? Keep living like rats in this hole. He swept his arm around the room, taking in the stained sink, the flickering fluorescent light, the general air of defeated squalor. Jackie said greed gets you rich. He also said betrayal gets you buried. Maybe this is our chance to get rich before someone else buries us anyway. Or maybe, Leo said quietly, stopping his pacing, maybe this is the betrayal. Maxine betraying us from the start. The burner phone Maxine had included in the envelope suddenly chirped on the table, a tinny, jarring sound in the tense quiet. Both men froze, staring at it. It chirped again. Danny picked it up. Simple, black, untraceable. Caller ID showed unknown. He hesitated for only a second, then answered, putting it on speaker. Yeah. Maxine's voice, cool and crisp, filled the small kitchen. No preamble. Mr. Doyle. I trust you and Mr. Parisi returned safely and are contemplating the unique opportunity presented. We're contemplating, Danny said carefully. Excellent, Maxine replied. Because the timeline is accelerating slightly. Our friend has confirmed the window. It's narrow. Preparations need to begin immediately. Your instructions are in the envelope. First step involves acquiring suitable attire for reconnaissance. Details are provided. I expect a progress update via text message from this number within 24 hours. Are we clear? Pressure. Just like the outline said. Not overt threats, just the calm, relentless push of the timeline, the assumption of compliance. The weight of that 20 grand on the table suddenly felt heavier. Attire for reconnaissance? Leo mouthed silently, bewildered. Clear, Danny said into the phone, ignoring Leo. Good, Maxine said. Remember, gentlemen. Precision. Discretion. Success. The line clicked dead. Danny tossed the phone back onto the table beside the money. See. It's moving. It's real. Real crazy. Leo exclaimed. Acquiring suitable attire for reconnaissance. What does that even mean? We buying spy outfits? Fake mustaches? Danny picked up the plain manila envelope, heavier now with implication than just cash. He pulled out a single sheet of folded paper. Typed concise instructions. Proceed to high-end menswear retailer, Danny read aloud. Suggested, Brooks Brothers, Newberry Street. Purchase 2 conservative dark-colored business suits, shirts, ties, shoes. Quality is essential for blending in during preliminary observation phase. Use provided funds. Retain receipts. Await further instructions regarding observation target and schedule. He looked up at Leo. Brooks Brothers? On Newberry Street? We walk in there, they'll call security. My point exactly. Leo said. We don't belong in these places, Danny. Not the Copley Bar, not Brooks Brothers, and definitely not sneaking around trying to steal the Gardner paintings. We're out of our depth. Maybe, Danny conceded, crumpling the instruction sheet slightly in his fist. Or maybe we just need to learn how to swim fast. He looked at the money again. $20,000. Enough to make them look like they belonged anywhere, at least for a little while. Enough to buy the suits, play the part. Enough to take the next step down this rabbit hole. He thought about the alternative. Giving the money back? Calling Maxine and saying, thanks but no thanks. What then? Crawl back to Murray? Face Sal? Wait for the next inevitable screw-up? This was different. This was legendary if they pulled it off. The guys who succeeded where everyone else had failed for 30 years. The guys who walked away with $10 million. It wasn't just about the money anymore, though God knew they needed it. It was about changing the narrative. Being someone else. Someone remembered. Legacy-level infamy, the outline called it. He wouldn't have put it that way himself, but the sentiment resonated deep in his gut, drowning out the fear, silencing Leo's panicked protests. We're doing it, Leo, Danny said, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. He started gathering the stacks of hundreds, stuffing them into the envelope Maxine had provided. Leo watched him, his expression a mixture of dread and resignation. You're really gonna go through with this? After everything? Jackie's warning. It feels wrong, Danny. All of it. Feeling wrong doesn't pay the rent, Danny said grimly. He shoved the thick envelope into his jacket pocket. It felt like carrying a brick, heavy with cash and consequences. What feels worse? Taking a crazy risk for $10 million, or spending the rest of our lives wondering what if while we're dodging guys like Sal? He didn't wait for Leo's answer. He knew Leo would follow. He always did. Fear, skepticism, whatever, Leo wouldn't let him walk into this alone. Come on, Danny said, heading for the door. First stop, Newberry Street. We're going suit shopping. He paused at the door, looking back at the cramped, squalid kitchen that suddenly seemed like a relic from a past life. This was it. The moment the debate ended. The moment they truly committed. Their one shot. Whether it led to riches or ruin, there was no turning back now. They were in. For better, or almost certainly for worse. Chapter 6. The rental Ford Crown Victoria smelled faintly of stale cigarettes and nervous sweat, mostly theirs. It looked like an unmarked cop car if you didn't look too close, which Danny hoped nobody would. They were parked half a block down from the address Maxine had provided via a text message that self-destructed 2 seconds after Danny read it. A squat, windowless brick building in the Seaport District, nestled between a fish wholesaler whose dumpsters reeked even from here, and a dark, silent trucking depot. Global Secure Logistics, the sign said in faded blue letters. Anonymous. Forgettable. The perfect place to stash $500 million in stolen art, Danny guessed, if you were ballsy enough. Or maybe just temporarily moving it. Maxine hadn't been specific. Rain slicked the empty street, blurring the streetlights into halos. Perfect heist weather, Danny thought grimly. Except for the fact that his borrowed Boston PD uniform felt clammy and about 2 sizes too big in the shoulders, while the heavy utility belt dug into his hips. He glanced at Leo, in the passenger seat. Leo looked even worse. His face was pale, under the visor of the patrol cap which kept slipping down over his eyes. He kept adjusting the collar of his uniform jacket like it was choking him. You okay? Danny asked, keeping his voice low. Peachy, Leo mumbled, fiddling with the strap of the empty holster on his belt. Maxine had provided the uniforms, the belts, even the fake badges that looked surprisingly real, but no guns. Unnecessary, her instructions read. Complicates things. Danny wasn't so sure. Showing up to a potential confrontation, dressed as a cop with no gun felt like wearing a "kick me" sign. Just remember the story, Danny said. Routine security check. Alarm malfunction reported at this address. We check the perimeter, make sure the doors are secure, we leave. Right, Leo said, swallowing hard. Routine. Nothing routine about this, Danny. It is tonight, Danny insisted. Deep breaths. Act like you belong. He opened his door, the squeak sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet street. Showtime. They got out, slamming the car doors with what Danny hoped sounded like bored authority. The rain was cold, plastering strands of hair to his forehead. He pulled his cap lower. They walked towards the Global Secure Logistics building, their footsteps echoing slightly. The place looked dead quiet. Dark gray metal shutters covered what might have been loading bays. A single, reinforced steel door was set into the brick wall near the corner, illuminated by a flickering halogen security light. A small keypad and card reader were mounted beside it. Okay, Danny murmured as they reached the door, trying to shield the keypad from the rain with his body. Maxine said code 9477, followed by the star key, then swiped the card within 5 seconds. The card's only good for 60 seconds after the code. Got it, Leo said, his hand hovering near the card reader. He looked jumpy, glancing up and down the empty street. A lone taxi splashed through a puddle at the far end of the block, its headlights sweeping past them before disappearing around the corner. Leo flinched. Easy, Danny hissed. He punched in the code, his fingers feeling thick and clumsy in the damp air. 9, 4, 7, 7, star. A tiny green light blinked above the keypad. Now. Leo swiped the generic-looking keycard Maxine had provided. It had no markings, just a magnetic stripe. For a second, nothing happened. Danny felt his stomach clench. Set up. Leo's word echoed in his head. Patsies. Then a solid clunk came from inside the door, and a small red light on the reader turned green. Go, go, Danny urged, pushing the heavy steel door inward. It opened into darkness. A faint chemical smell, like industrial cleaner, hit them. Danny fumbled for the flashlight clipped to his belt, its beam cutting through the blackness. They stepped inside, pulling the heavy door shut behind them. Another clunk as it locked. They were in a small entryway, maybe 10 by 10. Bare concrete floor, cinderblock walls. Directly ahead was another steel door, this one with a circular window of thick wire mesh glass. A single red light glowed steadily beside it. No keypad here. Okay, Danny whispered, his voice sounding too loud in the confined space. She said the inside man, our friend, handles this one. Said the light would turn green, exactly 3 minutes after the outer door was breached. That's our signal. 3 minutes? Leo hissed back. What do we do for 3 minutes? Stand here looking like idiots in these monkey suits. We wait, Danny said, glancing at his cheap digital watch. The seconds crawled by. 1 minute. 2. The only sound was the faint hum of electricity somewhere in the building and the drumming of their own hearts. Danny swept the flashlight beam around the small space. Nothing. Just bare walls, concrete floor, the impassive steel door ahead. He could feel sweat trickling down his back under the uniform shirt. What if our friend got cold feet? What if he wasn't even real? What if Maxine had sent them here to walk into a trap? Leo shifted his weight from foot to foot, his hand still resting on the empty holster. This feels wrong, Danny. I got a bad feeling. You always got a bad feeling, Danny snapped, trying to quell his own rising panic. Just stay calm. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. 45. 50. Danny held his breath. Any second now. Or maybe not. Maybe sirens would start wailing. Maybe guards with actual guns would burst through the door. 58 seconds. 59. 3 minutes exactly. The red light beside the inner door blinked off. A moment later, it glowed green. Simultaneously, they heard the distinct sound of a heavy bolt sliding back electronically. Click thunk. Danny let out a breath. He didn't realize he'd been holding. Okay, he whispered. He's real. He did it. Or someone did, Leo muttered darkly. Danny ignored him. He pushed on the second door. It swung open silently, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows. The corridor stretched ahead, maybe 50 yards, with identical unmarked metal doors spaced evenly along both sides. Security cameras were mounted high in the corners, but the small indicator lights on them were dark. Part of our friend's contribution, Danny assumed. Or hoped. All right, Danny said, stepping into the corridor, Leo close behind him. Maxine's instructions. Third door on the left. Combination lock. Code is her birthday. Figures. He pulled the scrap of paper from his pocket again, shielding it as he read the numbers Maxine had included under lock combo. 102468. Got it memorized? Leo nodded, his eyes scanning the corridor nervously. Yeah. Let's just get this done. They moved quickly, quietly down the corridor, their rubber-soled uniform shoes making little sound on the polished concrete floor. Past the first door on the left. Past the second. They stopped at the third. It looked identical to the others, but below the handle was a circular combination lock, the kind you'd see on a high school locker, only heavier duty. Danny knelt, his fingers surprisingly steady now that they were moving, doing something. He spun the dial. Right to 10. Left past 10 twice, stopping at 24. Right past 24 once, stopping at 68. He lifted the latch. It clicked open smoothly. He took another deep breath, glanced back at Leo, who gave a jerky nod. Danny pulled the door open. Inside wasn't a room, but a small freight elevator, large enough to hold maybe a pallet or two. Old, industrial, smelling of grease and dust. An open metal cage, operated by a simple panel with up, down, and stop buttons, and a key switch currently turned to on. This is it. Leo whispered, peering inside. This takes us to the art. Supposedly, Danny said, checking the instructions again. Elevator B, proceed down one level. Storage vault C4. He stepped into the elevator cage, pulling Leo with him. He slid the metal gate shut. It rattled noisily. He pressed the down button. With a low groan and a shudder, the elevator began its descent. Darkness enveloped them as they moved below the corridor level, the only light coming from Danny's flashlight beam, playing on the greasy cables and concrete shaft walls. The job, Danny thought, the real job had begun. Down here in the dark, dressed as cops, chasing ghosts and millions. No turning back now. Chapter 7. The elevator jolted to a stop, the metal cage groaning in protest. They were plunged into near silence, save for a low ambient hum that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of their ill-fitting cop shoes. Danny flicked his flashlight beam around. They were in a cavernous basement space. Concrete floor, damp concrete walls that sweated in the humid air. Rows upon rows of large, identical wooden crates stretched away into the gloom, stacked 2 or 3 high, labeled with stenciled numbers and indecipherable shipping codes. It smelled like damp earth and old wood. Okay, Danny breathed, sliding open the rattling elevator gate. Vault C4. Should be this way. He consulted the crumpled instruction sheet again, under the flashlight beam. Section C, 4th aisle, Unit 4. He pointed the beam down one of the narrow aisles between the towering stacks of crates. Looks like aisle 4 is there. They moved out of the elevator, Danny leading with the flashlight, Leo sticking so close behind he nearly tripped on Danny's heels. The place felt vast, silent, and deeply unnerving. Every scrape of their shoes echoed. Shadows danced and shifted at the edge of the flashlight beam, making the stacks of crates look like sleeping giants. Feels like a tomb, Leo whispered, his voice tight. He kept glancing around, his hand instinctively going to the empty holster again. Focus, Leo, Danny muttered. Aisle 4. They navigated the narrow passage, the crates looming over them. Danny counted the units, his flashlight beam picking out the stenciled numbers. C41, C42, C43. Finally, C44. It wasn't a vault like a bank vault. It was another crate, larger than most, maybe 8 feet tall and 10 feet wide, constructed of thick, reinforced plywood banded with steel. It looked solid, anonymous, just like all the others, except for a small, newly installed electronic keypad near the bottom right corner. No handle, no visible hinges. "This is it?" Leo asked doubtfully. "Looks like all the others." "Keypad's new," Danny pointed out. "Maxine said our friend prepped it." He knelt, aiming the flashlight at the keypad, then consulted the instructions one last time. Access code 163801. Panel releases downward. He punched in the numbers. Each beep sounded like a gunshot in the silence. After the last digit, a faint click echoed from within the crate. Then, with a low hydraulic hiss, the entire front panel, the section with the keypad, began to tilt outwards from the top, lowering slowly, silently, until it rested flat on the concrete floor, acting as a ramp into the dark interior. Danny shone his light inside. It wasn't just a crate, it was a custom-built, climate-controlled storage unit. Insulated walls, a faint hum from some kind of internal regulator. And there they were. Leaning carefully against padded supports, wrapped in protective Tvec sheeting, were the paintings. 13 distinct shapes. Even shrouded, some were recognizable by their size and form. Danny's breath caught. It was real. The Gardner paintings. Right here, in a glorified wooden box in some anonymous warehouse basement. Leo let out a low whistle. "Holy!" "Keep it down," Danny hissed, but he felt it too. A strange mix of awe and pure, unadulterated greed. $500 million worth of art, right there for the taking. "Okay, plan," Danny said, forcing himself back to the task. Maxine gave us the list, the order. Specific handling instructions for each piece. We got the carrying cases. He gestured to the 2 large, flat, heavily padded portfolio cases they'd brought down in the elevator, supplied by Maxine. Lightweight but rigid. Rembrandt Seascape first. "It's the biggest. Needs both of us." He directed the flashlight beam towards the largest wrapped shape. Carefully, they stepped onto the lowered panel and into the vault. Inside, the air was cool and dry. Danny gently peeled back a corner of the Tvec, covering the big Rembrandt. Just a glimpse of dark canvas, a flash of painted fury, the storm, the boat, the terrified disciples. He quickly covered it again. No time to gawk. "Handles are built into the frame's protective casing," Danny recalled from the instructions. "Lift straight up evenly. No tilting." They positioned themselves on either side. Danny counted to 3. They lifted. It was heavier than he expected, solid, dense with age and genius and history. And probably a very heavy frame under the wrapping. They shuffled backwards awkwardly out of the vault, carrying the painting like pallbearers. "Okay, easy," Danny grunted, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. Into the case. They managed to slide the Rembrandt into the larger of the 2 portfolio cases. It fit snugly. Danny zipped it shut, his fingers trembling slightly. 1 down. 12 to go. Next was the Vermeer, the concert. Smaller, but no less intimidating. Danny handled that one himself, sliding it carefully into the second case. Then the Manet, Chez Tortoni. Then the Degas sketches, lighter, easier to handle, but Danny felt their fragility, the decades whispering from the paper even through the protective layers. He found himself holding his breath as he moved them. Leo worked mostly in silence now, his earlier panic seemingly replaced by a kind of numb focus. He unwrapped the finial, the bronze eagle from the top of the Napoleonic silk flagstaff, the only non-painting object on the list, handling it with surprising care, placing it in a padded bag Maxine had also provided. He then helped Danny maneuver a Govert Flink landscape into the case alongside the Vermeer. They developed a rhythm. Locate the piece on the checklist Maxine provided. Each wrapped item had a small, numbered tag corresponding to the list. Carefully lift, carry it the few steps to the portfolio cases, slide it in, secure it. Repeat. The initial awe faded, replaced by the tense concentration of the task. They were removal men now, handling fragile goods under extreme pressure. The cop uniforms felt increasingly absurd, hot and itchy. Checklist: Rembrandt check. Vermeer check. Manet check. Flink check. Degas sketches, 5 of them, check. Chinese beaker check. Eagle finial check. 2 more paintings, a small Rembrandt self-portrait and a landscape attributed to the Rembrandt school. Where? Danny shone his light around the now nearly empty vault. Tucked in the back corner, almost hidden behind a padded support, were the last 2 smaller frames. He retrieved the self-portrait first, sliding it carefully into a remaining slot in the second portfolio. Then the last landscape. He did a final sweep with the flashlight. Empty. 13 items accounted for. Both portfolio cases were full, but zipped shut cleanly. The padded bag held the eagle finial. That's it, Danny breathed. That's everything. He checked his watch. 22 minutes since they'd opened the vault. Faster than he'd expected. Maybe too fast. Let's get the hell out, Leo muttered, picking up the portfolio case containing the Vermeer and the Flink. It looked bulky, but not impossibly heavy. Danny hefted the other case, the one with the big Rembrandt seascape. It was heavier, more awkward. He slung the bag with the finial over his shoulder. Okay. Same way we came in. No mistakes now. He backed out of the vault. Leo waited until Danny was clear, then reached inside and pressed a small button on the interior wall, just as the instructions dictated. With another hydraulic hiss, the front panel slowly began to rise, closing the vault, becoming just another anonymous crate face once more. A final click echoed as it sealed. Like they were never there. Danny shone his light on the keypad. Still dark. No alarms. No flashing lights. Clean, Leo whispered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Not yet, Danny said. Elevator. Corridor. Out the door. Back to the car. Then it's clean. They carried the cases back towards the waiting elevator cage, their steps quicker now, fueled by adrenaline and the desperate urge to be gone. The weight of the portfolio cases felt immense, not just physically but metaphorically. They were carrying $500 million in stolen history, wrapped in canvas and Tvec. They loaded the cases into the elevator, Danny hitting the up button. The cage shuddered, groaned, and began its slow ascent back towards the main corridor. Back towards the flickering lights, the silent cameras, the 2 steel doors, and the rainy street outside. Vanish into the night, Maxine had said. It seemed, almost unbelievably, like they might actually pull it off. All seems clean. For now. Chapter 8. The safe house wasn't a house. It was a 3rd-floor apartment above a laundromat in Revere, smelling faintly of bleach and somebody else's stale cooking. Beige walls, beige carpet worn thin in front of the lumpy beige sofa, a formica table with 2 mismatched chairs in the kitchenette alcove. Anonymous. Disposable. Utterly depressing. Maxine, via a text message that vanished 60 seconds after Danny read it, had called it low-profile accommodations. Danny called it purgatory, with bad plumbing. They'd been holed up for 36 hours, ever since the nerve-wracking drive back from the Seaport District. Dumping the Crown Vic near Logan as instructed, catching a pre-arranged anonymous cab Maxine had somehow organized, clutching the 2 heavy portfolio cases like grim secrets. Now the cases leaned against the wall under the apartment's single grime-streaked window, silent, bulky reminders of what they'd done. $500 million in art, propped up next to a wobbly floor lamp with a stained shade. Danny was sprawled on the sofa, sock feet up on the scarred coffee table, flipping through the Boston Herald. A half-eaten container of greasy takeout lo mein sat beside him. He had a smug, self-satisfied look on his face that made Leo nervous. "Would you look at this?" Danny said, grinning, holding up the paper. The headline screamed, "Gardner Ghost Strike Again. Priceless Art Vanishes from Secret Location." Below it, a grainy security photo of the Global Secure Logistics Building. They don't know shit. Secret location. Authorities baffled. "We baffled them, Leo." Leo, perched nervously on one of the kitchen chairs, peeling the label off a bottle of beer he didn't seem to be drinking, just looked worried. "They know the location, Danny. That picture. That's the building we walked into." "Yeah, and?" Danny tossed the paper aside. "They don't know how. They don't know who. No witnesses. No alarms tripped, least none they're admitting to. Our friend, whoever he is, covered the tracks on the inside. Maxine handled the getaway. Clean, Leo. Just like she promised. Clean." He leaned back, linking his hands behind his head. $10 million. Can you believe it? I'm thinking Costa Rica. Or maybe Thailand. Someplace warm with beaches where nobody asks questions and the beer is cheap. "I'm thinking maybe we should get out of Boston," Leo muttered, shredding the beer label into tiny pieces. "This place," he gestured around the drab apartment, "feels like a cage. And every time I hear a siren, I jump out of my skin." Danny snorted. "You always jump out of your skin. Relax. We did it. Pulled off the biggest goddamn score since the original Gardner job. Bigger, maybe, 'cause we got all of it. We're legends, pal." "We're fugitives, Danny," Leo corrected grimly. "Hiding out in a Fleabag apartment, waiting for some ghost broker lady to tell us what to do next, while the whole world is looking for 13 priceless paintings." He picked up the remote, flicked on the small, staticky television on a particle board stand. A local news anchor filled the screen, her expression grave. Still no leads in the audacious theft that has stunned the art world and baffled investigators. Sources say the collection, including Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee and Vermeer's The Concert, stolen from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in 1990 and missing for over 3 decades, vanished sometime late Friday night from a secure storage facility in the Seaport District. "See," Danny said, gesturing triumphantly with a greasy egg roll. "Baffled. They got nothing." While police sources remain tight-lipped, the anchor continued, FBI profilers are suggesting the perpetrators display a high degree of sophistication and planning, possibly indicating an international art theft ring. Sophistication? Leo scoffed nervously. "That ain't us, Danny. We're the guys who tried to sell Murray a Taiwanese locket." "Hey, we followed the plan," Danny insisted. "Maxine's plan. She's the sophistication. We're the executioners." He liked the sound of that. Sounded tough. Professional. Security experts are questioning how the facility's state-of-the-art systems were bypassed without triggering any alarms, the anchor droned on. Speculation centers on inside knowledge, possibly linked to. The screen cut to a talking head, some security consultant with slicked-back hair and an expensive suit. "This level of precision points towards meticulous planning," the expert opined. "The perpetrators knew the facility's vulnerabilities, the exact location of the specific target items, and the precise window of opportunity. This wasn't a smash and grab, this was a surgical strike." Danny grinned again, puffing out his chest slightly. "Surgical strike. Hear that, Leo?" Leo wasn't listening. He was staring intently at the screen, his brow furrowed. "Wait," he said. "Go back. Did you hear what she said before? About the security systems?" "Yeah, bypassed," Danny said dismissively. "Our friend." "No," she said, without triggering any alarms. "But what about?" Leo trailed off, thinking. "The fire door. In the corridor, upstairs. Remember? When we came back up with the cases, just before we got to the elevator. Danny frowned. What fire door? The one halfway down the main hall. When we were coming back from the vault, lugging the paintings. I bumped into it, remember? With the edge of the case. It popped open a crack. I pulled it shut real quick. Danny vaguely recalled it. Leo stumbling slightly with the heavy case, bumping the wall. He hadn't thought anything of it. So, you pulled it shut. Yeah, but those things usually have sensors, right? Leo persisted, leaning forward now, the beer forgotten. Tamper alarms? Or they signal somewhere, if they're opened outside of an emergency? Even if the cameras were off, maybe that door. You pulled it shut, Danny repeated firmly, maybe a little too loudly. He didn't like where this was going. Didn't like the cold prickle of doubt Leo's words stirred. It was dark. Confusing. You probably imagined it. Everything's fine. Clean. Maybe, Leo said, but he didn't sound convinced. He picked nervously at a loose thread on the arm of his chair. It feels too easy, Danny. $500 million in art, and we just walk out. No hitches. No alarms. It ain't right. It's $10 million right is what it is, Danny snapped, his good mood evaporating. Stop looking for ghosts, Leo. We planned it, we did it, we got away clean. End of story. Now we just lay low, wait for Maxine to arrange the handover, collect our money, and disappear. He grabbed another egg roll, biting into it savagely. Leo subsided, retreating into a worried silence, staring blankly at the television where the news had moved on to a segment about traffic delays on the expressway. But his anxiety hung in the air, thick and cloying as the smell of stale Chinese food. Danny tried to ignore it, tried to recapture the smug satisfaction he'd felt just moments before. Legends. Surgical strike. But Leo's worry was infectious. That damn fire door. Did Leo really bump it open? Did it have a silent alarm? Could something so small, so stupid, unravel the whole thing? He pushed the thought away. Maxine had planned it. Maxine had assured them it was clean. Their friend on the inside had handled the systems. It was fine. It had to be fine. He glanced at the portfolio cases, leaning against the wall. They looked different now. Less like treasure chests, more like time bombs. He suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. Maybe Leo was right. Maybe they should get out of Boston. Get away from the news reports, the sirens, the constant gnawing possibility that clean wasn't nearly clean enough. But they couldn't. Not yet. They had to wait for Maxine. Wait for the handover. Wait for the money. Trapped in a beige purgatory, surrounded by ghosts and masterpieces, with nothing to do but watch the news and worry. Danny suddenly didn't feel so cocky anymore. He just felt trapped. Chapter 9. The knock on the door wasn't timid. It was 3 hard raps, sharp and authoritative, like someone knew exactly who was inside and wasn't asking politely. Danny froze, halfway between the lumpy sofa and the kitchenette, a stale Pringle halfway to his mouth. Leo, who'd been trying to read the same page of a damp, discarded copy of the Globe for the past hour, jumped like he'd been goosed, dropping the newspaper. They looked at each other, panic flaring in Leo's eyes, a sudden cold dread pooling in Danny's stomach. They weren't expecting anyone. Maxine's instructions were clear. Lay low, stay inside, wait for contact on the burner phone. No visitors. No exceptions. The knock came again, harder this time. Rap. 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 Impatient. Who is it? Danny called out, trying to sound annoyed, like a regular tenant being disturbed instead of terrified. His voice cracked slightly. No answer. Just silence. Then, the distinct sound of a key sliding into the lock. Danny's blood ran cold. A key. How the hell? He looked wildly around the small apartment. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The portfolio cases, containing $500 million in art, leaned against the far wall like giant, incriminating tombstones. The lock cylinder turned with a well-oiled click. The door swung open. 2 men stood there. They weren't cops. They weren't FBI. They didn't look like Maxine. They looked like trouble carved out of granite and dressed in expensive dark suits that probably cost more than Danny's bail would if he ever got caught. The first guy was big, built like a brick wall with shoulders that strained the seams of his jacket. Thick neck, close-cropped dark hair, a face that looked like it had stopped a few too many punches, maybe delivered a few more. His eyes were flat, dark, and missed nothing as they scanned the room, pausing for a fraction of a second on the portfolio cases before settling on Danny, then Leo. He didn't smile. He looked like he'd forgotten how. The second guy was smaller, wiry, almost dapper in a reptilian sort of way. Slicked back hair showing threads of gray at the temples, sharp features, pale skin. He wore thin leather gloves despite it being mild outside. He had a small, almost prim smile on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were like chips of ice, alert and amused, taking in the cheap apartment, Danny and Leo's obvious fear with a kind of detached interest. He held the key loosely in his gloved hand, dangling it slightly. Danny Doyle. Leo Parisi? The smaller, wiry one asked, his voice surprisingly soft, almost pleasant. It made him seem even more dangerous than the big one. Don't bother answering. We know who you are. He stepped inside, the big guy following, filling the doorway. The wiry one closed the door gently behind them, the click echoing in the sudden, thick silence. Who the hell are you? Danny stammered, trying to find his footing, trying to project an authority he didn't feel. What do you want? The wiry man tut-tutted, shaking his head slightly, still smiling that icy smile. Manners, manners. Where are our manners, Frankie? He gestured towards the big man, who remained silent, his arms crossed, looking utterly immovable. Allow me to introduce us. My associate is Frankie. You may call me Mr. Russo. He made a small, almost mocking bow. We represent certain interested parties. Specifically, Mr. Luca Carboni. The name hit Danny like a physical blow. Luca Carboni. North End. Old school Mafia. Not just some button man, but serious weight. Connected. Ruthless. The kind of guy who didn't make requests, he made demands. The kind of guy Sal Malucci probably answered to, directly or indirectly. How did he know about them? About the heist? Leo looked like he was about to faint. He gripped the back of the kitchen chair, his knuckles white. Mr. Carboni, Russo continued smoothly, strolling casually further into the room, his gaze flicking again towards the portfolio cases, takes a keen interest in significant business transactions conducted within his sphere of influence, especially transactions involving items of considerable value. He stopped near the cases, tilted his head. Such as, for example, 13 masterpieces recently relocated from a storage facility down by the docks. Danny felt the floor drop out from under him. They knew. Not just that the heist happened, but that they had the paintings. Right here. How? Maxine. The inside man? Mikey the rat, singing like a canary. I don't know what you're talking about, Danny said, the lie sounding pathetic even to his own ears. Russo chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. Please, Mr. Doyle. Let's not insult each other's intelligence. It's tiresome. He gestured towards the cases again. Mr. Carboni was quite distressed to learn that such a significant enterprise was undertaken on his turf without prior consultation, without the proper arrangements being made. Frankie, the big guy, took a step forward, cracking his knuckles. The sound was like ice breaking. Leo flinched violently. Look, Danny said quickly, holding up his hands, trying to keep Frankie from advancing further. There's been a mistake. We were hired by someone else. A broker. Maxine. Ah, Maxine, Russo said, nodding thoughtfully. Yes, we're aware of the elusive Maxine. A facilitator. Competent, in her way. But ultimately, irrelevant. He took another step closer, his voice dropping, losing its pleasant veneer, replaced by cold steel. What is relevant is that the merchandise currently resides in this rather depressing apartment. And that apartment, that storage facility, this entire city falls under Mr. Carboni's purview. Therefore, the merchandise, he tapped one of the portfolio cases lightly with a gloved finger, belongs to him. Belongs. Danny echoed stupidly. What are you talking about? We stole it. We risked everything. You performed a service, Russo corrected coolly. A delivery service. On Mr. Carboni's territory. He appreciates your initiative, truly. But possession is, as they say, 9/10 of the law. And Mr. Carboni, his smile tightened, effectively is the law in certain circles. She promised us 10 million, Leo suddenly blurted out, his voice high with panic. Maxine. She promised us 10 million for the job. Russo turned his icy gaze on Leo, who shrank back. Did she now? 10 million. He chuckled again. Ambitious. And rather insulting to Mr. Carboni, wouldn't you agree, Frankie? Frankie just grunted, his eyes fixed on Danny. Considering the item's true value, and the flagrant disregard for protocol. This is bullshit. Danny suddenly flared, desperation making him reckless. You can't just walk in here, and... Frankie moved then. Fast. Faster than a man that big should move. He closed the distance between them in 2 quick strides, grabbed the front of Danny's shirt, bunching the cheap fabric in one massive fist, and slammed him back against the wall. Hard. Danny's head hit the dry wall with a sickening thud, making his vision swim. Air whooshed out of his lungs. Danny. Leo cried out. Russo held up a gloved hand, stopping Leo in his tracks. Easy, Mr. Parisi. Let Frankie impress upon your associate the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Carboni dislikes vulgarity. And he despises disrespect. Frankie leaned in close, his breath smelling faintly of garlic and menace. His grip tightened, lifting Danny slightly off his feet. Mr. Carboni, Frankie growled, his voice like rocks grinding together, gets what he wants. Understand? Danny, gasping for breath, could only nod, his brief flare of defiance extinguished by raw fear and the lack of oxygen. Frankie held him there a moment longer, then shoved him away. Danny stumbled, collapsing onto the sofa, clutching his chest, trying to suck air back into his lungs. Russo watched him dispassionately. Now, he said, turning his attention back to the portfolio cases. As I was saying, Mr. Carboni claims ownership. He expects the merchandise to be transferred to his representatives. Immediately. Immediately. Danny coughed, his voice hoarse. We can't. We have to wait for Maxine. The handover. Maxine is no longer part of the equation, Russo stated flatly. Consider her contract null and void. Your new arrangement is with Mr. Carboni. And he is not known for his patience. He checked his watch, a slim, expensive timepiece. Frankie and I will return in, he paused, calculating, let's say 12 hours. Midnight tonight. We expect you to have the merchandise ready for transport. No excuses. No delays. And his eyes hardened. No attempts to contact Maxine or anyone else. We'll be watching. Understand? Danny looked at Frankie, standing impassively by the door. He looked at Russo's cold, smiling face. He looked at the portfolio cases, which suddenly felt like anchors dragging them down into Luca Carboni's world. 12 hours. Yeah, Danny croaked. We understand. Excellent, Russo said, his pleasant demeanor returning instantly. We appreciate your cooperation. He nodded to Frankie. They turned, opened the door, and stepped back out into the hallway as silently as they had appeared. Russo paused in the doorway, turning back for a final word, dangling the key again. "Oh, and Mr. Doyle." "Mr. Parisi," he said, his voice soft. "Don't even think about leaving this apartment. We wouldn't want you to get lost." The icy smile flickered one last time. Then he pulled the door shut, the lock clicking firmly into place, leaving Danny and Leo alone again in the suffocating silence of the beige room, the faint smell of bleach now mixing with the palpable odor of pure, unadulterated fear. They weren't just fugitives anymore. They were pawns in a game run by players far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. Chapter 10. The click of the lock settling back into place echoed in the beige room like a judge's gavel. 12 hours. Midnight. Luca Carboni's men were coming back for the paintings. And they had a key. For a long moment, Danny and Leo just stood there, frozen in the aftermath of the visit. The faint smell of Mr. Russo's expensive cologne seemed to hang in the air, mocking the apartment's cheapness. Frankie's phantom grip still felt tight on Danny's shirt. Leo broke first. He let out a strangled noise, somewhere between a sob and a gasp, and sank onto one of the flimsy kitchen chairs, burying his face in his hands. "We're dead," he mumbled into his palms. "Oh God, Danny, we're dead." Danny, still leaning against the wall where Frankie had slammed him, trying to catch his breath, pushed himself upright. His head throbbed. His ribs ached. But fear was quickly being overtaken by a frantic, cornered animal energy. Dead. Maybe. But not without trying something. "Shut up, Leo. We're not dead yet." "They know, Danny. They know everything. They got a key." "How'd they get a key?" Leo looked up, his face pale and slick with sweat. "Maxine. Had to be her. She set us up. Sold us out to the damn Mafia." "Maybe," Danny conceded, his mind racing. It fit. The smooth broker disappears, the heavy hitters show up. Classic double cross. Jackie Finnegan's warning echoed again. Betrayal will get you buried. Or maybe they got to her. Maybe she didn't have a choice. He pulled out the burner phone Maxine had given them. He flipped it open. Dialed the only number programmed in it, hers. He held it to his ear, listening intently. Nothing. No ringtone. Just dead air. He tried again. Same result. Either the phone was dead, the number was disconnected, or something else. "Anything?" Leo asked anxiously. Danny tossed the useless phone onto the table. Dead. Or she's not answering. Or maybe Russo was right, she's no longer part of the equation. He ran a hand through his hair, agitated. Okay, think. 12 hours. Midnight. He looked at the two portfolio cases, leaning against the wall. They seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. "We can't just hand them over." "Why not?" Leo asked, his voice trembling. "Give them the paintings, maybe they let us walk. Maybe Carboni just wants the art, not." He couldn't finish the sentence. "You think Luca Carboni lets witnesses walk away from a $500 million score?" Danny shot back. "Guys like that don't leave loose ends, Leo. Especially loose ends who know what he just acquired. Handing over the paintings is just signing our death warrant 12 hours early." "So what do we do?" Leo cried, desperation cracking his voice. "Fight him." Frankie looked like he could tear this building down with his bare hands. "No, we don't fight him," Danny said, pacing the small room like a caged tiger. "We don't hand over the art. We need leverage. We need to buy time. We need to figure out what the hell is going on." He stopped, staring at the paintings. "First thing, we gotta hide these things. They can't find them here when they come back at midnight." Leo looked around the bare, depressing apartment. "Hide them. Hide them." He gestured wildly at the bulky cases. "Where?" "Shove 'em under the lumpy sofa." Stick 'em in the oven. Danny, we're talking about 13 paintings, one of them the size of a damn tabletop. Danny followed Leo's gaze, scanning the room. Leo was right. It was absurd. Where do you hide international art treasures? In a furnished rental, where the only furniture looked like it came from a motel liquidation sale. The closet was tiny, already half full of cleaning supplies left by the landlord. Under the beds. Too obvious. The kitchenette? Ridiculous. Think, Leo, think. Danny urged, rapping his knuckles against his own temple. There's gotta be somewhere. He walked over to the window, peered through the grimy glass down at the laundromat below, the street beyond. Russo said they were being watched. Trying to move the art out of the apartment was probably suicide. It had to be somewhere in here. He looked up. Ceiling tiles. Cheap acoustic drop ceiling tiles, common in crappy apartments and offices. Could they? He dragged one of the wobbly kitchen chairs over, climbed onto it carefully, and pushed up one of the lightweight tiles near the center of the room. A dark, dusty space gaped above, crisscrossed with wiring and maybe some plumbing. The ceiling? Leo asked doubtfully, watching him. Seriously? Where else? Danny grunted, pushing another tile aside, peering into the gloom. It's not much space, but maybe if we take them out of the cases. Take them out of the cases? Leo looked horrified. Danny, they're priceless. Fragile. We take them out, shove them up there with the dust bunnies and rat droppings. It's either dust bunnies or Luca Carboni's garbage disposal. Danny snapped back. What choice do we have? He climbed down. Okay, new plan. We take the paintings out. Wrap them carefully in, I don't know, bed sheets? We stash them above the ceiling tiles. Distribute the weight. Put the empty cases somewhere obvious, maybe the closet. Russo and Frankie come back. They search the place, find the empty cases, think we panicked and move the art already. Buys us time. Buys us time for what? Leo asked miserably. For them to get really pissed off and start breaking things. Like our bones. Buys us time to figure something out. Danny insisted, though he had no idea what that something might be. Right now, surviving past midnight felt like a victory. He started towards the portfolio cases. Come on, help me. Reluctantly, Leo joined him. Kneeling on the thin carpet, they carefully unzipped the first case, the one holding the big Rembrandt seascape. Danny paused, feeling a tremor of fear that had nothing to do with the Mafia. Handling these things felt like sacrilege. He gently pulled back the protective Tvec sheet. The dark, churning sea, the tiny figures battling the waves, it seemed to suck the light out of the room. Okay, Danny whispered. Easy now. Working together, their hands shaking, they slid the massive painting out of its padded slot. It felt impossibly large and vulnerable out of the case. Danny quickly stripped the thin, beige blanket off one of the beds. Wrap it, he instructed. They clumsily bundled the Rembrandt in the cheap blanket. Then they tackled the second case, removing the Vermeer, the Flink, the Manet, the smaller Rembrandt, the other landscape, wrapping each one carefully, if awkwardly, in the remaining bedsheet and a couple of threadbare towels from the bathroom. The 5 Degas sketches and the Chinese beaker presented another problem. Too small and delicate to just shove up into the ceiling crawlspace. What about these? Leo asked, holding one of the wrapped sketches like it might disintegrate in his hands. Danny looked around frantically. His eyes landed on the cheap particle board television stand. It had a hollow space behind the flimsy backing panel. There, he said. Pry the back off the TV stand. We can stash the small stuff in there. Using a butter knife from the kitchenette drawer, Danny managed to pry the thin cardboard backing off the TV stand. They carefully slid the wrapped Degas sketches and the beaker into the cavity behind where the TV sat, then loosely tacked the backing into place. It wouldn't fool a real search, but maybe it would pass a quick, angry once-over. Now for the ceiling. Danny climbed back onto the chair, Leo handing him the blanket-wrapped Rembrandt first. It was heavy, awkward. Danny strained, grunting, trying to slide it carefully onto the narrow metal struts above the ceiling grid. Dust showered down onto his face. "Don't drop it," Leo hissed from below. "I'm trying not to," Danny grunted back. He managed to get it balanced across two of the struts. Then came the sheet-wrapped Vermeer and Manet bundle, then the others. He distributed them as best he could, hoping the flimsy grid wouldn't collapse under the weight of centuries of art history. Finally, sweating and covered in dust, he replaced the ceiling tiles, trying to make them look undisturbed. He climbed down, brushing dust off his clothes. He looked around the room. The empty portfolio cases lay open on the floor. The bed was stripped bare. The TV stand looked normal, unless you looked closely. The ceiling, well, maybe a couple of the tiles weren't perfectly flush, but perhaps Russo and Frankie wouldn't be looking up. "Okay," Danny said, breathing heavily. "That's phase one." He dragged the empty portfolio cases to the small closet and shoved them inside, tossing the protective Tvec sheets in after them. He closed the door. "Phase two?" Leo asked bleakly. "What's phase two?" "Praying." Danny looked at the clock on the microwave. 4:37 p.m. 7 hours and change until midnight. 7 hours to come up with a miracle. Maxine was gone. Luca Carboni was coming. And $500 million in stolen art was currently residing above their heads in the world's most valuable and probably most precarious attic stash. "Phase two," Danny said grimly, "is we try not to get killed before phase three." He had no idea what phase three was, but he knew one thing for sure: the fun and games were definitely over. Suspicion wasn't just brewing. It had boiled over, leaving them scalded and desperate. Chapter 11. Maxine Dubois, or whatever name she was using this week. She found Dubois had a certain cool, continental detachment appropriate for her current venture, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the sleek corporate apartment overlooking Boston Harbor. Not the Copley Plaza, too public. Not some Revere safe house, too squalid. This place was anonymous luxury, paid for 6 months in advance via a shell corporation based in Cyprus. Minimalist furniture, abstract art on the walls that was probably worth more than the 2 grifters she'd hired would earn in a lifetime, before taxes anyway, and a killer view of the twinkling city lights reflected on the dark water. She held a crystal tumbler half filled with amber liquid, Lagavulin, neat. She wasn't celebrating, not yet. But she allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. Stage 1 was complete. Doyle and Parisi, bless their desperate little hearts, had actually done it. The news reports were flooding the airwaves, frantic and speculative. 13 masterpieces vanished again. Authorities baffled. Surgical precision. She almost smiled. Her planning, her contact, her selection of the right kind of disposable, motivated pawns, it had worked. Flawlessly. Almost flawlessly. The news reports mentioned the targeted building, Global Secure Logistics. That was unexpected, sloppy. How did they know the locations so quickly? She'd have to look into that. And then, there was the matter of Luca Carboni. Her sources whispered he was displeased. Stirring. That was a potential complication she hadn't fully anticipated, or perhaps hadn't given enough weight. Luca had his fingers in many pies, but fine art wasn't usually his flavor. Still, territory was territory. She'd assumed the temporary, discreet nature of the storage wouldn't attract his attention. Perhaps she'd underestimated his reach or his informants. She took a slow sip of the scotch. Carboni was manageable, probably. A negotiation, a percentage, smoothed things over with his type. He wanted money, respect. Predictable. She could handle predictable. The encrypted phone on the glass coffee table buzzed, a low, insistent thrum. Not the burner she used for Doyle and Parisi, That one was currently switched off, its battery removed. This was a different line, reserved for a select few contacts. The display showed only a scrambled alphanumeric string. Maxine picked it up, her expression carefully neutral. Yes. The charioteer of Delphi, a man's voice said, smooth, cultured, with a faint, unplaceable European accent. It was their agreed-upon code phrase. Has lost a wheel, Maxine replied, completing the countersign, though a flicker of irritation passed through her. This wasn't a scheduled contact. Indeed, the voice purred, and seems to be careening rather spectacularly through the news cycle. Congratulations are perhaps in order. Or condolences? Maxine felt a prickle of unease. To what do I owe the unscheduled pleasure, Victor? Victor Dupree. Interpol. Art Crime Division. Officially, one of the good guys chasing the bad guys like her. Unofficially, Victor was an opportunist with expensive tastes, flexible ethics, and an uncanny ability to be wherever valuable things were changing hands under questionable circumstances. He was a complication she had anticipated eventually. Just not quite this soon. Pleasure is relative, wouldn't you agree, Maxine? Dupree's voice held a hint of amusement. I find myself in Boston. A surprising confluence of events, you might say. The Gardner paintings reappear, only to vanish again. Fascinating. One might almost suspect coordination. One might suspect many things, Maxine said coolly. Are you calling with official Interpol business, or is this social? Let's call it professional curiosity, Dupree said. I happen to be downstairs. Perhaps we could discuss this fascinating confluence over a drink. Your treat, naturally. My per diem doesn't quite stretch to hotel bars of this caliber. Maxine's eyes narrowed. Downstairs? How did he know where she was? This apartment was sterile, booked through layers of obfuscation. Unless he hadn't found her but had simply been tracking her movements since she arrived in Boston. That was more like Victor. Patient. Thorough. Dangerous. Running was pointless. He'd find her, eventually. Better to face him now, control the narrative. Give me 10 minutes, she said, and disconnected without waiting for a reply. She quickly checked her appearance in a mirror. Composed. Controlled. She refreshed her lipstick, smoothed her already immaculate pantsuit. She considered retrieving the small .380 automatic tucked away in her briefcase but decided against it. Victor wasn't Frankie the Fist. His weapons were information, leverage, bureaucratic entanglement. Exactly 10 minutes later, her intercom buzzed. She let him up. Victor Dupree was handsome, in a way that seemed precision-engineered for international intrigue. Tall, lean, silver hair swept back from a high forehead, piercing blue eyes, and a tailored suit that probably cost more than Danny Doyle's entire wardrobe. He carried a slim, leather attaché case. He stepped into the apartment, his eyes taking everything in with a quick practice scan. The view, the art, the scotch bottle on the side table. Charming, he remarked, giving Maxine a smile that was all polished teeth and zero warmth. A definite step up from that dreadful little café in Marseille where we last crossed paths. My circumstances improve, Maxine said evenly, closing the door. Scotch. Please, Dupree said, settling uninvited onto the plush sofa opposite where Danny had sprawled in the Rivier's safe house. He placed his attaché case beside him. Maxine poured him a generous measure of the Lagavulin, handed it to him. She remained standing, preferring the slight advantage in height. All right, Victor. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. What do you want? Dupree took a sip of the scotch, savoring it. Always direct, Maxine. It's one of the things I admire about you. He leaned back, crossing his legs. What I want is clarification. Interpol has been hunting the Gardner paintings for 3 decades. Suddenly, they surface, or intelligence suggests they were about to, only to be whisked away again in a remarkably professional heist from a secure facility. A facility, I might add, whose security protocols were, shall we say, conveniently compromised. Maxine met his gaze coolly. Fascinating, as you said. But what makes you think I'm involved? Dupree chuckled softly. Please, Maxine. Your fingerprints aren't literally on the scene, perhaps. But your signature? It's all over this. The careful planning, the exploitation of inside knowledge, the immediate disappearance of the assets into the black market ether, or preparation for such. It has your distinct style. Plus, he paused, taking another sip, certain informants mentioned a facilitator fitting your description putting together a crew. Small-time locals, I believe. Desperate, deniable. Maxine didn't flinch. Let him think he knew everything. Informants say many things. Usually what they think the listener wants to hear, especially when the listener is waiving Interpol expense money. Perhaps, Dupree conceded. But the pieces fit rather neatly. And my superiors are agitated. High-profile case like this, unsolved for so long, then this embarrassment. They want results. Heads may roll if those paintings aren't recovered. He looked pointedly at Maxine. Or, at the very least, if those responsible aren't brought to justice. And you think I'm responsible? I think you know who is responsible, Dupree corrected smoothly. I think you orchestrated the recovery. And I think you know where those 13 lovely, extremely valuable items are right now. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. Which puts you in a difficult position. Luca Carboni is also asking questions, I hear. Forcefully. And then there's me. Interpol. International warrants. Extradition treaties. He let the threats hang in the air. Maxine remained silent, calculating. Carboni was a physical threat. Dupree was an institutional one, potentially more damaging in the long run. Exposure would ruin her carefully constructed network, burn her contacts and her career. What do you propose, Victor? She asked finally, her voice level. Dupree smiled, sensing victory. Cooperation. You want those paintings sold quietly, profitably. I want, well, let's just say Interpol achieving a partial recovery would reflect very well on certain ambitious agents. A few less critical pieces returned, perhaps. Enough to satisfy the politicians and the press. The major works. Well, sometimes valuable items remain regrettably lost. Especially when their recovery might inconvenience powerful people. He raised an eyebrow meaningfully. You want a cut, Maxine stated flatly. Not a recovery for Interpol. A payday for Victor Dupree. Let's call it a consultancy fee, Dupree amended silkily. For ensuring the official investigation proceeds smoothly, encounters certain regrettable dead ends, and focuses on less productive avenues. Say 20% of the final sale price. A bargain, really, considering the alternative is having Interpol, the FBI, and possibly Mr. Carboni's associates breathing down your neck. 20%. On top of her own substantial commission, the inside man's share, and whatever tribute Carboni might eventually extort. This score was getting expensive. But Dupree was right about the alternative. Exposure was unacceptable. And my crew? Maxine asked. The deniable locals? Dupree waved a dismissive hand. Loose ends. They serve their purpose, they become a liability. If they were to be apprehended, well, that would provide a convenient resolution for the authorities, wouldn't it? Someone has to take the fall. Maxine felt a flicker of something. Not loyalty, certainly not pity, but perhaps professional distaste. Using patsies was one thing. Serving them up on a platter to someone like Dupree was another. Still, business was business. They know nothing beyond their role in the retrieval. Excellent, Dupree said. Simpler that way. Maxine walked back to the window, looking out at the harbor lights. She needed Dupree neutralized, or at least managed. Giving him a cut seemed the path of least resistance for now. But she wouldn't give him everything. And she certainly wouldn't give him Doyle and Parisi until she was finished with them. They might still prove useful. And there was the matter of the hidden clue she suspected might be within the collection. Something far more valuable than the paintings themselves, something Dupree definitely didn't need to know about. She turned back, her expression calm, decisive. 15%, Victor. And you guarantee no interference with the sale process and complete discretion regarding my alleged involvement. Your investigation focuses elsewhere. Dupree considered it for a moment, swirling the scotch in his glass. 15, he mused. Acceptable. Provided you keep me informed. No surprises, Maxine. You'll get your share, Victor, Maxine said coolly. And your plausible deniability. She held his gaze. But remember, surprises work both ways. Dupree smiled again, that cold, polished smile. He finished his scotch, stood up, and picked up his attaché case. I look forward to our continued collaboration, Maxine. He walked to the door. Do try not to get yourself killed by Mr. Carboni's people before our transaction concludes. It would complicate matters. He let himself out, leaving Maxine alone again in the quiet luxury of the apartment, the scent of expensive scotch now mingling with the distinct chill of corruption and betrayal. She had agreed, yes. But Victor Dupree had no idea what secrets she was still keeping. Chapter 12. The minutes crawled towards midnight like condemned men shuffling to the gallows. 7 hours had turned into 3, then 2, then less than 1. Danny and Leo hadn't found a miracle in the Beige Revere apartment. They'd paced. They'd argued in low, terrified whispers. They'd stared at the ceiling tiles, imagining $500 million in art sweating up there along with them. Leo had thrown up twice in the stained bathroom sink. Danny felt a knot of pure, icy dread tightening in his gut, squeezing out the frantic energy, leaving only a grim resignation. Russo and Frankie were coming back. And the paintings weren't going to be gift-wrapped for them. Maybe we should just run for it, Leo whispered for the 10th time, peering through a slit in the cheap vinyl blinds at the dark street below. Screw the paintings. Just try and get out. And go where? Danny shot back, slumped on the sofa, staring at the dead burner phone on the coffee table. Russo said they're watching. We step outside, we're dead before we hit the sidewalk. Besides, he added bitterly, leave the art. After all this, let Maxine and Carboni and whoever else just waltz off with it. He slammed a fist onto the coffee table, making the dead phone jump. No. There has to be something. Something she left. Something we missed. He started searching again, more frantically this time, pulling cushions off the sofa, checking under the chairs, running his hands along the cheap shelves in the closet. Leo joined in, listlessly opening and closing kitchen drawers filled with mismatched, greasy cutlery and takeout menus from places that probably closed down years ago. What are we even looking for? Leo asked despondently. I don't know. Danny snapped. A clue. A mistake. Anything. He yanked open the drawer beneath the microwave, the one holding the instruction sheets Maxine had initially provided. Just the typed sheets, the list of paintings, the address for Brooks Brothers. He crumpled one in frustration, then stopped. He smoothed it out again. Brooks Brothers. Newberry Street. The suits they'd bought felt like they were from another lifetime. He remembered the receipt. Maxine had told them to keep it. Why? He fished in his wallet, pulling out the folded rectangle of stiff paper. Brooks Brothers. 2 suits, shirts, ties, shoes. Paid in cash. $20,000 advance, spent partly on looking respectable for a job that had gone sideways faster than a greased pig on ice. He looked at the receipt again. Date, time, item numbers, and at the bottom, almost illegibly scribbled in pencil by the cashier, a note. Hold for M. Dubois pickup Thursday a.m. Ref. Atelier 7. Atelier 7. Danny read aloud, frowning. What the hell is Atelier 7? Leo peered over his shoulder. M. Dubois. That's her, right? Maxine. Yeah. Picking what up? We bought the suits. Danny thought back. The cashier had been busy, maybe slightly flustered by two guys like them paying cash for expensive suits. Maybe he'd mixed something up, written a note meant for another order on their receipt. Or maybe not. Maybe Maxine had other business at Brooks Brothers, or nearby. And what was Atelier 7? Atelier, Leo said slowly. Doesn't that mean like a workshop? An artist's studio? Danny's eyes narrowed. An art workshop? Reference number 7. Could it be where the paintings were being prepped? Not the final auction, but maybe where they were being examined, catalogued, readied for sale. It was thin, ridiculously thin. But it was something. More than they'd had 2 minutes ago. Okay, Danny said, a spark of desperate energy returning. New plan. We need to get out of here. Now. Before Russo and Frankie show up. Get out. Leo looked terrified. But they're watching. We use the back, Danny decided quickly. Laundromat downstairs. There has to be a back door, for deliveries or trash. We go down the fire escape. There's one outside the bathroom window, right? Slip through the laundromat, out the back alley. It's a risk, a huge risk. But staying here is certain death. And go where? To this atelier thing. Yeah, Danny said, grabbing his jacket. His cheap, worn jacket. The Brooks Brothers suit was hanging in the closet, a bitter joke. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a wild goose chase. But it's the only lead we got. If Maxine is there, if the paintings are there. He didn't finish. He didn't know what they'd do if they found her. But sitting here waiting for Frankie felt worse. Getting down the rusty fire escape in the dark without breaking their necks was step 1. Step 2 was jimmying the back door of the darkened laundromat, the smell of stale detergent thick in the air. Danny worked quickly, his old skills rusty but functional. The lock clicked open. They slipped inside, navigating between the silent machines like ghosts, and out the back door into a trash-strewn alley. No sirens. No shouts. No sign of Russo or Frankie. Maybe they'd gotten lucky. Or maybe their luck was just about to run out spectacularly. They half walked, half ran through back alleys and side streets until they hit the Revere Beach station, hopped on the blue line heading into the city. Every other passenger looked like a potential spotter. Every rumble of the train sounded like approaching doom. Danny found the address for Atelier 7 feet, using a quick search on a cheap smartphone he'd bought with some of the advance money. Not a fancy art gallery on Newberry Street, but a warehouse space in the Fort Point Channel area, not far from where they'd boosted the paintings in the first place. An industrial building, converted into lofts and studios. Getting there involved a nervous walk through deserted streets, past dark warehouses and trendy new condo buildings. The address led them to an old brick building, 6 stories high, buzzing faintly with generator noise. A discreet sign near the freight entrance read, Fort Point Studios. No mention of Atelier 7. Now what? Leo whispered, huddled in a dark doorway across the street. Ring the bell? No, Danny said, scanning the building. Lights were on in a few windows on the upper floors. The ground floor looked dark, except for one large window near the freight entrance, its blinds mostly drawn, but a sliver of bright white light escaped from the bottom. He pointed. There. That looks like a workshop. They crossed the street, sticking to the shadows, and crept towards the window. Danny put his eye to the crack below the blinds. His breath caught. It was a workshop. A large, brightly lit space. Easels stood scattered around. Tables were covered with tools, conservation supplies, magnifying lamps. And leaning against one wall, propped up on blocks, unframed, unwrapped, stark naked under the harsh lights, was Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee. Beside it, Vermeer's The Concert, Manet's Chez Tortoni. They were all there, or being processed there. And standing in the middle of the room, talking to a man in a lab coat who was carefully examining one of the Degas sketches under a lamp, was Maxine Dubois. She looked calm, controlled, pointing at something on the sketch, nodding as the man spoke. "She's here," Danny breathed, pulling back from the window. "She's here, and the paintings are here." The sheer audacity of it, hiding in plain sight, prepping the art for sale while they rotted in Revere, waiting for the mob. Rage, cold and sharp, surged through him. Before Leo could protest, Danny marched to the freight entrance door, found it unlocked, and pushed it open. He strode into the brightly lit studio. Maxine looked up, her eyes widening almost imperceptibly. The man in the lab coat froze, holding the fragile Degas sketch. "Fancy meeting you here," Danny said, his voice tight with fury. Leo hovered nervously in the doorway behind him. Maxine recovered instantly, her expression hardening into cool annoyance. "Doyle. Parisi. What is the meaning of this? You were instructed to remain at the safe house." "Funny thing about that," Danny shot back, advancing towards her. "We had visitors. Pair of gentlemen named Russo and Frankie. Sent by Luca Carboni. Said the paintings belonged to him now. Said they'd be back at midnight to collect. Ring any bells?" Maxine's face remained impassive, but Danny thought he saw a flicker of something in her eyes, calculation, maybe annoyance that her plans were being disrupted. "Mr. Carboni's enthusiasm is premature. A misunderstanding I am handling." "Handling?" Danny laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Looks more like you cut us loose. Fed us to the wolves. Was that the plan all along? We take the risk, you take the score, leave us holding the bag for the Mafia." "Your contribution was retrieval," Maxine said coolly, taking a step back, subtly positioning the man in the lab coat between them. "A task you completed. Your payment would have been arranged in due course." "Payment?" Leo squeaked from the doorway. "Russo said our contract was null and void. Said you were out." Maxine finally dropped the pretense, her voice turning sharp. "Circumstances change. Carboni became involved. And others." She glanced around the studio, at the priceless art surrounding them. "This requires a more delicate negotiation than originally anticipated." "Others?" Danny pressed. "Like who?" "Like maybe a crooked Interpol agent named Dupree." He saw it then, the brief flash of surprise quickly masked. She hadn't expected him to know about Dupree. Maybe Mikey the Rat had been talking to more than just Luca's people. Maxine's composure wavered for just a second. "You're out of your depth, Doyle. Meddling in things you don't understand." "Oh, I understand all right," Danny snarled. "I understand you played us. Used us. You're working with Carboni now, aren't you? And Dupree. Cutting deals, leaving us to twist." Maxine didn't deny it. She lifted her chin, a defiant glint in her eyes. "Carboni provides security. Dupree provides clearance. It's business." She gestured towards the paintings. "This art is worth far more than your paltry 10 million. It's being prepared for a private auction. Buyers are already lined up. An event you most certainly won't be attending." There it was. The double cross laid bare. She'd cut them out, teamed up with the cop and the mob boss, setting up an auction to cash in. Danny felt a strange mix of fury and something else. Vindication. At least now they knew. No more wondering, no more waiting in the dark. They knew exactly how screwed they were, and who screwed them. Knowing felt like a small, bitter victory in the face of overwhelming defeat. A false victory, maybe, because what could they do about it? They were standing in a warehouse studio, surrounded by stolen masterpieces, facing the woman who betrayed them, with Luca Carboni's deadline ticking just minutes away, and an Interpol agent waiting in the wings. But they knew. And they knew where the paintings were right now. That had to count for something, didn't it? Chapter 13. Maxine watched them go. Doyle dragging Parisi out of the studio like a sack of worried laundry, disappearing back into the Fort Point night. The door slammed shut, leaving an echoing silence broken only by the nervous breathing of the art restorer, who still clutched the degassed sketch like a shield. "Well," Maxine said coolly, smoothing her pantsuit. "That was inconvenient." The restorer, a fussy little man named Alpert with magnified glasses perched on his nose, looked rattled. "Should I call security? The police?" Maxine gave him a withering look. "Don't be absurd, Alpert. They're nobodies. Amateurs who got lucky." But even as she said it, a cold knot of calculation tightened within her. They weren't supposed to know about Dupree. They weren't supposed to find this place. They were supposed to be waiting patiently in Revere for Mr. Carboni's associates to collect them and the merchandise. Their little field trip complicated things. They knew too much. And loose ends, as Dupree had so helpfully pointed out, needed to be tied up. She pulled out her other burner phone, the one she used for truly sensitive calls. She dialed a number from memory. It connected after 2 rings. "Yes." Victor Dupree's smooth voice answered. "Victor," Maxine said, keeping her voice calm, businesslike. "A slight complication. Our delivery boys have gone off script. They showed up at the preparatory location." "Did they indeed?" Dupree sounded more intrigued than concerned. "Resourceful little fellows. Did they see anything incriminating?" "They saw the merchandise," Maxine said. "And they seem to have somehow learned about your professional interest in this matter, along with Mr. Carboni's." "Carboni too. My. They have been busy." A pause. "Are they still there?" "No. They fled. But they're unpredictable now. And they know about the auction preparations. Not the final location or date, thankfully. She hadn't been foolish enough to discuss that within earshot, but enough to potentially cause trouble. Unpredictable elements are undesirable, Dupree mused. Perhaps it's time they were officially contained. A tip-off to the local authorities, perhaps. Pointing them towards that charming safe house in Revere. With, say, some conveniently discovered evidence linking them directly to the global secure logistics job. Maxine considered it. Planting evidence. Framing Doyle and Parisi. It was neat. Tidy. It would give Dupree his resolution, take the unpredictable duo off the board, and allow her and Victor and Carboni, regrettably, to proceed with the auction unimpeded. "I might be able to arrange for certain items to be found at their last known location," she said carefully. "Perhaps some tools consistent with the break-in. Maybe even," she glanced towards a workbench, "some residue from packing materials similar to those used at the GSL facility." Alpert had been meticulously analyzing fibers found on the painting's original wrappings. Easy enough to misplace a sample. "Excellent," Dupree purred. "See to it. I'll ensure the relevant BPD task force receives an anonymous, credible tip regarding suspicious activity at that address. Let nature take its course." He paused. "And Maxine, do ensure Mr. Carboni doesn't resolve the situation too permanently before the police arrive. Dead suspects tell no tales, but apprehended ones facing serious time. They might be persuaded to confess quite convincingly, wouldn't you agree?" "I'll manage Mr. Carboni's expectations," Maxine said coolly, though managing Luca Carboni was like managing a hungry tiger. "Just ensure your tip leads them there quickly." She disconnected. Time to make another call, this one far less pleasant. She needed to inform Luca's people that the package wouldn't be waiting for pickup in Revere, and that the delivery boys were now officially designated as problems to be solved. Preferably before the BPD showed up, looking for planted evidence. It was a delicate balance, sicking the mob on them just long enough to silence them, but not long enough to prevent Dupree's official capture. Danny and Leo burst out of the Fort Point Studios building and ran. They didn't know where they were going, just away. Away from Maxine's cold eyes, away from the impossible horde of paintings, away from the certain doom waiting back in Revere. They ducked down alleys, pounded across deserted cobblestone streets, the city lights blurring around them. "She set us up," Leo gasped, clutching a stitch in his side as they paused in the shadows of a loading dock. "Working with Carboni. And Dupree. A cop. We're screwed every which way." "I know," Danny snapped, his mind racing, trying to process the betrayal, the sheer scale of the forces now arrayed against them. The mob, a crooked Interpol agent, and the woman who'd hired them, all wanting them either dead or in jail. Probably both. Okay. Think. What do we have? Nothing. Leo moaned. We got nothing. No money, no place to go. Half the damn underworld and Interpol looking for us. We got the paintings, Danny said, thinking furiously. Not with us, but we know where they are. That studio. Atelier 7. Yeah, great. Leo said sarcastically. We gonna walk back in there? Excuse me, Maxine, mind if we borrow the Rembrandt again? No, but... Danny trailed off. What could they do with that information? Go to the real cops? The FBI? Tell them a wild story about being hired for an art heist, getting double-crossed by their handler who's now working with Luca Carboni and a dirty Interpol agent. And oh yeah, the paintings are in this studio. They'd be laughed out of the station right before being arrested. They needed proof. Something concrete. Something more than the word of two low-level grifters. The receipt, Danny muttered, pulling it out again. Hold for M. Dubois pickup, Thursday a.m., ref. Atelier 7. It wasn't much. Circumstantial at best. He looked at Leo, saw the sheer terror in his friend's eyes. Leo was ready to bolt, disappear, try to crawl back into whatever hole they'd occupied before Maxine found them. But Danny felt a stubborn anger solidifying beneath the fear. Maxine, Dupree, Carboni, they thought they could just use them, discard them like trash. Screw that. Screw them. We gotta disappear, Danny said, making a decision. For real this time. Get off the grid. Find a place to hole up where nobody can find us. Then we figure out how to use what we know. Disappear how? Leo asked helplessly. We got maybe $200 left between us. I know a guy, Danny said reluctantly. Old school. Runs a flop house down near Chinatown. Place you can rent a room by the hour, no questions asked, cash only. Might let us stay a few nights, if I tell him we're in a jam. A flop house? Leo looked disgusted. Great. From a beige purgatory to actual hell. It's better than Carboni's trunk, Danny retorted grimly. Come on. Midnight struck. The street outside the Revere laundromat was quiet, except for the distant hum of traffic and the rhythmic sigh of the washing machines inside. A dark sedan pulled up to the curb, engine idling smoothly. Russo got out of the passenger side, adjusted the knot of his silk tie, and looked up at the third-floor apartment window. Dark. Silent. Frankie unfolded himself from the driver's seat, stretching his massive shoulders. He looked at Russo, raising a questioning eyebrow. Russo checked his watch. 12:02. They've had their time. He nodded towards the apartment building entrance. Let's collect. He used the key again. They mounted the stairs silently, their expensive shoes making little sound on the worn linoleum treads. They reached the third-floor landing, approached the apartment door. Russo listened for a moment. Silence. He nodded to Frankie, inserted the key and opened the door. The apartment was empty. The air hung stale and quiet. Russo stepped inside, Frankie close behind, their eyes sweeping the room. The takeout containers were still on the coffee table. The crumpled newspaper lay on the floor. The beds were stripped bare. Russo walked quickly through the small apartment. Checked the bathroom. Empty. Checked the tiny bedroom closet. Empty except for... He pulled out one of the heavy padded portfolio cases. Empty. He found the second one shoved in the back. Also empty. He turned to Frankie, his expression cold, dangerous. "They're gone," he stated flatly. "And so are the paintings." Frankie clenched his fists, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Russo pulled out a sleek smartphone, dialed a number. "Mr. Carboni," he said when the call connected, his voice respectful but tight with controlled fury. "Apologies for the late hour. There's been a development. Our couriers have absconded, along with the merchandise." He listened for a moment, his face grim. "Yes, sir." "Understood. We'll locate them. Consider it handled." He ended the call. He looked at Frankie. "Find them," Russo ordered, his voice like chipped ice. "Doyle and Parisi. Find them, find the paintings. Mr. Carboni wants results. Now." He didn't need to specify what should happen to Danny and Leo once they were found. Frankie understood implicitly. Loose ends needed to be tied up. Permanently. Chapter 14. The flophouse room Danny had scored near Beach Street wasn't much bigger than a prison cell and smelled worse. Stale cigarette smoke, cheap disinfectant that didn't quite cover the underlying funk of desperation and decay, and maybe mildew. A single bare bulb hanging from a frayed cord cast harsh shadows on the peeling, water-stained wallpaper. There was a narrow cot shoved against one wall, a cracked mirror bolted above a rust-stained sink, and not much else. Luxury it wasn't, but it was anonymous, cash only, and hopefully off Luca Carboni's radar. For now. Danny sat on the edge of the cot, checking and rechecking the cheap pistol he'd bought off a nervous junkie in an alley behind the flophouse using the last of their advance money. 9mm, questionable history, probably jammed after 2 shots, but it felt better than nothing. Leo paced the tiny room, which meant taking 2 steps, turning, taking 2 steps back. He looked like a caged rat that had chewed off its own foot and was now regretting it. "How long do we stay here?" Leo whispered, his voice raspy. "This place gives me the creeps. I keep thinking Frankie's gonna bust down the door." "We stay until we figure out the next move," Danny said, trying to slide the pistol's action smoothly. It grated. "And Frankie ain't gonna find us here. Nobody knows this place." "You hope," Leo muttered. He stopped pacing, looking at the small, flat package wrapped in a threadbare towel lying on the cot beside Danny. "Why'd you grab that thing, anyway?" "Back at the studio." Danny glanced at it. In the chaos of fleeing Maxine and the Atelier 7 workshop, he'd impulsively snatched one of the smaller wrapped items off a table near the door. One of the Degas sketches, he thought. Maybe the woman ironing. Dumb move, probably. Burdened them, slowed them down. But it felt like taking something back. A tiny piece of the score they were cheated out of. Or maybe leverage. Probably not. Probably just dumb. "Insurance," Danny lied, not wanting to admit it was pure impulse. "Maybe we can trade it. I don't know." A sharp knock rattled the thin wooden door. Not loud like Frankie's knock. Different. Quicker. Almost official. Danny and Leo froze. Looked at each other. It wasn't Frankie. It wasn't Russo. Who else knew they were here? Danny's hand tightened on the unreliable pistol. "Who is it?" Danny called out, trying to keep his voice steady. "Boston PD," a voice barked back, loud, authoritative. "Open up. We have a warrant." "Cops? How the hell?" "Dupree. Had to be. Maxine must have fed him the location, or he'd tracked them somehow." The anonymous tip she mentioned to Dupree. This wasn't a random bust. It was a targeted takedown. Dupree's dirty agents. "We gotta go," Danny hissed, grabbing the towel-wrapped sketch off the cot. Window. The room was on the second floor, overlooking a narrow, trash-filled alleyway. Not the fire escape side. The window was painted shut, probably hadn't been opened since the Depression. Heavy footsteps pounded in the hallway outside. Someone slammed against the door, testing its strength. It wouldn't hold long. The window, Leo, now. Danny shoved the wrapped sketch into Leo's hands. "Break it." Leo looked desperately at the grimy window pane, then back at the door, which shuddered under another heavy blow. He picked up the room's only chair, flimsy wood, barely holding together, and swung it hard against the glass. The pane shattered outwards with a crash, raining shards down into the alley below. Cold night air rushed in, carrying the stench of rotting garbage. "Out!" Danny yelled, shoving Leo towards the opening. "Jump. It's not that far." Leo hesitated, peering down into the darkness. It looked further than 2 stories. More like plunging into a black hole filled with dumpsters. The doorframe splintered. A cop or someone dressed like one, big guy, plainclothes but with a badge clipped to his belt, shouldered his way into the room, gun drawn. "Freeze. Police." Danny didn't think. He raised his own crappy pistol, fired once. The shot was deafening in the small room. The recoil nearly tore the gun from his hand. He didn't know if he hit anything, didn't wait to see. He scrambled towards the window, as another man pushed past the first one into the room. Leo, spurred by the gunshot, had swung a leg over the jagged sill. He tumbled out more than jumped, disappearing with a yelp and a sickening thud from below. Danny dove through the window after him, tucking and rolling as best he could, hitting the alley floor hard. Pain shot up his leg, but adrenaline screamed louder. He landed amidst overflowing trash bags and God knows what else. The stench was overpowering. Leo was groaning nearby, tangled in burst plastic bags, clutching the towel-wrapped package. Above them, shouts from the window. A flashlight beam stabbed down into the alley. "Move!" Danny hissed, grabbing Leo's arm, hauling him to his feet. Leo cried out as he put weight on his ankle. "Twisted it," he gasped. "Can't run." A gunshot cracked from the window above, whining off a dumpster nearby. They weren't trying to arrest them. They were trying to kill them. Dupree's cleanup crew. "Lean on me," Danny ordered, throwing Leo's arm over his shoulder. He half-dragged, half-carried Leo towards the end of the alley, away from the flophouse. They stumbled over unseen obstacles in the dark. Behind them, more shouts. Sounds of people clattering down the fire escape on the other side of the building, trying to cut them off. They reached the mouth of the alley, spilling out onto a slightly wider but still deserted side street. Danny glanced back. Figures emerging from the alley behind them. Figures running down the street from the direction of the flophouse entrance. Trapped. This way. Danny veered sharply right, pulling Leo into the recessed doorway of a closed noodle shop. Deep shadows. Maybe they wouldn't be seen. Leo stumbled again, dropping the towel-wrapped package. It hit the greasy sidewalk with a hard smack. The towel fell away partially. Danny heard a faint cracking sound. "The painting!" Leo gasped, reaching for it. "Leave it!" Danny hissed, pulling him deeper into the doorway as footsteps pounded past on the sidewalk. 2 men in dark jackets, guns out, ran straight past their hiding spot without looking, heading further down the street. Close. Way too close. Danny held his breath, listening. The footsteps faded. Shouts echoed further away now. Did they lose them? For a second, maybe. He risked a glance out. The street seemed clear for the moment. He looked down at the package Leo had dropped. The corner of the simple wooden frame around the sketch was cracked, splintered from the impact. And something else. Something was sticking out from the cracked wood. Not canvas. Not paper. Something stiff, folded. What the? Danny knelt quickly, heart pounding. He carefully picked up the damaged frame. Where the wood had split at the corner joint, a small, tightly folded sheaf of papers was visible, tucked into a shallow groove routed into the frame itself, hidden beneath the backing board. He worked his finger into the crack, pulling the papers free. Thin, onion skin-like paper, covered in dense columns of numbers, codes, offshore account references, names he didn't recognize but sounded vaguely Eastern European, Middle Eastern. It wasn't art conservation notes. It looked like a ledger. Leo peered down, his eyes wide. What is that? Danny unfolded one of the sheets, under the dim streetlight glow filtering into the doorway. He didn't understand all of it, the complex codes, the routing numbers. But he understood enough. Transfers. Millions. Moving through shell corporations, linked to accounts in places like Cyprus, the Caymans, Switzerland. And cross-referenced against dates, initialed authorizations. This wasn't just art theft. This was something huge. Something dirty. Global money laundering, Danny breathed, the phrase from the news reports clicking into place. It wasn't just a clue inside one of the paintings, it was built into the frame. Hiding in plain sight for potentially decades. Was this what the heist was really about? Not just the art, but these documents? Did Maxine know? Did Dupree? Carboni? He quickly refolded the papers, shoving them deep into his jacket pocket. He looked at the damaged gas sketch, lying forlornly on the dirty sidewalk. It was just a painting. But the frame was a bombshell. Come on, he said, helping Leo up again. We gotta move. Now. They had escaped the sting, barely. But they hadn't escaped the trouble. They'd just stumbled into a whole new world of it, armed with nothing but $200, a twisted ankle, a crappy gun, and a handful of papers that could probably get them killed even faster than Luca Carboni could. Chapter 15. The motel room reeked of stale cigarette smoke, cheap air freshener trying and failing to cover it up, and the underlying scent of transient despair. The Ocean View Inn was miles out from Boston, somewhere off Route 1A past Revere, overlooking a stretch of marshland that probably smelled ripe at low tide. The only ocean view was on a faded, fly-specked poster taped to the particle board wall, above one of the two sway-back double beds. Danny had paid cash for one night, using a fake name and the last dwindling remnants of Maxine's advance money. Leo was sprawled on the bed furthest from the door, his injured ankle propped up on a pillow that looked suspiciously stained. His face was pale, drawn, etched with exhaustion and fear. He hadn't said much since their escape from Chinatown, his silence punctuated only by occasional winces of pain. Danny sat hunched in the room's single plastic chair, the cheap pistol resting on the nightstand beside him, the folded sheaf of ledger papers feeling heavy and dangerous in his jacket pocket. Outside, the neon sign of the motel hummed and flickered, casting intermittent flashes of sickly green light into the dingy room. Traffic droned on the nearby highway. It felt less like a safe house, and more like the last stop before oblivion. We need a plan, Danny said finally, breaking the tense silence. His voice sounded flat, tired. Leo didn't look at him. He just stared up at the water-stained acoustic tiles on the ceiling, looking disturbingly similar to the ones currently hiding 13 masterpieces back in Revere. Yeah, he said bitterly. Plan A, find a time machine, go back 3 weeks, tell Maxine to shove her offer. Plan B, sprout wings and fly to Paraguay. I'm serious, Leo, Danny said, rubbing his temples. His head still ached from where Frankie had slammed it against the wall. Seems like days ago, but it was only last night. Maxine, Dupree, Carboni. They played us. They tried to kill us tonight. We can't just hide. Hiding sounds pretty damn good to me right now, Leo muttered. Compared to getting shot at by cops who aren't cops, or getting collected by guys named Frankie. They won't stop hunting us, Danny argued, leaning forward. Not while we're loose ends. And definitely not while. He tapped his jacket pocket, where the ledger papers rustled. While we might know something they don't want known. Leo finally turned his head, looking at Danny. His eyes were filled with a weariness that went bone deep. Know something? Danny, we know nothing. We got some crazy papers we don't understand, hidden in a painting we don't have, stolen in a job we got screwed on. We're small time, remember? We tried to sell a fake locket. Now we're mixed up in Mafia hits, crooked Interpol agents, global money laundering. This isn't our league. Maybe it wasn't, Danny conceded, his voice low but intense. But they dragged us into it. Maxine used us. Dupree planned to serve us up. Carboni wants us dead. They think they can just chew us up and spit us out. Anger flared in his chest again, hot and clean. Screw that. Screw them. So what? Leo challenged, pushing himself up slightly on his elbows, wincing as his ankle throbbed. What are you gonna do, Danny? Walk up to Luca Carboni's favorite restaurant and demand our 10 million back. Flash those papers at Agent Dupree and expect him to confess. They'll kill you before you get within 50 feet. I don't know what yet, Danny admitted, frustration making his voice raw. But we have these papers now. He pulled them out, unfolded one sheet carefully. This connects them. Maxine, Dupree, Carboni. Maybe they aren't partners, maybe they're all just tangled up in this bigger money mess. Maybe this, he waved the paper, is the real score. Maybe this is leverage. Something we can use. To expose them. To get payback. Leo stared at the papers, then at Danny's face, seeing the obsessive glint in his eyes. Payback, he echoed incredulously. Danny, listen to yourself. You sound crazy. We barely got out of Chinatown alive. My ankle's busted. We got maybe $50 left. And you're talking about taking on the mob and Interpol? For payback. They owe us. Danny insisted stubbornly. They double-crossed us. Tried to kill us. And they'll try again. Leo shouted, swinging his good leg off the bed, his face flushed with anger and fear. And next time they won't miss. I'm done, Danny. Done. I didn't sign up for this. Not for Mafia wars, not for suicide missions. I just wanted, I don't know, a way out. Enough cash to maybe open a little bar somewhere. Forget guys like Sal Malucci even exist. His voice broke slightly. This ain't worth it. No amount of money is worth this. So you're just gonna quit? Danny stood up, facing him. Just run. Let them win. Winning looks like living right now. Leo shot back, grabbing his worn jacket off the other bed. You want revenge? Fine. Go get it. Go get yourself killed. But I'm out. He hopped towards the door, using the wall for support. I'm taking my chances on the road. Hitchhike, hop a bus, I don't care. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but near you and this crazy vendetta. Leo, wait. Danny took a step towards him. Don't do this. We're partners. Leo stopped at the door, turned back, his expression a mixture of bitterness and regret. We were partners, Danny. Back when we were boosting hubcaps and running nickel and dime scams. This. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the stolen art, the murders, the betrayals. This is something else. And it's gonna get us both killed. Only maybe I can get a little further down the road before it happens. He opened the door. Good luck, Danny. You're gonna need it. He hesitated for just a second, then limped out into the dim, flickering light of the motel corridor, pulling the door shut behind him, leaving Danny alone in the suddenly vast, empty room. Danny stood there, stunned, listening to Leo's uneven footsteps receding down the outdoor walkway. Gone. Leo was actually gone. After all these years, all the scams, the close calls, the shared desperation, Leo had walked out. A wave of despair washed over him, colder and deeper than the fear. He was alone. Hunted by the mob, hunted by crooked cops, betrayed by his handler, abandoned by his partner. He sank back onto the chair, the ledger papers crinkling in his hand. Revenge. It had sounded good, righteous when he was arguing with Leo. Now it just sounded lonely. And stupidly dangerous. Maybe Leo was right. Maybe he should just run. Take the papers, disappear. Try to start over somewhere far away. He stood up, needing air, needing to think. The room felt suffocating. He walked to the door, opened it cautiously, peered out. The walkway was empty. Leo was nowhere in sight. The parking lot below was mostly deserted. Just a few beat-up cars and a pickup truck gleaming under the buzzing neon sign. The marshland beyond stretched dark and flat towards the unseen ocean. He stepped outside, leaning against the cool metal railing, breathing in the damp, salt-tinged air. The highway traffic provided a low, constant roar. He pulled out a cigarette, one of the last from a pack he'd bought hours or maybe lifetimes ago, and fumbled for a match. He struck the match, the flare briefly illuminating his face. He brought the flame towards the tip of the cigarette. Crack. The sound was sharp, distinct, louder than the highway drone. Simultaneously, something slammed into his left shoulder, spinning him around, knocking the cigarette and the match from his hand. A sudden, searing pain exploded just below his collarbone. He stumbled back against the motel room door, clutching his shoulder. His hand came away wet, sticky. Blood. Dark in the flickering neon light. Sniper. Someone had shot him. From where? The highway. The marsh. Another room. He didn't know. Didn't matter. They'd found him. Already. He scrambled back into the room, slamming the door shut, fumbling with the flimsy lock, his injured arm screaming in protest. He leaned against the door, panting, blood dripping onto the stained carpet. Alone. Injured. Trapped. Leo was right. This was suicide. And it looked like it was catching up with him, fast. Chapter 16. The cheap motel room door felt as flimsy as cardboard against Danny's back. He slid down it, ignoring the splintery wood grain scraping his jacket, until he was sitting slumped on the grimy industrial carpet. His left shoulder pulsed with a hot, sickening agony. Blood seeped through his fingers where he clutched the wound, dripping dark onto the faded beige fibers. Sniper. The word echoed in his head. Not just random thugs anymore. Not just cops, dirty or otherwise. A sniper. Someone waiting, watching, taking careful aim. Someone professional. Someone sent by Carboni. Dupree. Maxine. Did it even matter? They wanted him dead, and they weren't messing around. He gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to think. Stay away from the window. Stay away from the door. He crawled, dragging his injured arm across the floor towards the slight cover offered by the sway-backed bed furthest from the door, the one Leo had been lying on just minutes ago. Leo. Gone. He was truly alone now. Shot, bleeding out in a fleabag motel off Route 1A, with maybe $40 in his pocket, and a set of papers that painted a target on his back big enough to see from space. He reached the bed, huddled between it and the wall, trying to make himself small. His breathing came in ragged gasps. The blood flow felt sluggish but steady. Too steady. He needed to stop it. He looked around the room, desperately. Nothing. No first aid kit. Just the stained towels in the bathroom. Getting to the bathroom felt like climbing Everest. He crawled again, leaving a smear of blood on the carpet. He reached the tiny, mildew-scented bathroom, pulled himself up using the sink. His reflection stared back from the cracked mirror, pale face, wild eyes, blood staining his shirt and jacket dark. He looked like hell warmed over, and kicked back down the stairs. He grabbed the thin, threadbare towels off the rack, ripped one into strips with his teeth and his good hand. He bundled the other into a pad, pressed it hard against the wound in his shoulder, hissing as fresh agony flared. Tying the strips around the pad and his shoulder with one hand was a clumsy, agonizing process. He managed a crude knot, pulling it tight, hoping it would at least slow the bleeding. He needed a drink. Needed something to dull the pain, the fear. He remembered seeing a pint bottle of cheap whiskey, Old Turkey or something equally foul, on the floor near the chair, probably left by the previous occupant. He crawled back into the main room, found the bottle, unscrewed the cap with trembling fingers. He splashed some onto the wound under the makeshift bandage, crying out as the alcohol burned like fire. Then he took a long, shuddering pull, straight from the bottle. It tasted like gasoline, but sent a welcome warmth spreading through his chest, momentarily pushing back the cold dread. He slumped back against the wall between the bed and the nightstand, pistol lying near his good hand, the whiskey bottle beside it. Waiting. For what? For the sniper to finish the job. For Carbone's men to track him down. For bloodloss to make him pass out. He closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him in waves. Maybe Leo was the smart one. Run. Disappear. Forget payback, forget the money, just survive. Too late for that now. He must have drifted off, or maybe just zoned out from the pain and the whiskey, because the next thing he knew, he heard a noise. A key card, sliding into the electronic lock on the door. His eyes snapped open. Heart pounding against his ribs. He fumbled for the pistol, his hand slick with sweat and blood. He raised it, pointing it waveringly towards the door, trying to steady his shaking arm. This was it. They were coming through the door. The lock clicked. The door opened a crack. "Danny?" a voice whispered hesitantly from the hallway. "Danny, you in there?" "Leo." Danny almost sobbed with relief, or maybe just shock. He lowered the gun, his arm trembling uncontrollably now. "Leo?" he croaked, his voice hoarse. The door opened wider. Leo stood there, silhouetted against the dim hallway light, his face etched with worry. He looked down, saw the blood smear on the carpet leading to where Danny was huddled, saw the makeshift bandage, the whiskey bottle, the gun. His eyes went wide. "Jesus, Danny. What happened?" He stumbled into the room, forgetting his own injured ankle for a moment, shutting the door quickly behind him. He limped over, kneeling beside Danny. "You're hit." "Sniper," Danny managed, the word thick on his tongue. "Outside. Just after you left." Leo stared at him, then at the window, then back at Danny, his face paling further. "Sniper? Oh God. They found us. I shouldn't have left. I got halfway down the road, Danny, thinking I was a coward. Thinking about what you said. Partners." He looked down at Danny's shoulder, his expression grim. "I heard the shot. Sounded like a firecracker at first. Then I figured, maybe it wasn't. Came back." "Glad you did," Danny breathed, meaning it more than he could say. The relief of not being alone anymore was almost as potent as the whiskey. "Let me see," Leo said, gently probing the edges of the crude bandage. Danny winced. "Looks high," Leo diagnosed, his voice surprisingly calm now, focused. "Missed anything vital, maybe. But you're bleeding bad." He looked around the room again, his gaze taking in the ripped towel strips, the whiskey. "This is all you got?" Danny nodded mutely. "Okay," Leo said decisively. "Okay. Motel office might have a real first aid kit. Stay put. Keep that gun handy." He started to get up. "No," Danny said, grabbing Leo's arm with his good hand. "Don't go out there. Sniper might still be watching. And anyone sees you asking for first aid, they'll know something's wrong." Leo hesitated, then nodded slowly. Right. Okay." He looked at the whiskey bottle. "Need to clean it better, maybe." He took the bottle, splashed more whiskey onto a cleaner section of the ripped towel, and began carefully dabbing around the edges of the wound. Danny clenched his teeth, riding out the fresh waves of stinging pain. They worked in silence for a few minutes, Leo surprisingly gentle, focused, cleaning the wound as best he could, tightening the makeshift bandage. The shared task, the quiet intimacy of it after the explosive argument earlier, seemed to ease the tension between them. "Why'd you come back, Leo?" Danny asked finally, his voice low. Leo finished tying off the bandage, sat back on his heels. He didn't meet Danny's eyes immediately. "Told ya," he mumbled. "Couldn't just leave you. Partners, right? Besides," he added, a faint, wry twist to his lips, "where the hell was I gonna go on a busted ankle with $50? Danny managed a weak chuckle, which turned into a cough, sending jolts of pain through his shoulder. "Good point." He looked at Leo, saw the genuine concern, the shared history reflected in his friend's worried eyes. The anger, the resentment from earlier, seemed to have seeped away with the blood. "Sorry, Leo. For, dragging you into this deeper." Leo finally met his gaze. "Yeah, well," he sighed. "Maybe I let myself get dragged." He looked around the miserable room, at Danny slumped bleeding against the wall. "This is a hell of a mess, Danny." "Tell me about it," Danny said grimly. He took another swig of the whiskey, offered the bottle to Leo. Leo hesitated, then took it, wiped the neck, and took a long pull himself, grimacing as it went down. He handed the bottle back. A comfortable silence fell between them again, the kind only possible between people who knew each other too well. Outside, the neon sign buzzed, the highway droned on. Inside, two small-time losers, way out of their depth, one shot, the other crippled, hiding from killers they couldn't see, guarding secrets they didn't understand. Danny leaned his head back against the wall, the whiskey and the blood loss making him feel woozy, detached. A strange, inappropriate bubble of dark humor welled up inside him. He started to chuckle, a low, rough sound. Leo looked at him, concerned. "What's so funny?" Danny shook his head, grinning weakly despite the pain. "Just thinking," he said, his voice catching slightly. "All this. The heist, Maxine, Carboni Dupree, snipers." He took another drink. "We were better off stealing scratchers from the corner store, Leo. Honest to God. Better odds." Leo stared at him for a second, then a slow, reluctant smile spread across his own face. He started to laugh too, a shaky, exhausted sound that mingled with Danny's. It wasn't funny, not really. It was desperate. It was pathetic. But in that moment, huddled together in the dim, dangerous squalor, sharing bad whiskey and worse odds, it was all they had left. And somehow, it felt like enough. For now, they were partners again. And they were still alive. Just. Chapter 17. Daylight seeped gray and unwelcome through the gap in the motel room curtains. Danny was propped up against the headboard, drifting in and out of a restless, pain-filled doze. His shoulder throbbed with a deep, insistent ache, and the cheap whiskey hadn't done much except leave a taste in his mouth like burnt motor oil. Leo sat in the plastic chair, slumped forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. His ankle was visibly swollen, a puffy, discolored mess above his sock. The room felt stale, claustrophobic, thick with the residue of fear and stale cigarette smoke. The ledger papers Danny had pulled from the degas frame lay scattered on the bed beside him. Thin crackling sheets filled with names, numbers, codes. Global money laundering. Big scary words. Meaningless mostly, except they felt like the key to something. Why else hide them so carefully inside a priceless painting? Anything makes sense? Leo asked quietly, without looking up. He'd spent an hour looking through the papers earlier, his brow furrowed in concentration, before giving up with a frustrated sigh. "Not much," Danny admitted, picking up one of the sheets again. His eyes scanned the columns. Names he didn't know: Volkov, Chen, Hamid. Banks in Zurich, Panama, Singapore. Amounts that made his head spin. And interspersed references. Shell corporations: Argus Holdings, Zenith Trading, Dubois Conseil. Dubois Conseil, Danny read aloud. That sounds like her. Maxine Dubois. Leo looked up. Yeah. What about it? It's listed here, Danny tapped the paper, tied to a numbered account in Liechtenstein. And there are transfers out. Recent ones. Big ones. To something called Seraphim Trust. He squinted at the fine print. Registered, doesn't say where. Just account numbers. So, she's moving money around, Leo said dismissively. She's a broker, a crook. That's what they do. Yeah, but... Danny frowned. Dubois Conseil showed up multiple times, always linked to outgoing transfers, often right after large incoming sums from the other shell companies. It looked less like active trading and more like consolidation. Funneling money towards this Seraphim Trust thing. Like someone packing their bags, financially speaking. And Dubois Conseil, Dubois Consulting. Sounded legitimate, almost. But Maxine wasn't French-Canadian, despite the name. Her accent was nothing. Carefully neutral. Educated. Her name, Danny said slowly. Maxine Dubois. Ever hear that name before we met her? Leo shrugged. No. Mikey the rat just called her Maxine. Said she was slick, a ghost. A ghost, Danny repeated. He thought back to the Copley Plaza meeting. Her cool control, her instant knowledge of their pawnshop screw-up. She knew everything about them. What did they really know about her? A name. A reputation for setting up deals. Nothing solid. Remember that receipt? Danny asked. From Brooks Brothers. Hold for M. Dubois pickup. Yeah. So. Why M. Dubois? Why not just Maxine? Sounds formal. Like maybe Dubois is the name she uses for business, for setting up accounts, shell corporations. Maybe it's not even her real name. Leo looked skeptical. You think she's using a fake name? Why not? Danny countered. Look at these papers. This isn't just about stolen art, Leo. This is serious, international money shit. Millions, maybe billions getting washed. People involved in this kind of thing. They don't use their real names if they're smart. They have layers. False identities. Escape routes. He looked at the ledger sheets again. She's funneling money into this Seraphim Trust. What if that's her exit plan? Finish the auction, transfer the last payment, and poof. Seraphim Trust activates, M. Dubois ceases to exist, and Maxine vanishes like smoke. Leo stared at him, the implications sinking in. Vanishes. What about us? What about framing us? Exactly, Danny said grimly. She sets us up to take the fall with Dupree. Maybe leaves a little trail pointing to the poor, dumb patsies who got caught. By the time the dust settles, she's long gone. New name, new face, living large off her Seraphim Trust somewhere the extradition treaties don't reach. Jesus, Leo breathed. So even if we survive Carboni, even if we dodge Dupree, she still screws us. He rubbed his face tiredly. We need to know more about her. About this vanishing act. Danny nodded. Mikey the rat knew some things, but not enough. They needed someone deeper in the game. Someone who dealt in information, hardware, maybe identities. Someone off the books. Remember Old Man Fitz? Danny asked. Leo looked up, surprised. Fitz. Jimmy Fingers Fitzpatrick? The guy who ran that pawn shop down by the combat zone, before they tore it down? Sold anything from hot watches to unregistered pieces? That's the one, Danny said. Fitz wasn't just a fence. He was plugged into the city's deeper currents. He knew people, heard things. And he owed Danny a favor from way back, involving a misunderstanding with some counterfeit casino chips and a couple of unhappy pit bosses from Foxwoods. A small favor, but Fitz was old school about debts. He might know something about a ghost broker who makes people disappear. Or know someone who does. Fitz. Leo looked doubtful. He's got to be 80 years old, if he's still alive. And probably wouldn't give us the time of day, especially now. He owes me, Danny repeated stubbornly. And right now, he's the only shot we got. He tried to push himself up, wincing as his shoulder protested. We need to get to him. Get to him how? Leo asked, gesturing at his swollen ankle, then at Danny's blood-stained bandage. We can barely walk. And you think whoever shot you isn't still looking? That Carbone's guys gave up? That Dupree isn't still trying to set his trap? What choice do we have? Danny countered, frustration rising again. Sit here and wait for them to find us? Wait for Maxine to disappear with everything, leaving us holding the bag? He took a deep breath, trying to control his temper, his pain. Look, we find Fitz. Ask him what he knows about Maxine, about brokers who specialize in vanishing acts. Maybe he knows about this Seraphim Trust crap. Maybe he can help us get new ids, a way out if it comes to that. It's a long shot, but it's better than nothing. He managed to get to his feet, swaying slightly, leaning against the wall for support. The room felt shaky, unreal. His shoulder felt like it was on fire. But the thought of Maxine getting away clean, vanishing after framing them, fueled a cold resolve that burned hotter than the pain. Revenge might be suicide, like Leo said. But letting her win felt worse. Okay, Leo said finally after a long silence. He sighed, a sound of pure exhaustion. Okay, Danny. Fitz. How do we find him? Last I heard, he was living above that old bookstore near Haymarket, Danny said, thinking. Place smells like dust and cat pee. If he's still there. He looked at Leo, saw the fear still lurking in his eyes, but also a flicker of grim determination. They were back in it together, for better or worse. Probably worse. All right, Danny said, taking another bracing swig of the foul whiskey. Let's figure out how to get across town without getting arrested or killed. He glanced at the ledger papers still spread on the bed. Maxine Dubois, consultant. Seraphim Trust. She planned to vanish. Torch all records. Leave them buried. Not if he could help it. The dark night of the soul wasn't over, but maybe, just maybe, there was a glimmer of dawn. Or at least, a chance to go down swinging. Chapter 18. Jimmy Fingers Fitzpatrick lived exactly where Danny remembered, 3 flights up a narrow, creaking staircase above Brattle Bookshop near Haymarket. The air on the landing smelled thick with decades of dust, decaying paper, cat pee, and maybe Jimmy himself. Danny leaned heavily against the doorframe, sweating despite the cool air, his shoulder radiating a dull, throbbing fire. Getting here had been hell, sneaking onto the tee, trying to look inconspicuous while Danny bled through his makeshift bandage, and Leo limped like a broken marionette, paranoia riding them both like a cheap suit. Leo knocked softly on the door, which was painted a peeling, nicotine yellow color. Scratches marred the wood around the lock, testament to either past break-in attempts or Jimmy's own fumbling with keys in his old age. Footsteps shuffled inside, slow, hesitant. Bolts scraped back with agonizing slowness. The door opened a crack, chained, revealing a sliver of a dimly lit room crammed with teetering stacks of books, newspapers, and junk. A pair of watery, suspicious blue eyes peered out. Jackie Finnegan had looked like a survivor. Jimmy Fitz looked like he'd been buried by his own clutter and forgotten to lie down. Yeah. Fitz rasped, his voice thin and reedy. What'd I want? Fitz. It's Danny Doyle, Danny said, trying to keep his voice even. And Leo Parisi. Remember me? Foxwoods. Couple of years back. The watery eyes squinted. Recognition dawned slowly, followed immediately by suspicion. Doyle. Yeah, I remember. Cost me $5,000 smoothing that over. He didn't sound happy about it. What trouble you in now? He eyed Danny's blood-stained jacket, Leo's obvious limp. Looks like plenty. We need to talk, Fitz, Danny said. Need some information. Maybe a favor. Fitz snorted, a dry, dusty sound. Favors cost money, Doyle. Information ain't free either. Especially not with you two looking like 90 miles of bad road. You owe me one, Fitz, Danny reminded him gently. Those pit bosses weren't kidding around. Fitz grumbled something under his breath, then sighed. He fumbled with the chain, finally sliding it free. All right. Get in before somebody sees you skulking out here. He opened the door wider. But make it quick. And don't touch anything. Place is organized. Organized chaos was more like it. The tiny apartment was crammed floor to ceiling. Bookshelves overflowed onto stacks on the floor. Boxes spilled open with old electronics, camera parts, tarnished silverware. A mangy orange cat watched them with supreme indifference from atop a precarious pile of National Geographics. The air was thick, hard to breathe. Fitz shuffled over to a worn armchair, sinking into it with a groan. He waved a dismissive hand towards a stack of phone books that might serve as a stool. So, spit it out. What kind of information? Danny, leaning against a bookshelf for support, pulled out one of the ledger sheets. He held it out. Ever hear of a broker? Calls herself Maxine Dubois. Sets up deals, high-end stuff. Art, maybe. Fitz squinted at the paper, then looked sharply at Danny. Maxine? Yeah, heard whispers. Ghost lady. Sets up the score, takes her cut, vanishes. Leaves everyone else holding the bag if things go south. Why? You boys get tangled up with her? He chuckled dryly. Shoulda known better. We know now, Danny said grimly. We heard she uses fake names. That Dubois isn't real. Wouldn't surprise me, Fitz said, scratching his chin through thin gray stubble. Operators like that, they change names like socks. Burn passports, shred records. Cover their tracks clean. You try finding someone like that after they decide to disappear. Forget it. Easier finding Amelia Earhart. She's planning an auction, Danny said. Private one. Selling off some merchandise we helped her acquire. Fitz's eyes widened slightly. Auction? For the gardener stuff. He leaned forward, suddenly more interested. Heard about that. Big news. You too. No shit. He looked them up and down again, a new respect dawning in his eyes, mixed with disbelief. Jesus, Doyle. You finally hit the big leagues. Yeah, and got slammed right back down to the minors, Leo muttered from his perch on the phone books. Maxine's running it with Luca Carboni, Danny continued, watching Fitz's reaction. Fitz whistled softly. Carboni? Who boy? You two ain't just swimming with sharks, you jumped right into the damn wood chipper. He shook his head. And you want to find Maxine? Why? Get your cut. Get payback, Danny said flatly. She set us up. Left us for Carboni's guys. Tried to have us killed. Fitz leaned back, studying Danny's face. Payback, he mused. Noble. Also stupid. You go after Maxine now, you go after Carboni. You go after whoever else she's tangled with. You got maybe a snowball's chance in hell, Doyle. Less. What about these? Danny asked, holding up the ledger papers. Seraphim Trust. Ever hear of it? Looks like where she's sending the money. Fitz peered at the papers again, his eyes surprisingly sharp behind his thick glasses. Seraphim Trust. Rings a bell, maybe. Way back. Panama thing. Shell game deluxe. Money goes in, disappears, comes out clean somewhere else under a new name. Untraceable. If she's using that, she's playing for keeps. Setting up her golden parachute. He handed the papers back. Worthless to you, kid. You can't crack that without serious international bank connections, lawyers who specialize in hiding fortunes. Danny felt his hope dwindling. Fitz was right. They were outgunned, outmaneuvered, outclassed. Maxine was going to vanish. Carboni would either kill them or forget them. Dupree would pin the whole thing on them. Game over. He slumped against the bookshelf, the fight draining out of him, leaving only the throbbing pain in his shoulder and the bitter taste of defeat. Leo had been quiet, listening intently, his face pale but thoughtful. Now he spoke, his voice surprisingly steady. "Maybe," he said slowly, "maybe we don't need to crack the accounts." Danny and Fitz both looked at him. "Maybe," Leo continued, thinking aloud, "we don't need to find Maxine after she vanishes. Maybe we hit her before she vanishes." "At the auction?" Fitz stared at him. "Hit the auction? Son, are you nuts? An underground auction for $500 million in stolen art, run by Luca Carboni, probably crawling with his soldiers, international players with bodyguards, maybe even your crooked cop friend lurking around. You too," he gestured at Danny's shoulder, Leo's ankle, "waltz in there? What are you gonna do? Ask politely for the paintings back." "No," Leo said, a strange light coming into his eyes. A desperate, almost gleeful recklessness Danny hadn't seen before. "We don't ask. We crash it. We expose it." He looked at Danny, then back at Fitz. "Fitz, you said these papers," he tapped the ledger sheets in Danny's hand, "are worthless to us for tracking the money. But what if we use them another way?" "How?" Danny asked, intrigued despite himself. "The buyers," Leo said, leaning forward, forgetting his ankle for a moment. "The rich collectors Maxine lined up. The ones coming to the auction. You think they're all clean? Or you think maybe some of their money got washed through deals mentioned in these papers? Maybe some of their names or their companies are tied to these offshore accounts?" Danny's eyes widened as he saw where Leo was going. "We crashed the auction," Leo laid it out, his voice gaining confidence. "Not to steal the art back, not right away. But to cause chaos. We leak these papers. Or wave them around. Show the buyers that the whole setup is poisoned. That maybe buying this art links them directly to dirty money, to investigations. Panic. Finger-pointing. Maybe some of them get spooked, try to run. Maybe Carboni's security breaks down in the confusion. Maybe Dupree gets exposed." He looked directly at Danny now, the reckless gleam burning bright. "It's crazy, yeah. It's probably suicide. But what have we got to lose now, Danny? They're hunting us anyway. Maxine wins, we lose. Carboni wins, we lose. Dupree wins, we lose." He took a deep breath. "This way. Maybe nobody wins. Maybe we burn the whole damn thing down around them. No middlemen," he quoted Danny's earlier sentiment, "no more betrayals. We grab what we can in the chaos, maybe the papers, maybe one painting, maybe just our own asses, and get out." Danny stared at Leo. It was crazy. Insane. Walking into the lion's den, armed with nothing but some incriminating paperwork, and hoping to start a riot. But it was also audacious. Beautiful, in a twisted, desperate way. It wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about flipping the table, refusing to be the patsies. Fitz was chuckling, a dry, wheezing sound. "Burn it down," he wheezed. "Kid, I like it. Stupidest damn plan I ever heard. Which means," he grinned, showing yellow teeth, "it might just work." He looked from Leo to Danny. "You boys really gonna try it?" Danny looked at Leo, saw the determined set of his jaw, the almost feverish light in his eyes. He thought of Maxine's cool betrayal, Russo's threats, Dupree's smugness, the sniper's bullet. He thought about stealing Scratchers. This was a hell of a long way from Scratchers. "Yeah, Fitz," Danny said, feeling a surge of adrenaline chase away the pain and despair. "Yeah. I think we are." Chapter 19. Jimmy Fitz, after wheezing with laughter at their suicidal plan, hadn't offered much beyond cynical encouragement and a cryptic piece of advice. "You boys want to crash a party like that? You need hardware. Talk to Salazzo down by the Navy Yard. Tells people he fixes washing machines. Mostly, he fixes problems. If you catch my drift." He'd given them a grimy business card with just a phone number and the name S&S Appliance Repair. "Tell him Fitz sent ya. Might get you in the door. Might get you shot. 50-50. Now, 2 days later, Danny and Leo found themselves in a drafty warehouse near the old Charlestown Navy Yard that smelled of machine oil, ozone, and something vaguely illicit. Danny's shoulder was a constant grinding ache, wrapped tight under his shirt. Leo still limped noticeably, his ankle strapped with athletic tape they'd bought at a CVS. They'd spent the last 48 hours holed up in yet another cheap motel, this one near Logan, surviving on vending machine crackers and paranoia, trying to make sense of the ledger papers and figure out how to contact Salazzo without getting picked up by Luca's spotters or Dupree's agents. Leo had finally made the call, using a burner phone bought with their last few dollars. He dropped Fitz's name, mentioned needing some specialized appliance parts for a big job, and arranged a meet. Now they stood, shifting awkwardly in front of a hulking man-mountain named, predictably, Sal Salazzo. Salazzo looked like he'd been assembled from spare refrigerator parts. Big square head, thick arms covered in faded tattoos disappearing under the sleeves of a grease-stained boiler suit, belly straining the zipper. He sat behind a battered metal desk littered with tools, wires, and what looked suspiciously like the dismantled guts of a slot machine. He chewed gum with methodical intensity, his small, piggish eyes appraising Danny and Leo with undisguised skepticism. "Fitz sent ya, huh?" Salazzo grunted around his gum. His voice sounded like gravel tumbling in a cement mixer. "Fitz ain't sent nobody my way in years. Thought he was dead." "He's still kicking," Danny said. "Said you might be able to help us out. We need party favors for an exclusive event." Salazzo stopped chewing for a second. "Party favors?" He eyed Danny's shoulder, Leo's limp. "Looks like you already been to a party. Rough one." "We need gear," Leo cut in, leaning against a workbench piled high with washing machine motors. He decided to try Fitz's approach, get straight to it. "Weapons. Something concealable, but effective. And maybe some disguises. Something that looks good at a fancy dress party." Salazzo chuckled, a low rumble in his massive chest. "Fancy dress party? What kind you talking about? Halloween?" He picked up a heavy wrench, testing its weight. "And what makes you think I deal in that kind of merchandise?" "Fitz said you fix problems," Danny said. "We got a big one. Involves some people who don't like us much. We need an edge." "An edge costs," Salazzo stated flatly, putting the wrench down. "And you two look like you couldn't afford a bus ticket out of town, let alone my kind of hardware." He wasn't wrong. Danny shifted uncomfortably. "We're expecting a significant payout. After the event. We can cut you in. Generously." Salazzo laughed outright this time. "On spec. You gotta be kidding me. I ain't running a charity here. Cash on the barrelhead, boys. Always." They were stuck. Danny looked at Leo, saw the desperation flicker in his eyes. They'd come all this way. Leo cleared his throat. "Maybe," he said slowly, "maybe we got something else. Something valuable as collateral. Information." Salazzo raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Information? What kind of information is worth a couple of pieces and some monkey suits?" Leo took a deep breath. He pulled one folded sheet from the ledger papers out of his pocket. Not one with names, but one filled with dense rows of offshore account numbers and transaction codes linked to Dubois Conseil. He slid it carefully across the grimy metal desk. "Recognize any of that?" Salazzo picked it up reluctantly, squinting at the complex financial data. He clearly wasn't a numbers guy. He grunted. "Looks like gibberish." "It's not gibberish," Leo said quietly. "It's how people hide money. Lots of money. We got pages more of this stuff. Tied to some very big names. Names maybe even Luca Carboni listens to." Salazzo froze at the mention of Carboni. His eyes narrowed, suddenly sharp, losing their piggy dullness. "Carboni? You tangled with him?" He looked from Leo to Danny, then back at the paper, a new understanding dawning. And you think this paper is going to help you? We think, Danny jumped in, following Leo's lead, that maybe Mr. Carboni wouldn't be happy if certain information about certain accounts got out. Especially if it linked back to, say, his operations. Or the operations of people he does business with. Might make things awkward for him. Salazzo stared at the paper for a long moment, chewing his gum furiously. He knew Carboni. Knew his reputation. Knew messing with his finances, even indirectly, was playing with fire. But maybe there was an angle here. Information was valuable. And maybe helping these two desperate jokers could cause some trouble for Carboni, which Salazzo, for reasons of his own he didn't care to share, wouldn't mind seeing. Plus, the sheer balls of these two cripples thinking they could use paperwork to spook Luca Carboni. It was almost funny. He finally pushed the paper back across the desk. "All right," he grunted. "Maybe we can talk. But don't expect top of the line. And if this blows back on me, I never saw you, never heard Fitz's name. Capiche?" "Capiche," Danny said, relief washing over him. For the next hour, Salazzo outfitted them from the shadowy recesses of his warehouse. No high-tech gadgets, just functional, slightly used hardware. 2 snub-nosed .38 revolvers, reliable, easy to hide. An extra speed loader for each. Not much, but better than Danny's junker pistol. For disguises, Salazzo rummaged through a dusty wardrobe in the back, producing 2 black waiter's jackets, bow ties included, slightly frayed but clean. "Lots of parties need waiters," he grunted. "Nobody looks twice at 'em." He even found a couple of plain black masks, the simple kind you get at party stores. "Fancy dress, you said?" As they were getting ready to leave, stuffing the guns and disguises into a battered duffel bag Salazzo provided, Danny paused. "One more thing, Salazzo. We need to send a message. Anonymously. To Carboni. Or someone close to him." Salazzo looked wary again. "What kind of message?" "Just a little heads up," Danny said, pulling out another sheet from the ledger papers, this one carefully chosen, hinting at laundered funds moving through a specific Zurich account but without naming names directly tied to Carboni himself, just enough to raise eyebrows. "Think you could get this seen by the right eyes? Someone who talks to someone who talks to Luca? Just let it surface." Salazzo thought about it, chewing his gum. Making waves for Carboni was risky. But maybe a small wave, anonymous. "Might know a guy," he said finally. "Gossip columnist type. Likes stirring the pot. No guarantees Luca sees it, or cares if he does. But I can float it." He took the paper, carefully. "This makes us square for the hardware. Now get out of here before I change my mind." They didn't need telling twice. Danny and Leo slipped back out into the gray afternoon, duffel bag in hand. They had weapons, disguises, and they'd taken their first shot, however indirect, at Luca Carboni, hoping to rattle his cage, make him look over his shoulder. "Think it'll work?" Leo asked, as they limped towards the nearest T-station, trying to blend into the sparse foot traffic. "Spooking Luca with one piece of paper?" "Probably not," Danny admitted. "But maybe it makes him pause. Maybe it makes him wonder what else we know, who else knows it. Causes a little friction between him and Maxine, or him and Dupree. Right now, any distraction helps." He hefted the duffel bag. It felt heavier than just guns and waiter jackets. It felt like the weight of their insane, last-ditch plan. Crash the party. Burn it down. No middlemen. No more betrayals. It was time to prepare the gambit. Chapter 20. The mansion wasn't just big, it was obscene. Perched high on a bluff overlooking the Atlantic somewhere north of Gloucester, it looked like a European castle somebody had airlifted into Massachusetts and then polished until it gleamed under the cold moonlight. Stone walls, turrets, manicured lawns stretching down towards the dark churning sea. A long winding driveway, lit by discreet lamps, led up to a massive arched entrance where cars far too expensive for Danny to even name were depositing guests. Danny and Leo weren't in one of those cars. They'd arrived courtesy of Salazzo's least favorite nephew, a twitchy kid named Joey, who drove a beat-up catering van that smelled vaguely of cannoli and desperation. Salazzo, perhaps amused by their sheer audacity or maybe just wanting them out of his hair for good, had arranged the gig. "Caterer needs extra hands for a private function up the coast," he'd grunted. "Posh affair. Masquerade. You two blend in, keep your mouths shut, nobody looks twice at the help." Now, squeezed into the slightly too tight black waiter's jackets Salazzo had provided, cheap black masks hiding the top half of their faces, they followed Joey through a service entrance buzzing with actual caterers, florists, and harried-looking staff. Danny's shoulders screamed under the jacket, and Leo's limp was more pronounced than ever. But they tried to look like they belonged, just two more cogs in the machinery of obscene wealth. "All right," Joey whispered nervously, handing them each a tray loaded with champagne flutes. "Just circulate, offer drinks, don't talk to nobody important, and for Christ's sakes don't drop anything." He scurried off towards the kitchen, looking relieved to be rid of them. Danny took a deep breath, the air inside smelling of expensive perfume, hothouse flowers, and money, old, new, and probably illicit. He adjusted his mask. "Showtime," he muttered to Leo, echoing their words from what felt like a lifetime ago outside the Global Secure Logistics building. Leo nodded grimly, his eyes wide above his own mask as he took in the scene. They stepped through a service door and into the main event. The word mansion didn't do it justice. They were in a vast ballroom, easily 3 stories high, with a vaulted ceiling painted with what looked like actual Renaissance cherubs. Crystal chandeliers dripped light onto a polished marble floor where the guests mingled. And what guests they were! Salazzo hadn't been kidding about the masquerade. Everyone was in costume and masked. Elaborate Venetian masks, feathered creations, sleek modern designs, animal heads. Tuxedos, yes, but also velvet doublets, flowing capes, shimmering gowns that probably cost more than Danny's entire life savings, if he'd had any. It was like stepping into a movie, maybe one directed by Stanley Kubrick. Wealth, power, and anonymity, all swirling together under the glittering chandeliers. "Tension high," the outline said. It felt electric, humming beneath the polite laughter and the strains of a string quartet playing somewhere discreetly. "Keep your eyes peeled," Danny murmured, hefting his tray of champagne. "Look for Maxine. Dupree. Anyone who looks like they might be with Carboni." Spotting anyone specific in this sea of masked faces felt impossible. They started circulating, moving through the glittering crowd, offering champagne flutes with mumbled champagne-s. Danny focused on observing. Security was visible, but subtle. Men in sharp black suits, no masks, earpieces discreetly coiled, stood near doorways and along the walls, their eyes constantly scanning. They looked professional, bored, dangerous. Carboni's men. Or private security, hired for the event. Probably both. He saw money being exchanged for casino chips at elegantly draped tables along one wall, blackjack, roulette. A high-stakes sideshow to the main event, maybe. He saw couples whispering intimately in secluded alcoves, deals perhaps being struck under the cover of masks and music. He saw arrogance, boredom, avarice flickering behind the eye holes of expensive masks. Leo nudged him subtly, nodding towards a tall, imposing figure standing near a massive stone fireplace, holding court with a small group. The man wore a simple but elegant black domino mask, silver hair swept back. Even from across the room, there was an unmistakable aura of authority about him. Victor Dupree. He laughed at something someone said, a flash of white teeth, looking entirely at ease like he owned the place. Or planned to. Danny felt a surge of cold anger. "See him?" Danny whispered. Leo nodded mutely, quickly looking away, focusing on offering a champagne flute to a woman dressed as Marie Antoinette, complete with powdered wig and feathered mask. She ignored him completely. Where was Maxine? Danny scanned the room again. Among the elaborate costumes, she might be hard to spot. Would she wear something flamboyant? Or blend in, sleek and anonymous like her usual style? He looked for women with sharp bobs, calculating eyes behind their masks. Hard to tell. They moved towards the far end of the ballroom, where tall French doors opened onto a terrace overlooking the dark sea. Beyond the terrace, slightly downhill, stood what looked like a separate pavilion or gallery, brightly lit within. Spotlights illuminated easels arranged inside, visible even from here. The paintings. That had to be where the auction itself would take place. As they neared the terrace doors, Danny saw another familiar figure, standing just inside, talking quietly with two other men in suits. It wasn't Luca Carboni himself. Danny wouldn't know the man if he tripped over him, but it was someone who carried the same air of quiet menace as Mr. Russo. Wiry build, sharp features visible below a plain black mask, watchful eyes. Maybe Russo himself. Or one of his colleagues. Definitely Mafia. They were here, all right. Watching the merchandise, or maybe watching the crowd. Danny steered Leo away, back into the thicker part of the crowd. Too many familiar, dangerous faces congregating near the main event. Okay, Danny breathed, pausing near a pillar draped in velvet. Dupree's by the fireplace. Carboni's guys are near the terrace door, watching the auction pavilion. Still no sign of Maxine. Maybe she's not here, Leo said hopefully. Maybe she set it up and ran. Nah, Danny shook his head. She wouldn't miss this. Not the payoff. She's here somewhere. He scanned the crowd again. A woman in a sleek black cat mask, laughing with Dupree. A figure in a hooded Renaissance-style cloak, talking animatedly near the roulette table. Impossible to be sure. The string quartet finished a piece, and a hush fell over the room. A man with a microphone stepped onto a small dais near the terrace doors, tall, painfully thin, wearing a sequined jacket and a Pierrot mask. "Ladies and gentlemen," the man announced, his voice amplified slightly, smooth and oily. "If I may have your attention. We invite you now to adjourn to the gallery pavilion for a private viewing, prior to the commencement of this evening's very special proceedings." A low murmur went through the crowd. A current of anticipation. The main event was starting. Guests began to drift towards the terrace doors, champagne flutes in hand, masks firmly in place. Danny looked at Leo. This was it. Their window, if they were going to have one, was about to open. Or slam shut. They needed to get into that pavilion, get close to the paintings, figure out how and when to make their move with the ledger papers. "Stick close," Danny muttered, picking up his champagne tray again. "Act like we belong. We're just waiters." They joined the stream of costumed figures, heading out onto the wide stone terrace. The cold sea air hit them, carrying the scent of salt and impending disaster. The brightly lit pavilion beckoned, filled with priceless art and dangerous secrets. Tension high didn't begin to cover it. Danny felt like a raw nerve ending, his hand hovering near the uncomfortable weight of the .38 tucked into his waistband beneath the waiter's jacket. They were walking into the heart of the operation, vastly outnumbered, outgunned, and running on sheer desperate nerve. Just like Leo's plan. Crazy. Chapter 21. The auction pavilion was all hushed reverence and an almost obscene display of wealth. Spotlights, soft as velvet, illuminated the 13 Gardner masterpieces arranged on museum-quality easels around the room. The Rembrandt seascape dominated one wall, its furious energy seeming to suck the air out of the space. The Vermeer, small and intimate, glowed with an inner light on another. Guests, masked and murmuring in low tones, drifted from piece to piece, holding champagne flutes, their eyes gleaming with acquisitive desire behind their expensive disguises. It felt like a church dedicated to Mammon. Danny and Leo circulated nervously on the edges, trays held stiffly, pretending to offer drinks nobody wanted right now. Their waiter disguises felt paper thin, their masks suffocating. Danny kept his hand near the .38 tucked in his waistband. Leo limped slightly, trying to hide it, his eyes darting around, looking for their moment, his face pale above the cheap black mask. Security goons in suits stood like statues near the entrance and strategically placed around the room, their gazes sweeping, missing nothing. Danny saw Dupree near the manet, talking quietly with a woman in a glittering bird mask. He saw the wiry man, Rousseau, near the Rembrandt, arms crossed, radiating menace even in stillness. Maxine was harder to place, maybe mingling deeper in the crowd. The Pierrot-masked auctioneer tapped the microphone on a small podium near the front. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, his oily voice purred, amplified just enough to cut through the murmurs. Welcome. A truly unprecedented evening. 13 ghosts returned from the shadows. 13 opportunities to acquire not just art, but legend itself. He gestured dramatically towards the paintings. We will begin the bidding shortly. But first, a moment to appreciate. This was it. Leo caught Danny's eye, gave a jerky, almost imperceptible nod. Now or never. Danny created the diversion. Simple. Crude. He stumbled accidentally near a portly man in a pig mask who was pontificating loudly about brushstrokes, jostling his arm, sending a full flute of champagne cascading down the man's expensive-looking brocade waistcoat. Apologies. So sorry, sir. Danny exclaimed, perhaps a little too loudly, dabbing ineffectually at the spreading stain with a cocktail napkin from his tray. The man sputtered indignantly behind his pig mask. Heads turned. Security shifted, eyes narrowing towards the commotion. It was just enough. In that brief moment of distraction, Leo moved. He wasn't subtle. He practically sprinted, limp be damned, towards the center of the room, right near where the Degas sketches were displayed. He jumped onto a low velvet ottoman someone had inexplicably placed there, wobbling precariously. Hey! Leo yelled, his voice cracking but loud enough to cut through the sudden hush caused by Danny's diversion. Everybody, listen up. Every masked head in the room swiveled towards him. The auctioneer froze mid-gesture. Dupree stopped talking. Rousseau tensed. Leo ripped off his waiter's bow tie, pulled the folded ledger papers from inside his jacket. He waved them dramatically, like a town crier delivering bad news. This whole thing? This fancy auction? Leo shouted, adrenaline giving him a reckless courage Danny wouldn't have thought possible. It's dirty. Dirtier than you think. 2 security guys started moving towards Leo, fast. You think you're buying art? Leo yelled, hopping off the ottoman, trying to keep the papers visible. Think again. You might be buying a piece of a global money-laundering scheme. He held up one specific sheet, pointing frantically. Ask Maxine Dubois about Seraphim Trust. Ask her about Dubois Conseil. Ask her where the money really comes from. Ask yourselves, his voice rose, if the funds you're planning to spend tonight might just lead investigators right back to your hidden accounts. Chaos. Pure, unadulterated chaos erupted. The carefully constructed facade of sophisticated decorum shattered instantly. The murmur turned into a roar. People gasped. Accusations flew, though muffled by masks. What is he talking about? A man in a wolf mask demanded, grabbing the arm of his companion, a woman in a diamond-studded cat mask. Seraphim Trust. Another voice hissed nearby. I've heard that name. Is this true? Someone shouted towards the podium, where the Pierrot-masked auctioneer looked utterly flabbergasted. Buyers started backing away from the paintings, looking around nervously, suspicion flaring in their eyes. Some glanced towards Dupree, maybe expecting the Interpol agent to restore order, only to see him looking thunderstruck, possibly implicated himself. Others looked towards Rousseau and the other hard-faced men near the entrance, maybe expecting them to silence Leo violently. Rousseau barked orders into his sleeve microphone, gesturing furiously. The 2 security guys who had been converging on Leo were momentarily blocked by panicked guests trying to move away. "He's lying. Seize him." A woman's voice shrieked. Maxine, Danny thought, somewhere in the throng, trying to regain control. But the panic was infectious. Buyers who maybe did have something to hide, maybe recognized a shell corporation name or an account structure from Leo's desperate shouts, started pushing towards the exits. The idea that this auction wasn't just illicit, but potentially toxic, a magnet for investigation, was spreading like wildfire. "This is outrageous," the man in the pig mask blustered, forgetting his champagne stain. "I demand an explanation. Get me out of here." Marie Antoinette shrieked, her powdered wig askew. Danny used the chaos. While all eyes were on Leo and the unfolding pandemonium, he moved quickly towards the nearest Degas sketch, the one with the damaged frame, the one they dropped. He snatched it off its easel. It was small, light. Evidence. Proof. He saw Leo stumble as one of the security guys finally reached him, grabbing his arm. Leo twisted away, shoving the ledger papers haphazardly back into his jacket, trying to dodge another guard coming from the other side. The string quartet, after a moment of stunned silence, inexplicably struck up a frantic waltz, adding a surreal soundtrack to the mayhem. Masks bobbed and weaved. Champagne glasses shattered underfoot. The carefully arranged easels teetered. Danny saw Dupree pushing through the crowd, not towards Leo, but maybe towards the exit, his face grim, calculating. He saw Russo barking orders, trying to get his men organized, trying to contain the situation. But the buyers were spooked, heading for the doors, demanding their cars, wanting out now. Leo's crazy plan had worked. Maybe too well. He'd crashed the party, all right. He'd revealed the Trojan horse, the dirty money secrets hidden beneath the veneer of fine art. The buyers were panicked. Chaos reigned. Now all they had to do was get out alive. Which, Danny realized, watching two more large men in suits converge purposefully on Leo, might be the hardest part of all. Chapter 22. Chaos was a beautiful thing, Danny thought fleetingly, until you realized you were standing right in the middle of it, and everyone else seemed to know the script but you. The auction pavilion, moments before a hushed temple of illicit commerce, was now a panicked scramble of masked millionaires, shouting security goons and shattering champagne glasses. Leo's desperate gamble with the ledger papers had blown the lid off all right. Maybe too well. Leo himself was dodging like a broken field runner with a bad ankle, trying to evade the two burly security guys closing in on him. He still clutched the crumpled ledger sheets. Danny, holding the small, damaged Degas frame near the edge of the crowd, watched helplessly for a split second, trying to figure out their next move. Where was the exit in this mess? Then he saw it. A look exchanged across the swirling chaos. Over by the ruined buffet table, where Marie Antoinette was now shrieking about her pearls, Maxine Dubois stood surprisingly calm amidst the mayhem. Her mask, a sleek black wolf, Danny realized now, was slightly askew, but her eyes were cold, focused. She met the gaze of Victor Dupree, who had materialized near the entrance to the pavilion, no longer looking panicked but coolly observant. A slight nod. A fractional tilt of the head. That was all. But it was enough. Danny's blood ran cold. This wasn't just chaos, it was managed chaos. Leo hadn't crashed the party, he'd sprung the trap. Suddenly, the dynamic in the room shifted. The security goons weren't just trying to contain the panic anymore, they were moving with purpose. Russo, the wiry Carboni lieutenant, barked sharp commands, and his men, identifiable by their ill-fitting suits and cauliflower ears beneath their simple masks, formed a rough cordon, blocking the main exit back to the terrace, funneling the panicked guests towards secondary exits or simply holding them back. And the buyers? While many were genuinely spooked, pushing and shoving, Danny noticed others who weren't. The man in the pig mask, who'd been complaining about champagne on his waistcoat, now stood calmly near the wall, watching Leo's frantic dodging with detached amusement. A tall woman dressed as Athena, complete with helmet and spear, actually tripped one of the fleeing guests, sending him sprawling, clearing a path for the security guys closing on Leo. They weren't all victims of the revelation. Some were part of the welcoming committee. The buyers knew Danny and Leo would come. Maxine tipped them off. The words from the outline slammed into Danny's brain with the force of a physical blow. The whole thing, Leo's reveal, the panic, it was anticipated. Maybe even encouraged, up to a point. A way to flush them out, identify them, neutralize them cleanly amidst the confusion they themselves had created. Maxine hadn't just double-crossed them. She'd played them like a cheap fiddle right up to the final discordant note. Leo finally stumbled, his bad ankle giving way as one of the security guys lunged, grabbing him in a rough bear hug. Leo fought back, kicking, trying to twist free, the ledger papers scattering from his grasp onto the marble floor. Another guard slammed into him, driving the air from his lungs. They wrestled him down, pinning his arms behind him. "Leo!" Danny yelled, taking an instinctive step forward, raising the degas frame like a weapon he didn't know how to use. That was his mistake. Moving. Identifying himself. Two more of Carboni's men materialized beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Big Frankie wasn't among them, thankfully, but these two looked plenty capable. One grabbed his injured arm, sending white-hot agony through his shoulder, making him cry out and drop the frame. It clattered onto the floor near the scattered ledger sheets. The second man slammed a forearm into Danny's throat, cutting off his air, shoving him hard against a marble pillar. Danny's vision grayed out, for a second. The .38 in his waistband felt useless, unreachable. He struggled weakly, kicking back, trying to get leverage, but the man holding his injured arm twisted it cruelly, and the one choking him simply pressed harder. Stars popped behind Danny's eyes. Through the haze of pain and oxygen deprivation, he saw Maxine Dubois approaching, moving gracefully through the now subsiding chaos. The string quartet had mercifully stopped playing. Most of the genuinely panicked guests had either fled or were being held back by Rousseau's men. The remaining players, Dupree, Rousseau, the complicit buyers, the security team, watched as Maxine stopped in front of Danny. Her wolf mask was perfectly straight now. Her eyes, visible through the slits, glittered with cold triumph. "Really, Doyle?" she said, her voice dripping with mock pity. "Did you think it would be that easy? Crashing my party? Stealing my merchandise?" Danny couldn't answer, could only glare defiance, gasping for air. She nudged the fallen degas frame with the toe of her elegant shoe. Then she bent down, retrieving the scattered ledger papers Leo had dropped. She smoothed them out calmly. "And this?" She waved the papers dismissively. "Crude. Desperate. Did you imagine these little scribbles could actually derail things?" She tucked the papers neatly into a hidden pocket inside her jacket. Nearby, Leo groaned as the guards hauled him roughly to his feet, binding his wrists behind him with zip ties. They did the same to Danny, yanking his arms back, sending fresh waves of agony through his shoulder. What now?" Danny managed to rasp out, his throat raw. Maxine smiled, a chilling curve of her lips beneath the wolf mask. Now the help cleans up the mess." She glanced towards Rousseau, who nodded curtly. "You've served your purpose. Twice, in fact. First retrieving the merchandise, then providing tonight's entertainment. Flushing yourselves out so conveniently." Dupree strolled over, looking entirely unfazed now, adjusting the cuff of his expensive suit. "A bit messy, Maxine," he commented mildly. "But effective. They'll provide a satisfactory conclusion for the official record. Art thieves apprehended, resisting arrest." He glanced at Danny's bleeding shoulder. "Shame about the injury. Might look bad in the report." "Accidents happen," Maxine replied smoothly. Danny looked from Maxine's triumphant face to Dupree's smug one, then at Leo, whose masked face was pale with terror and despair. They were caught. Completely, utterly caught. The crazy plan had backfired spectacularly. They hadn't burned anything down. They just walked straight into the incinerator themselves. The trap, baited with their own desperation and Maxine's cunning, had snapped shut with brutal efficiency. There would be no escape this time. Chapter 23. The chaos hadn't vanished entirely, but it had curdled into something else. A tense, watchful silence punctuated by nervous whispers and the occasional sob from Marie Antoinette, who was still dabbing at her eyes near the ruined buffet. The security goons, Carboni's men, mostly Danny figured, had efficiently herded the remaining guests towards one end of the pavilion, away from the scattered debris and the easels, some of which now stood empty. Danny didn't see where the paintings had gone during the commotion, but he'd bet his last $50 they weren't sitting around waiting for the cops to arrive. Luca, or Russo, had likely secured the real prize while the sideshow played out. Speaking of Russo, Danny realized, scanning the remaining faces, the wiry Mafia lieutenant was nowhere to be seen. Neither were most of the other obvious hard guys. They'd faded back into the woodwork, or maybe out the service entrance, leaving the cleanup to the professionals. Luca seems to have vanished, the outline said. Seemed about right. Let the Interpol guy handle the messy bits. Danny and Leo were the messy bits. Hauled roughly to their feet, wrists zip-tied painfully behind their backs, they stood exposed in the center of the room under the harsh glare of the spotlights, which seemed suddenly accusatory. Danny's shoulder felt like it was being ripped apart, and Leo could barely stand on his busted ankle, leaning heavily against the guard holding him upright. They were surrounded by a semicircle of remaining guests, the ones who hadn't bolted, the ones maybe complicit, or just morbidly curious. Their masked faces turned towards Danny and Leo like spectators at a Roman circus. Maxine Dubois stood before them, the picture of outraged composure. Her wolf mask was gone now, revealing a face set in lines of cold fury, though Danny suspected it was pure performance. She held the ledger papers retrieved from the floor. Victor Dupree stood beside her, also maskless now, his expression radiating grave authority and concern. These men, Maxine began, her voice clear and ringing, projecting easily across the suddenly quiet room, are responsible for this outrage. She gestured towards Danny and Leo with a sweep of her hand. Daniel Doyle and Leo Parisi. Small-time criminals, hired, I confess, in utmost confidence, through intermediaries for what I believed was a legitimate, discreet security consultation regarding the potential vulnerability of these priceless artifacts. Danny almost choked. Legitimate security consultation? She made it sound like she'd hired Pinkerton, not two broke losers to steal the damn things. I now see, Maxine continued, her voice filled with convincing regret, that I was tragically mistaken. These men were not security consultants. They were thieves, casing the operation from the inside. She held up the ledger papers. Moments ago, they attempted to disrupt this private gathering, Jizao Chaos, likely as a diversion for an accomplice, or perhaps hoping to extort money by spreading these, she waved the papers dismissively. These nonsensical documents, likely forgeries, intended to cast suspicion on legitimate business dealings. Forgeries? Danny croaked, incredulous. You lying. A guard jabbed him hard in the ribs, silencing him. They assaulted staff, Maxine went on, warming to her theme, playing to the audience of masked millionaires. They caused panic, endangered lives, and her voice dropped, filled with theatrical sadness. In their reckless desperation, they even damaged one of the irreplaceable Degas sketches. She pointed towards the fallen frame Danny had dropped, now lying forlornly near a patch of spilled champagne. Several guests gasped. The man in the pig mask muttered, "Vandals. Barbarians." Dupree stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Maxine's arm. "Madame Dubois," he said, his voice smooth and reassuring, projecting authority, "you have been incredibly brave. And," he added, turning his stern gaze on the assembled guests, "you have all been victims of a calculated and violent intrusion." He straightened up, assuming his official Interpol persona like slipping on a well-tailored coat. "I am Victor Dupree, Art Crime Division, Interpol. I was here this evening in an observational capacity, following intelligence regarding potential black market activity surrounding the Gardner collection. He conveniently omitted that his observation was meant to secure his own cut. It seems my intelligence was correct, though the threat manifested differently than anticipated. He gestured towards Danny and Leo. These two individuals matched descriptions of suspects connected to the initial removal of the artworks from the Global Secure Logistics facility several days ago. Their appearance here, their violent actions, their attempts to extort and disrupt using fabricated documents, it all points to a desperate, likely drug-fueled attempt to capitalize on their earlier crime. Drug-fueled. Leo protested weakly, shaking his head. We ain't. Another jab from his guard silenced him. Fortunately, Dupree continued, thanks to the swift action of the event's security team, he nodded towards the remaining Carboni muscle, giving them a veneer of legitimacy, and Madame Dubois' courage, the situation was contained before anyone was seriously harmed, although the damage to the Degas is indeed tragic. He shook his head sadly. I have already alerted the relevant local and federal authorities. They are en route. These men, he looked at Danny and Leo with cold finality, will face the full weight of the law for the original theft, tonight's assault, extortion attempts, and vandalism. It was perfect. A neat little package. Maxine, the innocent intermediary, duped by criminals. Dupree, the heroic Interpol agent, thwarting a desperate plot. Danny and Leo, the violent drug-addled thieves, caught red-handed. Any questions about how the paintings got here in the first place, about the auction itself, about Luca Carboni's involvement, were swept aside in the rush to condemn the convenient scapegoats. The remaining guests murmured their approval, relieved to have villains identified, the narrative tidied up. Maxine met Danny's furious gaze, a flicker of triumph cold and absolute in her eyes. She had won. She had orchestrated the heist, secured the paintings, neutralized Carboni, or at least placated him enough for him to vanish with the goods, cut a deal with the crooked cop, and was now successfully framing the patsies she'd hired in the first place. All while likely ensuring her own escape route via the Seraphim Trust was clear. Danny looked at Leo, saw the utter despair mirrored there. They were well and truly buried. Betrayal, Jackie Finnegan had said, gets you buried. He hadn't specified how deep. This felt like Mariana Trench deep. No lawyers, no evidence on their side. Maxine had the papers, the damaged frame only implicated them now. Just the word of a respected Interpol agent and a sophisticated businesswoman against two losers with no credibility. He could hear the distant wail of sirens now, growing closer. The real cops were coming. Coming to collect the evidence, the suspects, the neatly wrapped story Dupree and Maxine had prepared for them. Coming to lock them away, bury them under the weight of crimes both real and fabricated, while the real players walked away clean. Or vanished entirely. Maxine turned away, already conferring quietly with Dupree, planning the next stage, leaving Danny and Leo standing there, bound, bleeding, and utterly defeated, waiting for the final act of their betrayal to play out under the glittering chandeliers. Chapter 24. The wail of approaching sirens grew louder, closer, echoing off the stone walls of the mansion and the fancy pavilion. The real cops were almost here. For Danny and Leo, zip-tied and guarded like turkeys waiting for Thanksgiving, it felt like the final curtain call on their short, disastrous career in the big leagues. Maxine and Dupree exchanged smug, satisfied glances, ready to hand over their convenient scapegoats. The remaining guests muttered nervously, anxious for the authorities to arrive and restore some semblance of order, or at least let them go home. Danny looked at Leo, saw the resignation in his eyes, the fight gone out of him. Maybe this was it. Maybe jail was better than whatever Carboni or Dupree had planned for them eventually. At least in jail, you usually got 3 meals, crappy as they were. Then all hell really broke loose. It wasn't a gunshot this time. It was a dull thump, deep and percussive from somewhere outside the pavilion, followed instantly by the shattering tinkle of glass from the direction of the main house. A woman screamed. Then another. A wave of concussion, more felt than heard, rippled through the pavilion. The crystal chandeliers swayed violently. Dust sifted down from the high ceiling. What the hell was that? One of the guards holding Leo barked, instinctively ducking. Before anyone could answer, a secondary, much louder explosion rocked the entire structure. This one felt closer, maybe from the terrace just outside the pavilion doors. Plaster rained down. One of the heavy spotlights illuminating the empty easels sputtered, sparked, and went dark. Sparks showered near the velvet drapery, covering one wall. Smoke began to curl into the pavilion from under the terrace doors. Thick, acrid smoke. Panic erupted anew, 10 times worse than before. This wasn't staged chaos, this felt terrifyingly real. Guests screamed, shoved, trampled each other in a mad scramble for the exits, any exit. The guards, caught completely off guard, momentarily lost control, instinct screaming fire or bomb. Danny saw Dupree's eyes widen in genuine alarm this time, grabbing Maxine's arm, pulling her back towards a side door. No more cool control. This wasn't part of their plan. The guard holding Danny's good arm flinched back as a piece of ceiling plaster crashed down nearby, momentarily loosening his grip. Danny didn't hesitate. He twisted hard, slamming his bound hands down onto the guard's wrist, leveraging against the man's surprise. He kicked backwards savagely, connecting with the guard's knee. The man howled, stumbling, his grip breaking. Danny scrambled away, keeping low, scanning the floor through the thickening smoke and swirling lyrics masks. The degas frame. The ledger papers. Where were they? He saw the frame first, lying near the pillar where he'd been held, miraculously untrampled in the initial seconds of panic. He lunged for it, grabbing the splintered wood. Then he looked for the papers. Maxine had tucked them into her jacket. Where was she? He spotted her near the side door, Dupree pulling her through. In the confusion, as Dupree yanked her, the folded sheaf of papers slipped from her inside jacket pocket, falling unnoticed onto the marble floor near a discarded feathered mask. Danny dove for them, ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, scooping up the thin, vital documents just as a fleeing guest in a Roman centurion costume nearly stepped on them. He shoved the papers deep inside his own jacket, beneath the flimsy waiter's coat. Now, Leo. Danny scanned the chaos. He saw Leo struggling with his remaining guard, near the center of the room. The guard was distracted, looking wildly towards the source of the smoke, coughing. Leo saw Danny, saw the opportunity. He brought his bound hands up, smashing them down hard on the guard's head. Not much force, but enough surprise. The guard staggered. Leo kicked his legs out from under him, sending the man sprawling. Danny. Leo yelled, hobbling towards him. The smoke was getting thicker now. Acrid. Chemical. Definitely not just wood smoke. Someone had set a serious fire, or maybe detonated something incendiary. Carboni's exit strategy? Create utter mayhem to cover the painting's removal. Screw everyone else left behind. Sounded about right. The zip ties. Danny yelled back, holding out his bound wrists. He fumbled with the degas frame, trying to find a sharp edge on the splintered wood. Useless. Leo looked around desperately. His eyes landed on a shattered champagne flute lying near the overturned ottoman. He limped over, carefully picked up a large curved shard of glass, its edge wickedly sharp. Hold still, he yelled, sawing awkwardly at Danny's plastic restraints with the glass shard. It was clumsy work, hampered by his own bound hands and Leo's bad angle, but the plastic was surprisingly tough. Smoke swirled. People choked and screamed. Danny could hear the approaching sirens, much closer now, and underneath them the crackle of flames, maybe from the terrace or the main house. The zip tie finally snapped. Danny ripped his hands free, ignoring the scrapes from the glass. He took the shard from Leo, quickly sawing through Leo's restraints. Okay, let's go. Danny grabbed the degas frame again. Which way? The main terrace doors were choked with smoke and panicked people. The side door Dupree and Maxine had used. Maybe. Wait, Leo said, coughing, pointing towards the back of the pavilion, where the easels stood empty. Service corridor. Where we came in with Joey. It was a longer route, but maybe less crowded, less watched in the current mayhem. Yeah, good. Danny agreed. They plunged into the smoke, Danny leading, holding the small frame, Leo limping heavily behind him. They pushed past choking, crying guests, skirted stunned-looking security guards who seemed unsure whether to fight a fire, catch thieves, or save their own asses. The heat was intensifying. They found the service door, miraculously unblocked. Pushed it open. A wave of relatively cleaner air hit them. They were in a narrow corridor, lined with catering equipment. Danny could see double doors at the far end, possibly leading outside to a service area. They stumbled down the corridor. Behind them, the roar of the fire, the screams, the approaching sirens seemed both terrifyingly close and blessedly distant. They burst through the double doors at the end of the corridor and found themselves in a dark service yard behind the pavilion. Delivery vans, including Joey's cannoli-scented van, were parked haphazardly. No guards in sight here. Everyone was focused on the front. Freedom, or at least escape from the immediate inferno and capture, was tantalizingly close. Danny leaned against the cool brick wall, gasping for air, clutching the degas frame and the ledger papers hidden in his jacket. Leo slumped beside him, coughing, racking his body. They were out. Bruised, bleeding, broke, framed, and hunted. But they were out. And this time, they had the frame and the papers. A small, scorched victory, salvaged from the jaws of utter disaster. Now they just had to figure out how to survive until sunrise. Chapter 25. The catering van smelled even worse on the inside. Stale grease, sour milk, and underlying it all, the faint cloying sweetness of cannoli cream gone bad. Joey, Salazzo's twitchy nephew, hadn't waited around. Smart kid. Danny and Leo were huddled in the back, amidst dented sheet pans and empty pastry boxes, trying to catch their breath, trying to ignore the throbbing symphony of their various injuries. Danny's shoulder felt like a raw piece of meat someone was tenderizing with a hammer. Leo's ankle had swollen to the size of a small eggplant. They'd managed to limp away from the service yard behind the burning mansion, find Joey's unlocked van, miraculously overlooked in the chaos, and convinced themselves driving away in a caterer's wreck was marginally safer than trying to hitchhike while looking like escapees from a war zone. Danny drove, one-handed mostly, gritting his teeth against the pain, heading south back towards Boston on instinct, though he had no idea what they'd do when they got there. Leo navigated using the cheap smartphone, calling out directions in a low, shaky voice. They hadn't spoken much since escaping the pavilion. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving behind a deep, aching exhaustion and the stark realization that they were still well and truly screwed, just maybe slightly less immediately screwed than 5 minutes ago. "We gotta ditch this van soon," Danny muttered, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. He half expected to see flashing lights, but the highway behind them was just filled with late-night traffic, headlights glaring impersonally. Too conspicuous. "Yeah, okay," Leo agreed wearily. "Pull off at the next exit? Maybe find someplace quiet." He didn't sound hopeful. Everywhere felt dangerous now. Danny flicked the turn signal, taking the next exit ramp, which led towards a darker, semi-industrial area, warehouses, defunct factories, truck stops. Perfect place to dump a van and disappear. Or get cornered. He turned onto a deserted side road, Scoteinos, lined with chain-link fences and dark buildings. He pulled the van over into the deep shadows beside a boarded-up warehouse, cutting the engine. The sudden silence felt heavy, ominous. "All right," Danny said, breathing heavily. "Let's get out, figure out where." Headlights flared behind them, blindingly bright, pinning the van in their glare. Simultaneously, another pair of headlights switched on ahead of them, blocking the road. Doors opened. Figures emerged, dark silhouettes against the glare. Not uniforms. Suits. Professional. Calm. Danny's heart sank. Not local cops stumbling upon them. Not Carbone's goons looking for payback. This felt different. Organized. Stay down. Danny hissed, fumbling for the .38 Salazzo had given him, tucked awkwardly in his waistband. Too late. The passenger door of the van was yanked open. A figure leaned in, silhouetted against the headlights behind them. Tall, lean, impeccably dressed. Victor Dupree. He held a sleek, serious-looking automatic pistol, pointed casually but steadily right at Danny's head. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Parisi, Dupree said, his voice smooth, almost pleasant, completely devoid of the panic he'd shown back at the pavilion. Fancy meeting you here. Please, step out of the vehicle. Slowly. Hands where I can see them. Two other men, also in suits, appeared at the driver's side door, guns also drawn. Danny saw Leo raise his hands slowly, his face pale with resignation. Danny hesitated, his hand still near the .38. Don't be foolish, Mr. Doyle, Dupree advised calmly from the other side. My associates are quite proficient. And unlike your previous weapon, this one, he gestured slightly with his pistol, doesn't jam. Danny slowly raised his hands, letting the .38 slide back into his waistband, untouched. No point. They were caught. Again. They were pulled roughly from the van, shoved up against its greasy side panels. Hands patted them down efficiently, finding the .38 on Danny, removing it. Another man searched the van's cab. Anything? Dupree asked. Just this, sir, the man said, holding up the small damaged degas frame Danny had left on the passenger seat. Dupree took it, examined it briefly under the glare of the headlights. He noted the cracked corner. Ah, the source of the recent unpleasantness. Handle with care. He didn't seem particularly interested in the artwork itself. Then the man searching Danny felt the bulge in his inner jacket pocket. He pulled out the folded sheaf of ledger papers. He glanced at them, then handed them to Dupree with a raised eyebrow. Dupree took the papers, his expression changing. A flicker of genuine interest now, maybe even satisfaction. He unfolded one sheet, scanned it quickly, a small knowing smile playing on his lips. Well, well, he murmured. Look what our resourceful little thieves managed to acquire amidst the chaos. The real prize. He refolded the papers carefully, tucking them securely into his own breast pocket. What are you going to do with us? Leo stammered, his voice shaking. Take us in. Dupree chuckled softly, a dry, humorless sound. Take you in. Mr. Parisi, where's the profit in that? No, I think your official story ends back at the mansion. Apprehended resisting arrest, tragically succumbing to injuries sustained during the confrontation. Sad, really. But neat. Danny stared at him, realization dawning cold and ugly. It was always you, wasn't it? He croaked. Maxine, Carbone, they were just pawns too? Dupree leaned against the van beside Danny, holstering his pistol now, radiating an aura of complete control, of smug triumph. Pawns. He considered the word. Perhaps. Useful instruments, let's say. Maxine is exceptionally good at logistics and finding motivated personnel like yourselves. Carbone provided the necessary muscle and security, ensuring no other interested parties interfered. They both thought they were running the show, securing their own slice of the pie. He smiled that cold, polished smile. But the pie was always mine, gentlemen. From the beginning. Beginning? Danny echoed. You mean the heist itself? Getting the paintings out? Naturally, Dupree confirmed casually. Someone had to ensure the inside man was reliable, that the security protocols had exploitable gaps, that the initial retrieval went smoothly enough to bring the merchandise back into play. Interpol resources, he added with a dismissive wave, can be surprisingly useful for such unofficial projects if applied discreetly. He'd played everyone. The inside man, who was probably long dead now. Maxine, Luca Carboni, Danny, and Leo. All puppets dancing on his strings. Why? Leo asked weakly. The money from the auction? The auction money is considerable, yes, Dupree conceded. Enough for a comfortable retirement. Maxine thought she was managing the buyers. Carboni thought he was controlling the territory. In reality, I was managing them. Ensuring the right buyers were invited. Buyers vulnerable to suggestion, perhaps, or already compromised. He tapped his pocket where the ledger papers rested. Buyers who understood the value of discretion and the cost of indiscretion. So the papers, Danny started, were the real insurance, Dupree finished for him. The art is lovely, valuable, yes. But ultimately disposable, traceable. These documents, however, he patted his pocket again, control billions in laundered funds. Leverage against very powerful, very dangerous people across the globe. People who would pay far more than the paintings are worth to ensure these records never see the light of day. Or, alternatively, pay handsomely for protection from whoever holds these records. He shrugged elegantly. Either way, a far more lucrative and sustainable retirement plan than merely fencing some stolen canvases. He had planned it all. The recovery, the auction, the double crosses, using everyone involved as disposable tools to get his hands on the ledger papers and the auction proceeds before vanishing himself. Retire rich and vanish, the outline said. That was Dupree's endgame. You double-crossed everyone, Danny stated, numbly realizing the depth of the betrayal. Business is business, Mr. Doyle, Dupree said smoothly. Maxine played you. Carboni played Maxine. I played them all. The food chain, as it were. He pushed himself off the van. Unfortunately for you too, you've reached the bottom of it. He nodded to his men. Dispose of the van. And take our guests somewhere quiet. Time to arrange their tragic final confessions. Dupree turned, walking calmly towards one of the waiting cars, leaving Danny and Leo in the hands of his silent, efficient agents under the cold glare of the headlights. They hadn't just been captured again. They'd been captured by the architect of their entire nightmare, the man who held all the cards, including the ones detailing billions in dirty money. And he had just signed their death sentence. Chapter 26. The two suits working for Dupree weren't chatty. They handled Danny and Leo with impersonal efficiency, like baggage handlers loading cargo, shoving them into the back of a black SUV that smelled vaguely of pine air freshener and something metallic, maybe old blood. Dupree didn't ride with them. He followed in the other sedan, the one holding the degas frame and the ledger papers, a silent, menacing shadow in their rearview mirror when the interior lights flashed briefly. Danny's shoulder throbbed mercilessly, and every bump in the road sent jolts of agony through him. His hands were zip-tied again, this time in front, but pulled painfully tight. Leo sat beside him, slumped against the door, silent, his face a mask of weary despair. His ankle looked even worse, purple and swollen. They hadn't driven far, maybe 10 minutes, turning off the main road onto an even more deserted track that led towards the dark, marshy wetlands bordering the coast. A disposal site. Quiet, remote, easy to make bodies disappear. Danny knew the drill, theoretically. He just never expected to be the body. The SUV finally bumped to a halt, near a dilapidated wooden pier that jutted out into the black, brackish water. The air smelled of salt marsh, decay, and the cold finality of things. Dupree's sedan pulled up smoothly behind them. All right, one of the suits in the front seat grunted, turning around. He had a flat, unemotional face, eyes like buttons. Out. The back doors were opened. Another suit, same blank expression, pulled Leo out first. Leo stumbled badly on his injured ankle, nearly falling. The suit hauled him upright impatiently. Then Danny was pulled out, shoved forward towards the rickety pier. The damp wood looked rotten, slick with algae or sea slime. Dupree emerged from his car, looking cool and unruffled despite the rough surroundings. He strolled towards the end of the pier, silhouetted against the faint moonlight reflecting off the dark water. He didn't look back at them. He was admiring the view, maybe, or just savoring the final moments of his intricate plan coming together. His two associates prodded Danny and Leo forward onto the pier after him. The wood groaned under their weight. The pier smelled strongly of creosote and dead fish. Danny glanced at Leo. Leo's eyes were closed for a moment, his face tight with pain or maybe prayer. Then he opened them, looked at Danny, a strange expression flickering across his face. Fear, yes, but something else too. Resignation? Resolve? Just make it quick, huh? Leo mumbled towards the suits, his voice trembling slightly. Whatever you're gonna do. The blank-faced suit behind him just grunted, shoving him forward again. They reached the end of the pier. Dark water lapped against the rotting pilings below. Dupree stood there, hands clasped behind his back, looking out towards the invisible horizon. A pity, really, Dupree said conversationally without turning around. You showed a certain, low cunning. Initiative. In another life, perhaps. Go to hell, Dupree, Danny spat, testing the give in the zip ties. They were tight. No way he could break them. Dupree chuckled softly. Perhaps I will. But I'll arrive considerably wealthier than you two. He finally turned, his face calm in the dim light. Any last words? Not that anyone will hear them. Danny glared at him, searching for an opening any chance. There was none. Two armed professionals behind them, Dupree coolly in front, dark water below. Leo suddenly stumbled again, lurching forward with a cry, bumping hard against the suit closest to him. My ankle? He gasped, pretending to lose his balance right at the edge of the pier. The suit instinctively reached out to steady him, momentarily off balance himself. Watch it, idiot. It was the opening Leo created. Not for himself. For Danny. With a guttural yell that was pure desperate fury, Leo twisted violently, not away from the guard, but into him. He threw all his weight, leveraging his bound hands, shoving the surprised suit sideways. The guard staggered, arms flailing, right at the edge of the rotten pier. With a final, desperate heave, Leo propelled himself forward, tackling the man around the knees. Both Leo and the guard tumbled over the edge with a strangled shout and a splash, hitting the dark water below. Leo! Danny screamed. The second suit reacted instantly, spinning, raising his weapon not towards the water, but towards Danny, the remaining threat. Dupree also spun around, surprise and annoyance flashing across his handsome features, reaching inside his jacket for his own weapon. But Leo's sacrifice had bought Danny a precious second. More than a second. It bought him chaos. As the second suit brought his gun up, Danny lunged. Not at the suit, but low towards Dupree. He slammed his shoulder, his good shoulder, into Dupree's knees, ignoring the sympathetic explosion of pain from his injured side. Dupree, caught off guard, unprepared for a direct physical assault, buckled backwards with an oof. He stumbled, trying to draw his weapon, but Danny was already driving forward, pushing him further off balance. The second suit hesitated, unable to get a clear shot without hitting his boss. Danny headbutted Dupree hard in the stomach. Dupree gasped, doubling over. Danny brought his bound hands up, smashing them down like a club onto the back of Dupree's neck. Dupree staggered again, dropping the pistol he just managed to draw. It clattered onto the damp, rotten planks of the pier. The second suit finally decided to shoot. The gunshot cracked, deafeningly loud over the water. Danny felt the bullet whiz past his ear, close enough to feel the heat. He shoved Dupree hard again, using him as a shield, both of them stumbling towards the edge of the pier near where Leo had gone over. Danny kicked out, catching the dropped pistol with his foot, sending it skittering across the planks away from everyone. Now it was just a brawl. Raw, ugly, desperate. Danny, fueled by grief for Leo, fury at Dupree, and pure adrenaline, launched himself at the Interpol agent. Dupree, elegant suit now askew, his cool demeanor shattered, met him with a snarl, surprised by the ferocity but reacting with trained efficiency. They crashed onto the pier, grappling, rolling. Danny tried to use his bound hands, his legs, his teeth, anything. Dupree landed sharp, precise blows to Danny's ribs, his face. Danny felt blood fill his mouth, tasted copper. He kneed Dupree hard in the groin. Dupree grunted, his grip loosening for a second. Danny scrambled, trying to get to his feet, looking for the gun the suit had fired. Where was the suit? He glanced back. The second suit was cautiously approaching, gun still raised, trying to get a clear line of fire again. No time. Danny turned back to Dupree, who was already staggering upright, his face contorted with rage. The mask of the sophisticated mastermind was gone, replaced by the primal fury of a cornered predator whose perfect plan had just gone to shit. "You worthless piece of," Dupree snarled, lunging at Danny again. They collided, wrestling near the edge of the pier. Slippery wood, dark water below. Danny felt Dupree's hands close around his throat, squeezing, thumbs digging in. Danny clawed at Dupree's face, felt his nails connect. Dupree roared, loosening his grip slightly. Danny slammed his forehead into Dupree's nose. Felt cartilage crunch. Dupree yelled in pain, blood spurting. They staggered apart for a split second, gasping for air, facing each other on the rotten planks. Dupree, bleeding from the nose, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Danny, bruised, bleeding from the shoulder and mouth, zip ties cutting into his wrists, knowing he had maybe seconds left before the second suit just shot him. Then, from somewhere behind them, near the landward end of the pier, or maybe the darkness beside it, another gunshot rang out, sharp and final in the night air. Danny froze. Dupree froze, his eyes wide, a strange look of surprise crossing his face. Who fired? The second suit. Someone else. Did they shoot him? Did they shoot Dupree? Time seemed to stretch, hang suspended over the dark, lapping water. Chapter 27. The gunshot echoed flat and ugly over the black water, swallowed almost instantly by the vast marshy silence and the distant drone of Route 1A. Danny stood frozen, locked in a tableau of violence with Victor Dupree on the rotting pier planks. Dupree's eyes were wide with shock, his bloody face slack-jawed, his hands still half-raised from their brawl. Whose bullet? Where? Then Danny saw him. Rising from the dark water beside the pier, clinging to a slime-covered piling, was Leo. Soaked, gasping, face pale as death in the moonlight, but undeniably alive. And in his hand, dripping seawater, was a gun. Not Salazzo's .38, but the heavier automatic the first guard had carried before Leo tackled him into the drink. Leo must have wrestled it away from him, down there in the muck. His bad ankle was clearly agony, but his aim, held steady with both trembling hands, had been true. Dupree looked down at his own chest, at the dark spreading stain blooming on his expensive shirt front, just below the sternum. A look of profound, almost comical surprise crossed his features. He opened his mouth, maybe to issue one last command, maybe to express outrage at this final, fatal double-cross from the universe itself. No sound came out. His legs buckled. He crumpled, folding like a discarded suit, onto the damp wood of the pier, landing with a soft thud. Victor Dupree, the mastermind, the Interpol agent playing God, was down. Maybe not dead yet, but definitely out of the game. Danny stared, stunned. Leo. Alive. Shot Dupree. The second suit, the one who'd been cautiously approaching, reacted a beat too late. He swung his gun towards Leo, who was still half submerged, clinging to the piling. But Danny reacted faster this time. Adrenaline surged, overriding the pain in his shoulder. He lunged across the pier, scooping up the pistol Dupree had dropped during their fight. It felt solid, heavy, blessedly real in his hand. He fired twice, quick shots, aimed center mass at the second suit. No finesse, just pure instinct. The man grunted, stumbling backwards, clutching his chest, his own weapon discharging harmlessly into the pier planks near Danny's feet, before clattering from his grasp. He collapsed near the landward end of the pier, unmoving. Silence descended again, thick and absolute, broken only by the lapping of water and Leo's ragged gasping as he tried to haul himself out of the water onto the pier. Danny rushed over, holstering Dupree's pistol, grabbing Leo's outstretched hand with his good arm. Leo. Jesus Christ, I thought. Me too, Leo choked out, coughing up brackish water as Danny pulled him, shaking and shivering, onto the damp wood. That guard, big fella, didn't like swimming much. He collapsed onto the pier, soaked and exhausted, cradling his injured ankle. Got his gun, though. He let the heavy automatic drop from his numb fingers. Danny looked down at Leo, then at the two bodies sprawled on the pier. Dupree groaning softly now, his life seeping away onto the rotten wood, the second suit completely still. He looked out at the dark water where the first guard had disappeared. They'd done it. Somehow, against all odds, they'd survived. We gotta get out of here, Danny said, his voice hoarse. The sirens from the mansion fire seemed further away now, maybe heading elsewhere, or maybe time was just slowing down. But someone would come eventually. Dupree's backup. Real cops. He bent down, retrieved the pistol the second suit had dropped, checked its load. Felt better having two guns, even if one arm was mostly useless. Then he remembered the papers. He patted his jacket pocket. Still there. The ledger sheets. The key to billions in dirty money. The leverage they thought they could use. He pulled them out, the thin paper crackling in the sudden quiet. He looked at the columns of numbers, the cryptic names, the offshore accounts. Seraphim Trust. Dubois Conseil. This was the real prize, Dupree had said. The thing worth killing for, worth betraying everyone for. Enough leverage to control powerful people. Enough money to vanish into permanent luxury. He looked at Leo, shivering, bleeding from scrapes acquired in the water, ankles swollen grotesquely. He looked at his own reflection, imagined in the dark water, shot, battered, exhausted. He thought about the trail of bodies. The guards, Dupree, maybe Richie, the greedy partner from Jackie Finnegan's story, maybe countless others caught up in the web these papers represented. Leverage. Power. Or just a ticket to becoming the next Dupree, the next Maxine, constantly looking over your shoulder, trusting no one, leaving a trail of destruction. We were better off stealing scratchers, he murmured, echoing his own dark joke from the motel room. Leo looked up at him, then at the papers in Danny's hand. He understood. Danny could see it in his eyes. The exhaustion, the disgust, the realization that this wasn't winning. This wasn't payback. This was just poison. Burn him? Leo said quietly, his voice rough. Danny nodded. No more debate. No more hesitation. He fumbled in Dupree's pockets with his good hand, ignoring the dying man's faint groan. Found a slim, expensive-looking silver lighter. DuPont. Classy. He knelt near the edge of the pier, away from the bodies, but where the damp wood wouldn't catch easily. He held the sheaf of ledger papers, maybe 50 or 60 thin sheets in all, billions in secrets. He flicked the DuPont. A clean, strong flame sprang up. He held the flame to the corner of the papers. They hesitated for a second, then curled, blackened, and caught fire. The flame grew quickly, greedily consuming the dense print, the names, the numbers, the carefully constructed architecture of global deceit. Danny held the burning papers out over the water, letting the ashes drift down onto the dark surface like malignant snowflakes. The firelight flickered on his face, on Leo's, illuminating their exhaustion, their grime, the bloodstains. They watched in silence as the last page curled into blackness, the last spark winked out. Gone. All of it. The leverage, the secrets, the power, the poison. Reduced to ash and smoke, drifting away over the salt marsh. It felt strangely clean. Like lancing a wound. Painful, but necessary. Danny dropped the last smoking embers into the water, where they hissed and disappeared. He tossed Dupree's lighter after them. He looked at Leo. Leo looked back. No words needed. They were still broke. Still injured. Still wanted by whoever was left. Maxine, Carboni, maybe even legitimate cops now, thanks to Dupree's setup. But they were alive. They were free from the Ledger's curse. And they were together. Okay, Danny said, helping Leo carefully to his feet, mindful of the bad ankle. Let's find someplace to disappear. For real this time. They turned their backs on the bodies, on the pier, on the whole damn mess, and started limping slowly, painfully back towards the dark, deserted road, leaving the ashes of billions to dissolve in the black water. They had no idea where they were going, or what came next. But for the first time since Maxine Dubois walked into their lives, the path ahead, uncertain as it was, felt like their own. Chapter 28. Weeks bled into a month. A month spent in a series of peeling motel rooms, bus station waiting areas, and greasy spoon diners along secondary highways heading vaguely south, then west, then south again. Danny's shoulder healed slowly, leaving a puckered scar and a permanent dull ache that flared up in damp weather. Leo's ankle was better, though he still favored it, a slight limp remaining as a souvenir of their disastrous night at the auction. They paid cash, kept their heads down, spoke to almost no one. They looked different now, too. Danny had let his hair grow shaggy, wore cheap reading glasses he didn't need, and favored baseball caps pulled low. Leo had shaved his head completely and grown a patchy beard that made him look 10 years older and vaguely menacing. Ghosts, Maxine had called them. Now, they were trying to live up to the name. They watched the news when they could, scanning local papers left behind on bus seats, catching snippets on flickering motel TVs. The initial frenzy over the Gardner auction chaos and the subsequent fire explosion at the North Shore mansion had died down, replaced by official reports that were maddeningly vague. A suspected gas leak causing the explosion. Several unidentified individuals injured or missing after the disturbance at the private event. Interpol liaison Victor Dupree was lauded for his swift action in apprehending two known felons, Daniel Doyle and Leo Parisi, suspected in the earlier Global Secure Logistics art theft, though both suspects tragically escaped custody during the confusion following the explosion. A nationwide alert was out for them. The whereabouts of the 13 Gardner masterpieces remained unknown. No mention of Luca Carboni. No mention of the Ledger papers. Dupree and Maxine, or whoever was left pulling the strings, had sanitized the narrative beautifully. Danny and Leo were the designated villains, conveniently escaped, forever blamed for the theft, while the real players presumably counted their profits or consolidated their power. Through it all, they still had the degas. The small sketch, woman ironing, tucked inside its damaged frame, wrapped in the same threadbare motel towel, traveled with them like a guilty secret in the bottom of a cheap canvas duffel bag. They hadn't looked inside the frame again. The memory of the Ledger papers, now ashes drifting over a salt marsh, was too fresh. But the painting itself, what to do with it? They were holed up in a particularly dismal motel outside of Richmond, Virginia, the air thick with humidity and the drone of cicadas. Danny lay on the lumpy bed, staring at the ceiling fan wobble precariously. Leo sat by the window, looking out at the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. The duffel bag lay between them. "We gotta ditch it, Danny," Leo said finally, breaking a long silence. Danny knew what he meant. The degas. Ditch it how? Toss it in a dumpster? I don't know, Leo sighed. Sell it. Find some shady pawnshop down here. Danny shook his head. No more pawnshops. And who'd buy it? Words out. Too hot. Besides, he added, surprised by the thought, feels wrong. After everything. Leo looked at him. Wrong. We stole it, Danny. Well, technically, we stole it back after stealing it the first time, before getting screwed out of it. Yeah, but... Danny couldn't quite articulate it. Burning the papers felt right, like destroying something evil. Destroying the painting felt different. Like vandalism. Like becoming the barbarians, Maxine had accused them of being, and selling it felt like profiting from the whole toxic mess they were trying to escape. So what then? Leo asked. Carry it around forever? Wait till some cop tosses our motel room, looking for parole violators, and finds a missing degas. Danny sat up, wincing slightly at the pull in his shoulder. He looked at the duffel bag. There was one other option. The one they hadn't talked about. We send it back, Danny said quietly. Leo stared at him. Send it back? To who? Maxine. Carboni. No, Danny said. Back where it belongs. Or close enough. He thought for a moment. The Boston Globe. They covered the first heist, the second one. They asked questions. We send it to them. Anonymously. Mail a degas. To a newspaper? Leo looked skeptical. How the hell do we do that? Wrap it in brown paper and slap some stamps on it. Something like that, Danny admitted. We need packing supplies. A sturdy box. Bubble wrap. Tape. Find a post office or a shipping place in a different town. Pay cash, use a fake return address or none at all. And the frame? Leo asked. The busted corner? Doesn't that tie it to us? To the? He hesitated. The other stuff. Danny nodded slowly. That was the risk. But maybe that was the point. Let the world see the damaged frame. Let them wonder why it was damaged. Let them ask questions Dupree and Maxine didn't want asked. It wasn't proof of anything, not without the ledger papers. But it was a hint. A final, anonymous screw you to the people who set them up. We leave the frame, Danny decided. Busted corner and all. Let them figure it out. Or not. It took them 2 days and most of their remaining cash. They bought a sturdy art shipping box from a craft store in one town, bubble wrap and packing tape from a Walmart in another. They found a small, independent pack and ship place in a strip mall outside Petersburg. Danny, wearing the glasses and the baseball cap, paid cash to ship the box overnight, insured for a nominal amount, addressed simply to Investigative Desk, Boston Globe, Boston, Massachusetts. No return address. He watched the clerk slap the label on, his heart pounding. This was it. Cutting the last tie. They caught a Greyhound bus heading west that same afternoon, melting into the anonymity of tired travelers and families heading towards uncertain destinations. 3 days later, holed up in another cheap motel, this time somewhere in dusty West Texas, they saw it on the grainy TV news playing in the motel office while Danny bought stale coffee. Stunning development today in the ongoing mystery of the Gardner Museum art thefts, a national news anchor was saying, looking serious. A package delivered overnight to the Boston Globe newspaper contained one of the 13 masterpieces stolen in the infamous 1990 heist, and recently stolen again, a sketch by Edgar Degas believed to be woman ironing. The screen showed a picture of the sketch, then cut to footage outside the Globe building, reporters clamoring, a police evidence van pulling away. The package, the anchor continued, contained no note, no demands. Experts confirmed the sketch's authenticity, though conservators noted minor damage to the frame. The screen showed a close-up of the familiar, splintered corner, raising further questions about the artwork's tumultuous journey over the past few weeks. Authorities are baffled by this anonymous return, speculating it could be a sign of remorse from the thieves, or perhaps a signal of infighting among factions involved in the theft ring allegedly responsible for the recent disappearance. Baffled. Stunned. That part the outline got right. Danny watched, feeling a strange sense of detachment. Remorse. Infighting. They had no idea. It was just done. The last piece was off their hands. Sent back into the world, carrying its own silent, damaged story. Police are urging the individuals known as Daniel Doyle and Leo Parisi, still at large and considered armed and dangerous, to turn themselves in. The screen showed their unflattering mugshots from some minor prior bust years ago. Leo, who had come up behind Danny, swore softly. Armed and dangerous. Nice. Danny just shrugged, taking a sip of the terrible coffee. Better than being dead. He looked at the TV screen, at the degassed sketch, then back out at the dusty Texas landscape visible through the office window. Miles away from Boston, from Maxine, from Dupree, from Carboni. Miles away from the mess. The world was stunned, all right. And Danny Doyle, and Leo Parisi. They were broke, hunted, hiding out in the middle of nowhere. But they were free. Sort of. And for the first time in a long, long while, they had absolutely no idea what was going to happen next. Which felt, strangely enough, almost like progress. Chapter 29. Geneva felt appropriate. Neutral, discreet, filled with the quiet hum of old money and well-kept secrets. Maxine Dubois, or rather, Ms. Isabelle Moreau, according to the flawless French passport nestled in her Hermes handbag, sat in the hushed, exclusive lounge of a private bank just off the Rue du Rhône. Outside, sunlight glinted off the lake. Inside, the air conditioning whispered, smelling faintly of leather and wealth preserved across generations. She allowed herself a small, genuine smile, the first in weeks. It was done. Finished. The Boston fiasco was behind her. A messy, unnecessarily complicated affair, but ultimately successful in its primary objective. Dupree, the arrogant fool, had apparently met a sticky end, according to the fragmented reports she'd monitored before severing all communication lines. Good riddance. Carboni had vanished with the bulk of the merchandise, as expected. Let him deal with fencing 13 increasingly notorious paintings. Doyle and Parisi, the unfortunate but necessary pawns, were likely dead or soon to be captured, their names forever linked to the crime thanks to Dupree's and her own careful posthumous framing. And she was here. Geneva. Ready to activate the final stage. Access the Seraphim Trust, the ultimate repository for years of carefully laundered commissions and fees, her golden parachute woven from the dirty laundry of the global elite. A new identity, a new life awaited. Perhaps a villa overlooking Lake Como, or a quiet, sun-drenched existence in the Seychelles. The possibilities felt deliciously endless. She'd flown out of Boston on a different passport entirely, Canadian this time, catching a commercial flight to London Heathrow, then a private charter to Geneva booked under yet another identity. Layers upon layers. Meticulous planning. She'd spent years constructing this intricate web of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and false identities, all leading to this moment, this bank, this final transfer that would make Isabelle Moreau obscenely, untraceably wealthy. A discreet bank officer, Herr Gruber, all polished discretion and hushed tones, ushered her into a private consultation room. Tasteful abstract art, real this time, heavy mahogany desk, leather chairs that sighed softly when she sat. "Madame Moreau," Herr Gruber murmured, folding his hands neatly on the desk blotter. "Your instructions regarding the Seraphim Trust liquidation and transfer are ready for final authorization." "Excellent, Herr Gruber," Maxine said, keeping her voice calm, betraying none of the giddy anticipation bubbling beneath her cool exterior. "Let's proceed." He slid a tablet across the desk, displaying account summaries, transfer routes, final destinations. Numbers that swam pleasantly before her eyes. Millions upon millions flowing silently towards her newly established, utterly anonymous endpoints. She just needed to provide the final biometric authorization. A thumbprint, linked irrevocably to the Isabelle Moreau identity she now fully inhabited. She pressed her thumb onto the tablet's indicated sensor. Waited for the satisfying chime of confirmation. Instead, a small red icon flashed on the screen. Access denied. Maxine frowned. Strange. A technical glitch. "Is there a problem, Herr Gruber?" Herr Gruber looked flustered, something rarely seen in Swiss bankers. He tapped nervously on the tablet. One moment, madame. Let me check. Ah. He looked up, his expression troubled. There appears to be a flag. A hold placed on the account. A hold. Maxine felt a flicker of unease. By whom? On what grounds? The instruction came through this morning, Gruber said, avoiding her eyes now. From an authorized signatory. Citing irregularities, pending investigation. Authorized signatory? I am the sole authorized signatory for Seraphim Trust under the Moreau identity, Maxine stated, her voice hardening, the first crack appearing in her composure. This was impossible. She'd structured it perfectly. Watertight. Apparently, Gruber swallowed, looking deeply uncomfortable, there was a contingency signatory. Activated by certain external protocols. He wouldn't elaborate. Bank secrecy was a shield, but sometimes also a wall. Maxine felt a chill seep into the climate-controlled room. Contingency signatory? External protocols. What protocols? Who? Dupree. Had he set up a final screw you from beyond the grave? Or? Carboni. Luca Carboni. He wasn't just muscle. He had reach. Tentacles that extended further than she'd perhaps credited. Had he anticipated her vanishing act? Decided he didn't like partners, even silent ones, walking away with a significant chunk of change derived, however indirectly, from his turf. Reverse the hold immediately, Herr Gruber, Maxine commanded, trying to regain control, her voice sharp now. This is unacceptable. Madam, I assure you my hands are tied, Gruber stammered, sweating slightly now. Until the flag is cleared by the originating party. Maxine stood up abruptly. This wasn't working. She needed to get out, access funds through another route, activate a different contingency identity. She still had layers. She wasn't trapped yet. This meeting is over, she snapped, grabbing her handbag. She walked briskly out of the private room, ignoring Gruber's fluttering apologies, back into the hushed main banking hall. She needed to get back to her hotel, access her encrypted laptop, initiate Plan B, maybe move on to Zurich, try a different bank, a different identity. She pushed through the heavy glass doors of the bank, out onto the sunlit Geneva street. Took a deep breath, trying to quell the rising panic. Think. Stay calm. She hailed a taxi, gave the name of her hotel, a 5-star establishment overlooking the lake. As the taxi pulled away, she glanced back at the bank, half expecting to see Gruber wringing his hands on the steps. Instead, she saw a dark sedan parked across the street. 2 men standing beside it. One big, built like a fire hydrant in a suit. The other wiry, sharp-featured, wearing thin leather gloves despite the pleasant weather. Rousseau. And Frankie. Maxine's blood turned to ice water. They weren't supposed to be here. They were Carboni's cleanup crew, his Boston muscle. How? The taxi moved smoothly through the Geneva traffic. Maxine forced herself to breathe, to think. Coincidence? No. Not Rousseau and Frankie. They were here for her. Carboni had anticipated her. And he hadn't just frozen her accounts, he'd sent his dogs. She needed to ditch the taxi, disappear into the crowds, get to a train station, an airport. No, not an airport, the passports. She glanced into her handbag, pulled out the Isabelle Moreau passport. It looked flawless. But if Carboni could freeze Seraphim Trust, could he flag passports too? She arrived at her hotel, paid the driver, hurried into the opulent lobby, trying to look like just another wealthy guest. She didn't go to the elevators. Instead, she walked quickly towards the concierge desk. I need to check my flight status, she said, forcing a calm smile, sliding the Moreau passport across the marble counter. Air France to Nice? She didn't have a flight booked, but needed to see if the passport pinged. The concierge, polite and efficient, scanned the passport. His smile tightened, almost imperceptibly. He tapped on his keyboard, frowned slightly. One moment, Madame Moreau. He picked up a phone, spoke quietly into it in rapid French, his eyes flicking nervously towards Maxine. Revoked. Flagged. Useless. Panic, cold and absolute, clawed at Maxine's throat. Her money was gone. Her passports were worthless. Her meticulously constructed escape routes had evaporated. She was trapped. Here. In Geneva. She turned abruptly from the concierge desk, scanning the lobby, and saw him. Standing near the entrance to the hotel bar, partially obscured by a large potted palm, was Luca Carboni. Older than she expected, maybe late 60s, impeccably dressed in a charcoal Italian suit, silver hair neatly combed. He wasn't imposing like Frankie, or reptilian like Rousseau. He looked almost grandfatherly. Except for the eyes. Dark, ancient, missing nothing. And the smile. Faint, almost gentle, playing on his lips as his eyes met hers across the lobby. He knew. He knew everything. He knew she was trapped. He knew she had nothing left. He lifted his glass, whiskey looked like, in a small, almost mocking toast. Maxine Dubois, Isabelle Moreau, whoever she was, stood frozen in the lobby of the five-star hotel, the scent of expensive flowers suddenly cloying, suffocating. Her past had finally caught up with her. And it was smiling. Chapter 30. Thailand. Danny still wasn't entirely sure how they'd made it. It involved a series of increasingly uncomfortable bus rides across the lower 48, working odd jobs under the table, washing dishes in dusty Arizona diners, picking fruit alongside migrant workers in California orchards, always looking over their shoulders, using fake names that felt thin as tissue paper. Then a nerve-wracking flight from LAX, bought with cash, scraped together from weeks of backbreaking labor, using questionable passports acquired through one of Jimmy Fitz's more dubious contacts before they left Boston. Passports that Danny half expected to get them flagged and dragged away at every checkpoint. Somehow they slipped through. Maybe Dupree's death had thrown the official pursuit into disarray. Maybe Maxine's disappearance and presumed demise at the hands of Carboni, and Carboni's quiet retrieval of his prize, -1 de gas, had satisfied enough of the interested parties. Or maybe, Danny figured, they just got lucky. Dumb blind luck. After everything else, maybe they were due some. Now, 6 months later, Boston felt like a bad dream, a different lifetime. Here the air was thick, syrupy with heat and humidity that clung to your skin like damp silk. It smelled of exotic spices, frangipani blossoms, diesel fumes from passing tuk-tuks, and the ever-present salt tang of the Andaman Sea. They were sitting at a rickety bamboo table, under a thatched roof, that served as a beachfront bar on the island of Koh Lanta. Simple place. Sand floor, plastic chairs, a hand-painted sign advertising Chong beer cold. Behind them, lush green jungle climbed steep hillsides. In front, turquoise water lapped gently onto a wide crescent of white sand dotted with longtail fishing boats. Paradise, maybe, if you squinted and ignored the mosquitoes and the fact they had about $87 left between them. Danny wore cheap cotton drawstring pants, a faded sleeveless t-shirt and flip-flops. His hair was longer than ever, bleached lighter by the sun, and the tan almost hid the lingering pallor beneath. His shoulders still twinged sometimes, especially when the monsoon rains threatened, but mostly it was just a dull ache, a reminder. Leo sat opposite him, swirling the condensation on his beer bottle. He looked thinner, but less haunted than Danny had seen him in years. The beard was gone, shaved clean, and his head was tanned. His limp was barely noticeable now, unless he got tired. He wore similar clothes, shorts, a Chong beer singlet. Two guys who looked like they belonged exactly where they were, nowhere special, halfway around the world, minding their own business. Broke but free. They watched the sun dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange, pink, and purple. Fishing boats chugged slowly back towards the shore. The heat of the day began to ease slightly, replaced by a soft, warm breeze off the water. It was peaceful. Dangerously peaceful, almost. Made a guy forget to look over his shoulder. Think anyone's still looking? Leo asked quietly, breaking the comfortable silence. He didn't sound panicked, just curious, like discussing the weather. Danny shrugged, took a long pull from his own beer. It was cold, cheap, perfect. Maybe. Probably. Guys like Dupree. Agencies like Interpol? They got long memories. But finding us here? He gestured vaguely at the sleepy beach scene. Long way from Boston. Different names. Different faces, kinda. He scratched at his unfamiliar beard stubble. He'd shaved his off a week ago. We keep our heads down. Maybe they forget about us eventually. Got bigger fish to fry. Hope so, Leo murmured. He stared out at the water for a long moment. Jesus, Danny. When you think about it, the gardener. Maxine. Carboni. Dupree. The money laundering. The shootings. He shook his head slowly. We were swimming in waters way too deep. Tell me about it, Danny said. He thought about the sheer, dumb luck of their survival. Leo tackling the guard. Finding the gun in the water. The second suit, hesitating just long enough. Burning those papers, felt like the only smart thing they'd done through the whole damn mess. Getting rid of the poison. Remember Jackie Finnegan? Leo asked. Greed'll get you rich. Betrayal'll get you buried. Yeah, Danny nodded. Looks like he was right. They weren't rich, not even close. Broke as jokes. But they weren't buried, either. Dupree was. Maxine likely was, courtesy of Luca Carboni. Maybe even Carboni himself, eventually. Live by the sword, die by the sword, wasn't that how it went? They somehow had slipped through the cracks. Still, Leo mused, tracing patterns in the condensation on the table. $10 million. We were that close. Danny chuckled. Yeah. Close enough to get shot at by snipers, and chased by mobsters and framed by Interpol. Close enough wasn't close enough. He took another drink. This, he nodded towards the sunset, the quiet beach, the cheap beer, ain't $10 million. But it ain't bad. No, Leo agreed softly. It ain't bad. He drained his beer bottle, set it down carefully on the bamboo table. He looked at Danny, his expression serious, almost solemn. Never again, Danny. Danny looked back at him, saw the conviction in his friend's eyes. Leo meant it. He was done. No more scores, no more angles, no more chasing the big payout that always seemed to bite them in the ass. Just this. Whatever this was. Surviving. Being free. Danny held his gaze for a moment. Then a slow smirk spread across his face, pulling at the corner of his mouth. The old instinct. The itch. The lure of the game. Maybe it never really left you. Maybe it was just resting. Yeah, right, Danny said, the smirk widening into a grin. Never again. He raised his bottle in a mock toast. Until next time. More books by Circa Lowry. Devil's Rope. Lakefront. Deep Dive. Deception Tide. Miami Mirage. Cuban Crossfire. Canvas Code.